Yo Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the World of One Piece with zero knowledge of the series. Let the tale begin. Chapter 42. Mundy Island, Marine Base G11, a tactical position that allows us to prevent the emergence of new supernovas, as well as protect various habitations situated in the Grand Line. Although our primary focus should be the New World, the Marines are currently suffering from the influx of pirates that ultimately end up becoming part of Yonko's forces. Holding his din mushi, the man with black hair straightened by wax, amounting to approximately 4 meters in terms of height, spoke in a calm demeanor. He was seen to be wearing round glasses, black suit, and marine coat, with the word justice on the back that was hung over his shoulder like a cape. Currently, we have managed to saturate the Dandruff Island with abnormal number of pirates. Soon, we will purge them all at once and clean the 7th route from the pirates. We are hoping to widen the barricade through the use of the Eternal Log pose. The conversation went on as the huge man continued to speak through the din mushi. We understand your concerns, Rear Admiral Baton. However, we do not see the necessity in keeping someone of your rank near the entrance of the paradise. Your request is denied, and you will be dispatched under the command of Vice Admiral Bastille. You are to hand over your current duties to Commodore Kazu and return to Marineford within a month. Until then, the call abruptly ended as the din mushi closed its eyes. Sighing, Baton placed the dial back onto the din mushi and leaned on his enormous chair. Damn it, I just wanted to chill here and read books. Baton sighed as he picked up the book that lied on his table, which had a bookmark sticking out in the middle. Those old monsters are going to throw me into a torture for that stupid hockey. Ha! Goodbye, my safe haven. Bang! Suddenly, the door to Rear Admiral Baton's office opened without any warning, before a panicked Marine soldier rushed in. How rude. Can't you see I'm reading right now? Baton glared at the Marine soldier, who was huffing heavily. I am sorry, Rear Admiral Baton. However, this seems quite urgent. You got to come out and see for yourself. Sweating profusely, the Marine soldier said with anxiety, What can happen in here? Pirates? Ha, as if. This is G11, and there exists no pirate strong enough to invade in the early paradise. With his half-closed eyes, Baton placed his hands into his pocket and stepped out of his office. Creak! Another door opened as Baton lazily walked out. To his surprise, the surroundings of the Marine base G11 were covered by a huge volume of steam. The Marine soldiers were seen to be tensed, with them gripping on their guns tight and aiming towards the foggy steam. However, the steam didn't dissipate, but instead began to hamper the visions within the Marine base as well, as it began to move towards the base. Commodore Kazu. Baton lazily called out, completely unfazed by the sight. The Marine with black hair and black-colored eyes, who was standing next to Baton with a cape of his own, bowed before jumping up high in the sky. While in midair, Commodore Kazu took a grip on his sheathed sword with his right hand. Wind bazooka. At a blinding speed, Kazu unsheathed the sword and slashed towards the steam. In the next moment, the steam was cleared by the enormous wind generated from the sword slash. The Marines looked around as they regained the vision, but found that nothing was off. Kazu lightly landed next to Baton's left, before kneeling on one knee. Baton Dono, I have completed your order. Baton tiredly waved his hand. Yes, great job. Now, his eyes narrowed all of a sudden. Check and identify every single individuals within this base at the current moment. Blinded by the steam. No sign of assault. This could only mean the infiltration. Commodore Kazu nodded before running off to carry out Baton's command. The possible infiltrators are pirates naturally. There is no reason for the revolutionaries to come here in the first place. Why would the pirates come here? The answer can't be more obvious. The log pose? Smarter than the most of the pirates indeed. Baton reached into his coat and pulled out the bounty posters. Rule out the pirates that are already past this point of the Grand Line. Rule out the insignificant pirates. Rule out Capone Gang Beej, who was sighted in the first path, and magician Basil Hawkins, who was sighted in the third path. This leaves us with 4 possible options: Eustace, Captain Kidd, Treacherous Alphonse, Fallen King Aoki Ichiro, and Grimheart Rowan. Baton separated 4 bounty posters from the pile before placing the pile back into the coat. Production of steam, necessity of fire, or any ability related to heat. With this notion, Eustace, Captain Kidd, or Grimheart Rowan seem to be the most probable. Eustace has a subordinate that breathes fire, while it has been reported from the Logue Town that someone within Grimheart's command has an ability to produce fire. Picking up the 2 bounty posters, Baton stared at them intently. Now, where are you, infiltrators? 2 individuals in marine uniforms were seen to be walking in an orderly fashion. Naturally, they were Rowan and Karina, who successfully managed to sneak into the marine base. Rowan was seen to be wearing a blonde wig and blonde mustache. His wig was low enough to hide his black eyebrows. He was wearing a marine cap on top to further cover his visage. Karina, on the other hand, seemed to have gone a complete transformation. Her face now looked rough and square like that of a man, with big nose and small eyes. She wore a black wig and black-colored lens, in which Rowan didn't even know that she had, and wore marine uniform loosely to hide her feminine features. "Hey, Brandy, what's that on your wrist?" Rowan said to Karina, who had stolen from the small marine named Brandy. "Oh, this? Just a small watch called LP. It's not mine, though. I got to give it back after 16 hours. Karina replied with a smile, while showing the golden watch strapped onto her right hand. "By the way, Gary, did you see anyone else with LP? I heard that this thing is actually quite rare. I had to pay quite a bit just to wear for a day. So 16 hours until the log pose has fully recorded this island. Think it's better to see if we can find any log pose that leads to the island after Monday." Rowan shrugged.
No clue.
"Maybe Captain Bonds? He's always been sailing here and there, so he must have a watch for himself to check time." Rowan and Karina's eyes narrowed as they continued to stare at one another. "Are you off duty right now?" "Yes, I am. I'm assuming that you are as well? Why don't we spend this valuable time to recap the layout of our marine base in order to ensure any confusion in the future?" Rowan asked to Karina, who nodded back. They began to walk towards the office belonging to Captain Bonds. Suddenly, the marine soldier with a band on his left shoulder, which Reed confirmed, approached them.
Halt!
"As per the command from Rear Admiral Baton, there will be an identity check for everyone in the base. Show your ID card and face," the marine soldier said with his hand stretched out. Complying to the words of the marine soldier, Rowan and Karina handed the ID card. "Brandy, age, 29. Check, check, check. Yes, you are clear. Next, let's see. Gary Stew, age, 17. Check, check. I am assuming that you have grown since you last took the picture, huh? Should be fine. You are clear." The marine soldier handed the ID cards back before handing them the bands. "Wear this to avoid any further identification processes. You are now out of suspicions." The marine soldier walked away from Rowan and Karina. Watching the marine soldier hurrying to another group, Rowan noted, "That was fast." "Well, I'm not complaining. Come on, Gary. We gotta review the layout before our next shift," Karina said while grabbing Rowan's arm and pulling. "They have figured out that we infiltrated their base." Rowan thought while keeping his calm composure. "From what I have seen, I think I would be able to defeat that Commodore by myself. However, I am not sure of the strength of Rear Admiral. It has to be 4th highest rank in the whole marine system, if I'm not wrong. We need to find the log pose fast." Rowan and Karina continued to walk down the marine base, with their destination being Captain Bonds' office. Chapter 43. 3 hours have passed. Still no sign of returning. Dan muttered as he checked the watch on his left wrist. But no signal either. Most probably, they haven't been discovered yet. With binocular in her hands, Carmen tried to view the Monday Island from afar but had no success. After all, if they can see the base, it means that the Marines can see them too. They had to position themselves far away. Currently, Prominence was anchored behind a large rock that poked out in the middle of the sea. The rocky formation around the island usually served as an advantage for the Marines to defend, but has been working in their favor this time. "I guess we wait for 16 hours. If there is no change after, then we go in." Carmen finished Dan's line, with her right hand lighting on a fire. Yes, no need to lit your hand with fire and burn our ship by accident. What can be more ridiculous than Prominence sinking due to fire? Dan waved his hands to calm Carmen down. Simultaneously, he grabbed the binocular from Carmen's hand and looked through it himself. Huh. Dan sighted a countless number of the marine ships that appeared all of a sudden, sailing outward from the base. Watching Dan's sudden change in demeanor, Carmen asked in inquiry, "What's the trouble?" Dan squinted his eyes, trying to get a better view of the marine ships. The marine ships. So many of them appeared within our sight all of a sudden. From what I can see, all of them are traveling toward large rocks that are all around the island, including the one we hid from its behind. Carmen's face turned grim hearing this. Given the vibrant color of Prominence, I don't think we can afford to hide. Once we are discovered, it will be impossible to escape without a battle. Dan quickly assessed the situation. The fact that so many marine ships are dispersed at the same time. Either Captain and Karina are caught, or the Marines somehow figured out the infiltration and that we have the ship hidden. The fact that so many ships are out at once means that the Marine base is mostly empty. Oh no, Captain and Karina will be exposed. Dan's eyes widened in horror as he realized how detrimental the situation has developed. Carmen, tensed up as one Marine ship kept on approaching closer to them, and asked, "Should we fight?" Dan looked troubled as he looked up towards the direction Carmen was staring at. Eventually, he gathered his resolve and stood up from his spot. Blast them! Rowan and Karina's faces looked grim as they continued their walk around the Marine base. No log pose in sight. The Marine base usually serves as the point where many Marine ships restock their supplies. Log pose should be quite common equipment. Having seen none means they figured out our motive. Rowan let out a cold sweat as he thought of the dreaded possibility. For the past 3 hours, they have constantly been moving, visiting all the places that they suspect to contain the log pose. They ended up finding none, as if someone deliberately removed them. Even from the inside, Rowan and Karina heard a sudden booming noise. "Don't tell me." Karina instantly turned her face towards the direction of the noise. Rowan's gaze sharpened. How? No sound of alarm or signal for mobilization. Yet, the Marines somehow grouped up and began their chase for our crew. This shouldn't be possible unless we've already been found out. A clapping sound was heard from behind before Baton stepped out with his huge body towering over Rowan and Karina. "Well, to be precise, we already found you two around 3 hours ago." "How? Why should I explain?" Baton lazily shrugged with his hands in the pocket. "Let's see who we got here. A blonde-haired man and an ugly-looking man. Got to say, your disguises were the only perfect aspect of your infiltration." "Huh." Rowan sighed, wanting to face-bomb himself at the current moment. So they've been fooled for 3 hours. The moment they were identified, all the Marine troops were pulled out to search the remainder of Rowan's crew, while the formidable officers would remain to handle Rowan and Karina. Since there was no point in keeping their disguise, Rowan and Karina threw away their disguises. Who do we have here?" "Ah yes, the woman with short purple hair has been sighted in Logtown before, but the image was blurry." Baton stared at Karina, who pulled out her daggers and slipped into each of her hands. "And of course, the notorious Grimheart Rowan, or should I call you?" Baton's eyes lit up in excitement. "Uchiha Bob?" "Ugh, that name again." Rowan thought in annoyance, although his posture remained in a tensed-up state. "Even if it's the name given by my very own parents, the name is just too hideous. Uchiha sounds similar to the infamous clan from another world, but that's okay. However, why must it be Bob?" "Haha, seems that you aren't that fond of that name." "You see, I am kind of your fan," Baton said while lazily putting a pair of white gloves onto his hands. "To think Uchiha wasn't merely a fiction, you have no idea how much ecstasy I felt when I heard of your name." "Fiction? Uchiha? Naruto exists in this world, or what?" Rowan thought as he gritted his teeth. The man in front of him had the biggest size he's ever seen in his whole life. Additionally, his calm attitude seemed to warn Rowan that the man has a formidable strength for himself. "And you are?" Baton held out his arms wide open. "Why, your #1 fan, Rear Admiral Baton at your service. Also, the one who's responsible for your doom." Subsequently, Baton snapped his fingers. Immediately following, 5 Marine officers with justice coats dropped down from the top before surrounding Rowan and Karina. That dude we saw before, Commodore Kazu, doesn't seem to be here. Probably after Carmen and Dan. Rowan quickly shifted his eyes left and right, scanning their opponents. Baton also took out a short sword from his sword sheath on the left side of his waist. Prioritize in separating them from one another. Leave Grimheart to me and focus on the girl. We must stay together no matter what. Okay, Rowan? Karina quickly shouted, knowing full well that separation will lead to their defeat. No need to tell me a blatant truth, Karina, Rowan replied as he took out his new revolver from his holster. So you must have figured out that we need a log pose. Are you going to tell me where you hid them? Baton shrugged. Maybe if you can beat us all. In the intersection of the hallway, within the Marine base, Rowan and Karina were back-to-back as all 4 pathways were blocked by the Marines. Rowan was pointing his gun while Karina was holding her 2 daggers. Rowan's bounce will only hinder her from using her 10-dagger style. This man came prepared. He already planned to meet us in a secluded spot, judging by the length of his sword. However, why in here? If it's building, Rowan inwardly thought as the Marines began to launch themselves toward them. Karina deflected the blade from the green-haired Marine officer and used her other dagger to slam the blade away sideways. Immediately, Karina ducked to dodge the punch from the burly Marine officer and jumped back next to Rowan's side. Bounce! Watching 5 Marine officers simultaneously jumping up to strike toward them, Rowan quickly hugged Karina and crouched down, prior to using his ability to bounce back the weapons. The blonde-haired Marine officer was seen to have recovered the fastest and dashed again towards Rowan and Karina, lightly bouncing away from the sword strike from the blonde-haired Marine officer. Rowan gently tapped on his foot and used Karina's back as the support to lift his legs up in the air. Right afterward, Rowan pulled the trigger of his revolver, and 2 bullets flew off with a burst of bounce force. The bullets traveled rapidly towards Baton, who was standing on his spot and analyzing the situation. Lesser, holding up his free hand towards the rapidly approaching bullets, Baton stated. Surprisingly, the bullets traveling with incredible speed stopped in front of Baton in a matter of a millisecond, before losing their forces and dropping down. A devil fruit ability, Rowan mentally exclaimed as he saw Baton stopping his bullets. He started to feel the dread creeping down his spine as he felt the gaze of Baton intently staring at him and Karina battle against the 5 officers. Clang, damn it, Rowan! Karina shouted in midst of the fight as she continued to deflect the attacks that kept coming from 3 different directions. Do something already. She was displaying a quick blade play in a very flexible manner. She bent her body backward to let a sword slip behind her back, before backflipping and kicking off the extended sword to dodge a punch that was heading towards her way. Rowan's punch met the burly officer's punch, causing the latter to fly away with his hand bleeding and broken. Trying to keep his emotion in control, Rowan spoke back calmly. Don't be careless, Karina. That dude over there is just watching us fight right now and possesses a devil fruit ability. At the same time, Rowan slammed his bullets into the nearby Marine officer with black hair, causing the latter to throw up a gallon of blood and drop dead instantly. The blood sprayed and landed on Rowan, leaving him stained in red. Hard to focus on both at the same time, you know? Ha! It seems that you were unable to separate the 2 from one another. Steri, Kenzo, and Haruo, back off. This should be good enough. Go with the plan B. Baton sighed and began to approach Rowan and Karina. The Marine officers with blonde hair, green hair, and burly feature nodded before backing away and standing on the side while grabbing their fellow Marine officers, although it is unknown whether they are alive or dead. Rowan grimaced as he watched Baton slowly walking towards them. Listen, Karina. When I shot the bullets earlier, he somehow stopped it in the midair. He said, Lesser. Don't really understand what his ability can truly do, but he can stop my bounce. Karina nodded, having learnt new information. Although she was right next to Rowan, she was occupied with the fight that she didn't get to witness the scene. Baton eventually stopped in proximity to Rowan and Karina. Any last words? Karina raised her hand eagerly. Well, not last words, but I do have something to say. Did you brush? Why does it smell so much when you talk? Rowan smirked hearing Karina's words. I bet that he's never dated before. A loser who locks himself in a room and does questionable things. Look at his hair. It's not wax. It's gotta be the oil from his hair since he didn't shower for years. Baton laughed. Sure. Nice attempt. I bet that some would have gone angry hearing that. Anyway, shall we start? Right after, Baton raised his short sword and slammed down, which is blocked by Rowan's fist and Karina's daggers. Baton held an amused look as his short sword was repelled by Rowan's bounce force. The fight between Rear Admiral Baton versus Rowan and Karina has begun. Chapter 44. The projectiles don't seem to work on Baton. He literally stopped my bullets in midair. I doubt that he acquired Kid's devil fruit in such a short time. Rowan thought as he and Karina stood against Baton in a deadlock. Lesser. That's the word, he said. I'm assuming that his power allows him to reduce the physical aspects. Just now, he reduced the speed and strength of my bullets. Rowan was interrupted by Baton's rapid dash towards them. Instantly appearing in front of Rowan, Baton swung his short sword towards Rowan at fast speed. Rowan's eyes widened and immediately opened his left palm toward the short sword. Rowan's palm and Baton's short sword collided before both were bounced backwards. Skidding and finally stopping on the ground, Rowan narrowed his eyes. Just now, he didn't use that lesser technique on my bounce. He can't use his ability on the living beings? Baton raised his short sword to block Karina's daggers thrown at him. To his surprise, the daggers didn't get reflected, but spun around the short sword as the metal wires attached onto the daggers quickly wrapped around it. Rowan! Karina shouted, and Rowan, who landed next to Karina, immediately grabbed the metal wires and pulled them towards him. Lesser. Holding his palm against the metal wires, Baton calmly called out. Right afterwards, the metal wires suddenly became thin and loose, before each of them were severed into two pieces. Rowan rolled backwards due to the sudden breakage of the metal wires, before positioning himself. Karina gritted her teeth before dashing towards Baton. Rowan instantly caught up to Karina through the propulsion with bounce. Currently, there are two ways to defeat Baton. Rowan thought as his right punch approached Baton. Really, can't you come up with something better? Baton lazily said while raising his palm again. Ignoring Baton's antic, Rowan continued to fly towards Baton with Karina dashing right behind him. Lesser. First, using the sea stone. Rowan thought as he retracted his fist back at the last moment. Simultaneously, he rapidly swung his left hand, which is holding the sea stone jit. He had it sheathed on his back. Baton was about to block the jit with his short sword, however, was blocked by Karina's daggers. Oh! Baton lifted up his eyebrow in amusement as he stared at the sea stone jit, which was about to strike him in less than a millisecond.
Soru.
Baton suddenly disappeared from Rowan and Karina's views, before appearing on their back, with his short sword ready to slam onto them. Damn it! Rowan quickly turned himself around by bouncing himself off the air and held out his sea stone jit horizontally to defend the short sword. Karina threw her daggers toward Baton's feet, quickly took out new pair of daggers from her pouches, and launched herself towards Baton again. Lesser. Baton held out his hand towards the midriff of Rowan's jit that connected the handle with sea stone tip. The sea stone jit cracked before crumbling apart, and the sea stone tip flew out of the jit and landed on the ground.
Kamie.
Simultaneously, Baton's body bent unnaturally and dodged all of Karina's daggers. Watching Baton's swift reaction, Rowan and Karina grimaced and jumped back in caution. Wow, how did you manage to take that sea stone in such a short amount of time? Baton looked at the sea stone that lied in Karina's hand with amused eyes. Staring at the broken handle of jit on his hand, Rowan quickly spoke out, Karina, this dude's ability to reduce the size, speed, and strength seems to have limited range. Probably the reason as to why he wants to fight us in small setting. Also Rowan couldn't finish his words, as he saw Baton lifting his right leg up. Renkyaku. A compressed blades of air rushed toward Rowan and Karina. Rowan hopped himself in midair, while Karina jumped sideways to dodge the bullets.
Soru.
Baton disappeared from his position with a dust and instantly appeared in front of Karina. Blade storm. Karina didn't panic in front of Baton's huge form and rapidly slashed towards Baton at an incredible speed. Lesser. Holding out his hand, Baton stated. As the blades clashed, Karina's daggers immediately broke from the rapid slashes and caused her to clench her teeth as she dashed sideways and pulled out a new pair of daggers. You think that's all I got? Don't get cocky, you bastard. Karina growled as she clashed her daggers against Baton's short sword once more. We have no idea about what this plan B may be. Where have those Marine officers, whom we fought, gone to? First method was sea stone. Second method is to use the weakness of the devil fruit against itself. Seeing Baton, who used sorrow again to catch up to Karina, Rowan himself bounced against the wall and flew towards Baton, and Karina at an insane speed. From what I've observed so far, Baton can only use his ability in one object at once. Also, there seems to be a cooldown time every single time he uses the ability. Coupled with its pretty small range, it is evident that this ability isn't invincible. Lesser. Using his ability once again, Baton caused Karina's daggers to break by smashing his short sword into them. Subsequently, Baton noticed Rowan flying towards him at an insane speed and braced himself. Tekai. Rowan's palm struck Baton's abdomen, whose hands were occupied from Karina just now. However, Baton seems to have sustained no damage, as his face still looked casual. With his palm still in contact with Baton, Rowan grinned. His ability cannot affect the living being like me. Checkmate. Bounce crash, 10. Hit dash, however, before Rowan could blast his attack, less 100 strength. Baton didn't lose his casualty even with Rowan's palm about to unleash its attack, and let out a grin as he watched the daggers thrown by Karina flying lethally toward him. Suddenly, the part of the ground Rowan was standing on shrunk and created a hole abruptly, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Simultaneously, Karina's daggers stopped in midair and fell powerlessly. What? Rowan's eyes widened as he witnessed Baton's display of power, and quickly brought himself away from the hole. I thought he could only use his power on one object at once. Sure gone. Immediately after preventing Rowan and Karina's assaults, Baton poked his right index finger towards Rowan at a blinding speed that Rowan could barely see. The finger collided with Rowan's shoulder, which barely managed to expel small amount of the bounce force to deflect the attack. The force generated from the collision caused Rowan to fly back, and he wobbly landed on the ground, with a large bruise on his left arm.
Ugh.
Rowan groaned slightly as he felt the pain from his wound. Karina held out her daggers and sighed, I'm leaning towards an idea that man may be too much for us to handle, and at this point, I don't really have an idea how I can help you. He just seems to be unbreakable with my skills alone. Shifting his gaze to Karina's pouches, Rowan noticed that she is probably down to her last pair of daggers. That Marine dude deliberately used his ability on one object only, just to lure us in. It was too close just now on. I would have suffered more grievous injury than this if I were to react just a little later. An annoying ability to deal with indeed, Baton commented while rubbing his chin. The ability to bounce off using one's own body and any solid object one is in contact with. From what I can see, in order for you to deflect the attack, you have to be aware. Requires a very fast reflex and eyesight. It seems that you are quite gifted in those aspects, aren't you? Rowan didn't pay his mind to Baton, but began to devise a plan. Can target multiple objects at once. However, other weaknesses stand. Limited range and cooldown. Additionally, just like me, he has to be aware. If I can speed up very fast and not allow him to react, he shouldn't be able to reduce the attack. Which means, I just have to be fast enough that you won't be able to react. Having reached the same conclusion as Rowan, Baton grinned as he sheathed his short sword back. Karina, Rowan whispered to Karina next to him. I think we're out of options here. We have to separate, and I need you to look for the log pose while I hold off this dude. There's probably 3 officers we face Sora. Baton once again dashed from his position and appeared in front of Karina in an instant. Shit. Realizing that Baton intends to get rid of Karina first, Rowan's eyes burned in anger as he bounced towards Baton at an incredible speed. Sure gone. Rowan barely reached Baton's finger and stopped it with his punch. Karina flew backwards from the shock, before backflipping and landing safely onto the ground. "Go now, Karina," Rowan shouted as he and Baton began to move at a blurry speed. The shock waves from the collisions boomed within the secluded spot, causing Karina to shield her face with her arms. Staring at Rowan with slight worry in her eyes, Karina gritted her teeth and quickly dashed away from the sight at her fastest speed. "Oh ho, you think I will let you go?" While in midst of blindingly fast combat between Rowan, Baton muttered to himself before using Saru to appear right in front of Karina. However, Rowan simultaneously appeared next to Baton and prevented Baton from causing any harm to Karina by blocking Baton's finger with his fist once more. Sweating profusely, Karina continued her run and eventually disappeared from Baton's view, causing the latter to shrug. "Well, back to plan A, I suppose?" Baton said half-heartedly. "By the way, the movement you did just now, did you copy Saru? How impressive." Watching Karina's successful escape, Rowan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Instantly after, Rowan shrugged back, "I have good eyes. Who knew that kicking 10 times off the ground is really a thing? I was quite retarded in the past, wasn't I?" Rowan couldn't help but think in exasperation. "Good thing I managed to sight the exact moment he kicked off at least. Can't kick that fast, but I got my bounce to do the job for me." Baton nodded with his arms crossed together. "Getting stronger during the battle. Seems that you are becoming more and more troublesome fellow to deal with." Slowly cracking his body, Baton sighed. "Guess I will have to disregard the building. It's going to leave a dent in my career. Curses upon you, Grimheart." Right after his statement, Baton suddenly became smaller and thinner, with his height dropping from 4 meter to 3.5 meter.
Seimei kikan, kamie bushin.
Baton took off the glasses from his eyes and put it in the inner pocket of his black suit. "This is the dead end for you, Grimheart. Let's wrap this up before the situation gets more messy." Chapter 45. One Marine ship was engulfed by a fire produced by Carmen. Before the Marines on the ship even got a chance to scream, they received the full force of fire and departed from life. At the same time, the fire that contacted upon the water caused the steam to arise. Moving through the steam, Prominence revealed its full glory, standing with its impressive size that is larger than the average Marine ships. "No going back," Dan muttered to himself as he steered Prominence sideways to dodge the ruins of the destroyed Marine ship. Carmen was standing on the frontmost deck of the ship, with her arms crossed. "Attention! Ship A-13 sank. Turn and aim towards the bright orange ship," identified as the ship belonging to Grimheart pirates. The nearest ship sent messages to all ships surrounding the Marine base. 2 individuals cited to be standing on the deck. "Maintain your distance and approach with caution." Right after, the Marine ships, amounting to 15 in total, all turned simultaneously and began to approach Prominence, with their cannons ready to fire. Watching the numerous Marine ships moving towards them all at once, Carmen gathered her resolve as her hands began to glow in bright red. "Fire!" Commodore Kazu, standing on the largest Marine ship, shouted while pointing his unique, green-colored sword towards Prominence. 15 Marine ships all blasted the cannonballs one after the other, and Carmen saw countless number of cannonballs rapidly flying towards them from the sky. Blaze fortification. Holding out her hands, Carmen, at her utmost concentration, created a huge wall of red-colored fire at some distance away from Prominence. Seeing this, the Marines' jaws opened wide in a complete shock. Such large quantity of fire from nowhere, and look how it's maintained in midair. This has to be the work of flame fruit. There is no other possible explanation. One Marine shouted in an absolute horror. Kazu slammed his fist onto the rail in anger. Logia-type fruit. To think it's capable of doing something of this scale. How did it end up in the hands of the Grimheart pirates? One after the other, the cannonballs entered the firewall, before melting down into hot liquids and dropping to the sea, creating a large volume of steam once again. When the Marine ships ceased to shoot the cannonballs, nothing could be seen. Grabbing the dial from Din Din Mushi, Kazu immediately commanded, Slowly back out and watch out for any incoming attack. Our enemy is the user of the Logia-type flame fruit. Staying clustered will only result in our loss. Obeying Kazu, the marine ships retreated backwards, dispersing themselves from their current formation. Within the smoke, a bright flash was seen before another marine ship sank. Prominence stormed right in the middle of the marine ships. Teasing, to think you would be so bold. Several marine officers from different ships launched themselves towards Prominence, with swords in their hands. Carmen sighted them in the air, flying towards her in every direction. Phoenix flare. Holding out her hands side to side, she emitted fire to both sides, and each morphed into a shape that resembles a bird with its wings wide open. Watching the intense fire traveling towards them, the marine officers gritted their teeth as they pulled their swords back before rapidly slashing towards the fire. The arcs of sword slashes flew to the fire, causing Carmen to snort. She, as the cook, knew how important oxygen is for the fire to continue to burn. The sword slashes, which are essentially the waves of compressed air, will fail to serve their purpose. And just as she expected, when two attacks collided, the Phoenix flares simply overtook the sword slashes and continued its travel towards the marine officers with larger sizes. Watching this phenomenon, the marine officers' eyes widened and used each other to push off and dodge the fire. Due to this, they failed to land on the deck of Prominence and fell into the water nearby. Oh, how simple-minded you all are. I cannot fathom how foolish one would have to be to dare to use air against the very manifestation of the flame. Carmen dramatically posed and mocked the marine officers. Kazu growled watching this scene. The marine soldiers seemed to have become even more terrified after witnessing how the marine officers couldn't handle one attack from Carmen. I shall not stand this injustice. The good will prevail over evil, no matter what circumstance it may be. As Carmen was about to blast fire once again towards the nearby marine ships, Kazu quickly propelled himself from the deck. While holding his green sword with two hands, Carmen held out her hands towards Kazu, who was flying towards her at an incredible speed. Inferno beam. An intense blast of red fire erupted from Carmen's hands and blasted towards Kazu. Watching as the huge pillar of fire blast approached him, he lowered his stance and pulled his sword back. One sword style, Jeppo Kazakiri, pushing himself against the air with his feet. Kazu propelled himself even faster and slashed through the pillar of fire, horizontally, which caused it to be split in two directions, where one part blasted towards the sky while the other crashed into the water and generated large amount of steam. Kazu continued to fly towards Carmen and slashed very quickly through her, but the sword went through Carmen, whose body turned into fire. Gently landing onto Prominence, Kazu got into a stance and glared at Carmen, who was surprised that Kazu managed to cut through her fire. What a tough sword. Carmen saw that Kazu's sword wasn't an ordinary kind. It had a weird green hue. However, he's still incapable of wounding me. Since I shall not be able to exert my full strength on Prominence, I shall simply rampage on the empty marine ships. How would Baton think in this situation? Kazu grimaced as his grips on the sword tightened. The ultimate weakness of devil fruit, c. Coincidentally, water counters fire. Subsequently, he looked up and saw a dense amount of steam levitating in the sky. Excess steam will result in condensation. Two ways to generate large volume of water. Rain through steam or directing my attacks toward the sea. Carmen jumped from Prominence before transforming her body into fire and flying towards the biggest marine ship Kazu was in charge of. Kazu's eyes widened seeing Carmen's sudden movement before propelling himself to chase after Carmen. Wind bazooka. Kazu slashed his sword into the water below Carmen's fire-transformed body in an attempt to create an eruption of water onto her. The concentrated wind blew towards the direction that Kazu intended. However, before it could reach water, orb of flamboyance, Carmen quickly changed her body back to normal in midair and summoned a large fireball beneath herself, which absorbed the wind from Kazu and grew larger. Immediately after, Carmen threw the fireball towards Kazu's ship. You won't dare. Kazu screamed desperately as he watched the fireball flying towards the terror-stricken faces of his subordinates. The whole ship was blasted into a fire as the woods were instantly reduced to ashes, and the metal frame melted down. The ship sank, and another volume of steam was generated. "My comrades!" The veins popped out from Kazu's forehead, and his whole body shook in a fury. "I shall avenge you all." Before he could finish his monologue, Carmen blasted herself to another marine ship and wrecked it apart, causing Kazu's jaw to open wide comically. "Where is your honor? How can you be so despicable to such an extent?" Kazu seethed in anger in midair, while constantly using Jeppo to prevent himself from falling. Carmen, while keeping herself in midair by blasting fire off of her feet, held out her arms open wide, dramatically. Fire knows no mercy. It simply burns everything on its sight. Meanwhile, Dan was continuously weaving Prominence through the marine ships without a collision by using the secondary steering wheel in the anchor room. By placing himself inside this room, he was able to avoid getting caught up by Carmen's assaults. As soon as Carmen and Kazu left Prominence, Dan immediately pulled the ship back to avoid any assaults from the Marines with Carmen's absence. 4 hours have passed. Dan's expression darkened as he checked his watch once again. They probably heard the commotion here. The fact that Captain and Karina are unable to help us only means that they are in quite a trouble. Dan shifted his gaze to the small window, where he witnessed Carmen and Kazu's clash. Thankfully, the entire Marine forces seemed to be focusing on minimizing the casualty created by Carmen's destructive power. However, Carmen's flame was strong enough to demolish a ship in one go. They couldn't do much but retreat. Carmen's ability is potent enough to carry us through this mayhem. Issue is, she exerted a huge amount of fire up until now, without a rest. She will end up completely exhausting herself, Dan thought as he stopped Prominence after it gained some distance from the battlefield. Positioning the ship so that its side is facing the battlefield, Dan quickly ran to the lower floor of the ship, cannon room. As quickly as possible, he opened the small wooden windows to revel 4 cannon barrels from Prominence, pointing towards the battlefield. Carmen is a Logia. These cannonballs should be harmless to her, Dan thought as he placed cannonballs into each cannon and lit up the cannon fuses. Time is against our side. We have to end this fast. For cannonballs fired off Prominence and traveled toward Carmen, Kazu, and the Marine ships. Hearing to the loud sounds of the cannons, the Marine officers immediately reacted. They jumped up from the decks and used their swords skillfully to change the trajectory paths of the cannonballs, causing them to miss and land on the nearby water. Noting how the cannonballs failed to do anything, Dan growled in frustration before quickly heading back to move the ship again. Without Carmen, Dan couldn't afford to risk staying still and allow the Marines to get easy shots with cannonballs. As soon as Prominence moved, one cannonball landed on its previous location, causing Dan to let out a cold sweat. That was too close for my liking. Watching another cannonball flying towards Prominence, Dan quickly turned the wheel and Prominence took a sudden turn, dodging another cannonball successfully. Carmen took notice that Prominence acquired a distance as the Marine ships started to shoot the cannonballs again. Prominence out of bound. "Well done, Dan." She smiled and began to glow brightly, causing Kazu to tense up. In complete seriousness, Kazu landed on one Marine ship before sheathing his sword into the sword sheath and holding onto the handle tightly. One sword style. Origami. With his sword still sheathed, Kazu blasted off the deck towards Carmen, who was hovering midair. "Flame Empress," Carmen declared as the light around her brightened and the heat intensified, before her whole body completely transformed into a purple-colored flame. The purple flame rapidly enlarged and filled the whole sky, creating a majestic view. And this shall conclude the fate of our battle. Chapter 46. Carmen, floating in the air with her flames filling the whole sky, held her right hand up towards Kazu, who was rapidly flying straight to her. At her command, the purple flame that filled the whole sky swirled and converged in front of Carmen's extended hand, forming a dense purple-colored orb of fire, which intensely burned the air around and generated intolerable heat, to an extent where the ocean beneath her began to boil. At the next moment, Reaching right in front of Carmen, Kazu unsheathed his sword in a blinding speed, in an attempt to dispel Carmen's attack. However, right at that moment, Helios, Carmen stated as the dense orb of fire blasted right in front of Kazu. Gritting his teeth, Kazu used all his strength to deflect the dense orb of fire upwards. However, it blasted at a very high temperature, to an extent where Kazu's sword instantly heated up so high that Kazu's hand couldn't help but release the sword, causing it to fall to the sea. Now standing defenseless against Carmen's attack, Kazu's eyes lost a gleam as he faced the dense orb of fire in front of him, and immediately after, the orb of fire passed through him, completely disintegrating him into dusts in less than a second. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Witnessing the fire orb that destroyed Commodore Kazu without a chance to retaliate, the Marine officers cried out in panic as it continued to travel towards them. But to no avail, the ships couldn't defeat the blinding speed that the fire orb traveled at. Sweating profusely, the Marine officers jumped up from their ships to block Carmen's attack together as the last resort. In total, 12 of them gathered in the center of the impact and took out their swords and held in their fronts. However, the attempt proved to be futile. They couldn't prevent the fire orb from advancing for even a second, but met with a fate as same as Kazu. The whole sea at which the orb impacted on shook and exploded. Thrown between the chaotic mix of boiling water, hot steam, fire, and waves, the 9 Marine ships nearby sank instantly. Additionally, the surrounding 4 Marine ships suffered major damages, such as losing the sailing masts, the hulls and frames melted and are broken, the outer layers completely wrecked, and the Marine soldiers falling and being burnt in the boiling sea. Wobbly floating still, the fire and intense heat from Carmen disappeared before minimum intensity of fire remained at the soles of her feet to keep her afloat. Remind me not to anger Carmen ever. Dan swore in his mind as he assessed how much casualties the Marines suffered. That being said, well done, Carmen. Dan lit up the fuses of cannons once more. The cannonballs flew to the damaged Marine ships before completely wrecking the 4 remaining ships into ruins. As one Marine ship was sinking, one Marine soldier was shaking in fear as his gaze didn't leave Carmen. This has to be a dream, right? Yes, a dream. It's got to be. That was his last word before the whole ship sank into the boiling water. Slowly flying, Carmen eventually reached Prominence, which was situated at some distance away from the chaos. Carmen, you did it. To think it was possible for one person to wipe out the whole base. Dan exclaimed his amazement, but before he could continue, Carmen fell down on the deck with a thud, unconscious. The blurry images of Rowan and Baton appeared in one sight after the other as the two continued their extremely fast-paced combat. Using the bounce force twice consecutively on his feet, Rowan blasted with an exploding speed. By continuously bouncing around with the minimal loss of momentum, I can accelerate indefinitely as long as my body can handle. Issue is, Rowan thought as he and Baton continued to blur around the hall. Tekai. Rowan and Baton's fists connected in midair before they disappeared from once again. Immediately after, they were seen to have another collision in different location. He's keep on interrupting my momentum. His precision is quite insane. Rowan quickly bounced sideways to dodge Baton's Shurgon, before quickly jabbing forward.
Kamie, weightless.
Baton called out as Rowan's bounce force collided onto Baton's body. However, Baton flew back without sustaining any damage, before disappearing in a blindly fast Saru once again. And that skill, he somehow reduces his weight to such an extent where a slight force can push him back. My bounce cannot injure him without any object behind to prevent him from launching back. Lesser. Appearing at the ceiling, Baton swiftly moved through the hall while holding his hands up, which caused the ceiling to wobble and fall onto Rowan as pieces. Rowan blasted off the pieces away from him before propelling him towards Baton, who instantly dashed away towards the sky. Now on top of the sky, Baton glared at Rowan before falling towards the ladder with his finger outstretched. Shurgon, Kuinrin, drill. Baton rapidly spun around while propelling himself downwards by using Jeppo. Rowan simultaneously propelled himself up with his left fist cocked back. Bounce fake. Rowan's fist suddenly turned into a palm and blasted a bounce force in sideways, causing Rowan's position to shift leftward. Consecutively, Rowan flipped his body and cocked his right fist back, but to his surprise, met Baton, who already seemed to be prepared with his legs stretched backwards. Exactly what I've been expecting. Rankyako. Chinmaku. Silence. Before Rowan could blink, he sighted Baton's leg blur before he found himself flying backwards and crashing on top of the ceiling of the marine base. The dust arose as one section of the marine base was crashed into the oblivion.
Ugh.
Standing up from the ground, Rowan wiped the blood in his mouth as he saw a newly formed gash that cuts across his abdomen diagonally. Thankfully, he managed to save himself from being wounded by crashing through the use of bounce force. Don't let your guard down yet. A voice was suddenly heard from behind him, which caused Rowan's eyes to widen. Shurgon, Kikanju, machine gun. Shit, without thinking further, Rowan immediately generated a large magnitude of bounce forces all around his body at once. However, the attack seemed to be a feint, as Baton dashed away from Rowan. Consecutively, the constructions around Rowan crumbled due to the bounce force he exerted. He weakened them using his ability. Rowan's eyes widened as another section of marine base crashed down onto him. In order to deflect the heavy masses of those heavy objects, Rowan blasted off with his hands outstretched, blasting those objects away. Not good. Rowan muttered to himself as he felt himself getting exhausted from the overexertion of his ability. Immediately getting back into a stance, Rowan looked around his surroundings in a caution. His tempo is becoming faster and faster. Is he testing my limits? Why? Suddenly, the swords at a size of a toothpick flew towards Rowan at an incredible speed, which Rowan managed to sight before it was too late, and dodged with a fast reaction speed. There must be a limit as to how much he can reduce. Briefly thinking, Rowan took out his revolver once more. In the next moment, Baton made a sudden appearance as he dashed in front of Rowan. Gritting his teeth, Rowan held out his palm that expelled bounce force as he anticipated for an attack from Baton. However, Baton simply smiled as he raised his finger up and flicked towards the revolver Rowan was holding. Lesser. The revolver instantly shrunk to a very minuscule size, causing Rowan to growl in frustration as he jumped backwards to gain some distance between him and Baton. In spite of that, Baton appeared behind him once more. Holding out his fists out together towards Rowan, Rowan couldn't help but feel the dread as he saw Baton getting into a stance he hasn't witnessed previously. The time seemed to slow down as Rowan stared at Baton with panicked eyes, and used his bounce forces at a maximum efficiency to turn his body and counter Baton's attack. Yet, his reaction speed simply wasn't fast enough. Rokushikyoji, Rokwogen, Baton stated as the powerful shockwave was released from Baton's fists. Bounce! Rowan shouted in urgency as he released the highest magnitude of bounce force he could muster from his back. There seemed to be a struggle of power as the shockwave and bounce force collided. Rowan quickly used the momentum generated from the collision to propel himself forward, away from the shockwave. However, at the next moment, the shockwave completely dominated the bounce force and penetrated Rowan's body, causing him to vomit large amount of blood and land on the ground with a thud.
Keskiviko, ko.
Rowan couldn't breathe properly as his body felt the tremendous blow. He was bleeding profusely around the stomach area, and his rib bones were broken or cracked. He was only able to keep himself conscious due to the fact that the bounce force reduced the force of Baton's attack. A force that was so strong that my bounce force failed to deflect for the first time, thought Rowan as he struggled from the pain. Finally managing to breathe, Rowan saw Baton standing in the front with his hazy eyes. Baton walked over Rowan while jotting down the notes. Versatility of the bounce fruit. Noteworthy physical prowess. The pirate that is more intelligent than many. Cannot be left uncontrolled. Recommend an immediate imprisonment to the level 5 of impel down. Baton muttered as he stood in front of Rowan and placed his note back into his inner pocket. This marine base is quite a mess. Hope they lay me off the hook by capturing you. Baton scratched his back lazily while staring at Rowan, who was still down. Now, if only I can get someone to cuff you with the sea stone cuff? Before Baton could continue, a violent noise shook from the outside, causing his eyes to narrow. Subsequently, the floor that they were standing on shook momentarily. What's going on? The matter should have been handled swiftly. 15 Marine ships against just one or couple of pirate ships who just entered the Grand Line. This shouldn't be a hard task at all, especially with Commodore Kazu in command. Baton said to himself while placing his hand on his chin. I may have an idea as to what happened. Rowan weakly grinned as he struggled to stand up from his spot. It's got to be Carmen. Definitely possible, based on what I saw from Sixus. Logia is insanely powerful indeed. And what kind of captain will I be if I let my subordinates outdo me? Rowan blazed up in a determination as his muscles worked beyond their limits to lift him back up. Baton sighed in annoyance. No matter. One more will do its job. Baton placed his 2 fists in front once more. Rowan clenched his fists as he took a deep breath and cocked his right fist back. Focus. Just like bounce crash, generate consecutive bounce forces rapidly. Differentiate the duration of the each generated bounce, so that the earlier bounce has longer duration than the later bounce. Summation. All the bounce forces consecutively produced sum up into one huge force. Focus, Rowan. Roquogan. A huge shockwave blasted towards Rowan, who glared at it ferociously, before wildly slamming his right fist forward. With his eyes closed, Rowan felt the very familiar ability to generate bounce respond to his will. Longest, longer, long, semi-long, average, semi-short, short, shorter, shortest. Synchronize. Blast. Rowan muttered weakly. In the next moment, the whole place shook and vibrated intensely as Rowan's punch managed to shatter the shockwave in one go. Baton's eyes widened as he witnessed Rowan's absurdly powerful attack. Although wobbling from his spot and breathing heavily, Rowan continued to glare at Baton with all his will. You. Baton frowned and took his note back out, before ripping it apart. To think one can grow this strong near the entrance of the Grand Line. Is it the devil fruit? Is it Uchiha? Or just you? No matter. You will die here. Chapter 47. Weird. I expected to face off against those Marine officers we've fought previously. Karina thought to herself as she swiftly dashed through the Marine base, with a large sack on her back. The base is completely empty too. Have they given up with whatever plans they got? On her wrist, 2 log poses were strapped. One was the log pose she originally had, while the other was the one she found in the base. If there was one thing she was the best at, it was to find exactly what she's looking for. Boom! Karina momentarily stopped as she felt the whole building vibrate violently, gazing at the direction where Rowan crashed onto. Consecutively, she dashed away from the site and continued to surf through the Marine bases. HM? Karina stopped in front of the tremendously huge doors, amounting to more than 4 meters in terms of length. Next to the door, a plate was engraved with the following name, Baton. Jackpot. Without any hesitation, Karina checked for any traps nearby before creaking the door open and entering the office. Bounty posters, glasses, books, and Karina expressed her surprise as she came across one particular children's book in the bookshelf. The Tale of Uchiha Medusa. Wow, Uchiha was actually a thing? Karina muttered to herself before throwing it in her sack as well. Karina then heard another noise that blasted so loudly, causing her to wince slightly. What's going on outside? Quickly moving towards the window, Karina's eyes witnessed as she saw a huge amount of steam that covered the entire sea ahead of her. Carmen? She knew that Carmen was the only one capable of achieving such a feat. Squinting her eyes, Karina attempted to get a better view of the scene, but to no avail. Steam of such scale. Carmen won't be that easy for the Marines to deal with. Coupled with Rowan, the damage dealt to this base is catastrophic beyond belief. It is likely that those 3 Marine officers, who momentarily fought us, will send messages to all the expeditionary units for an urgent return, and report to the other Marine bases and their headquarters, Marineford. Not good. Interrupting her thought, another violent quake occurred, causing Karina's eyes to widen and turn her head downwards, to where she felt the vibration coming from. Rowan? That was definitely his ability. He's definitely struggling right now. We need to get out of here fast. And how will we do this? That rear admiral is tough to crack. A devil fruit ability that neutralizes most of the ranged attacks and exceptionally skilled at close combat. Quite intelligent and calm enough not to be provoked. However, in the next moment, Karina witnessed Prominence making its debut from the sea full of steam, sailing victoriously. Karina's eyes lit up in delight before she opened the window and instantly jumped down from the marine base. Karina! Sighting Karina, who was running towards them, Dan waved his hands widely while shouting. Carmen seemed to have regained her consciousness as she leaned against the rail while sitting up.
Carmen, Dan.
What happened? Swiftly landing onto the deck, Karina asked immediately. Dan chuckled in response before pointing at Carmen. Well, she just went kaboom and wiped out the whole Marines there. Best cook all right. She cooked tons of humans today. Ignoring Dan's dark joke, Karina couldn't help but open her jaw wide in a shock. The whole fleet? Turning her head back, Karina still couldn't sight anything other than the steam. Shaking her head, she calmed herself down and quickly assessed the situation. Looking up towards the Marine base G-11, which was completely wrecked by Rowan and Baton's battle, Karina opened her mouth. Listen, Rowan is fighting Rear Admiral in there, and gotta say, that Rear Admiral is the strongest we've seen so far. I'm not sure if Rowan can win alone. Looking at Carmen, Karina asked, how much more can you fight? Dan shook his head in negative. She completely exhausted herself. Sugar, fat, the level of whatever supplies an energy to her body is low. Barely has enough energy to keep herself conscious. Well, we only got one option then. Get me a speaker. Holding out her hand, Karina grabbed the red speaker that Dan passed to her, before taking a deep breath. Rowan, we're all ready to go. Get your ass over here. Heh, you hear that? While clenching his bleeding stomach, Rowan weakly grinned at Baton, whose hand was onto the dial that he placed next to his ear. And the whole fleet suffered a defeat against Grimheart pirates. Survivor, there is none? A grim voice of one Marine officer was heard, causing Baton's face to become colder and colder, full of killing intent. How? There shouldn't have been any problem with the plan. Baton gritted his teeth. One woman, sir. One pink-haired woman part of Grimheart pirates ate flame fruit, a Logia type. Hearing this, Baton furiously crushed the dial, causing the din mushy to drop dead, unresponsive. To think that was the case. I should have thought of such scenario right from the beginning when I saw the steam, even if it seemed nearly impossible. Rowan weakly snorted at Baton, who finally lost his composure. It has been fun and all, but I really got to go. Although wobbling, Rowan maintained his position as the sole of his feet began to float gently. Weak sounds of bounce forces boomed as Rowan continuously attempted to propel himself up. What pain! Rowan gritted his teeth while sweating profusely. Come on, just one more time. Work? Baton snorted coldly. Where did your confidence come from? Do you honestly believe that you can escape from me? Rowan didn't cease his attempts to generate substantial bounce force from his feet. Immediately after, Baton blurred from his spot before appearing in front of Rowan, with his finger pointing towards Rowan. After all the attempts, Rowan managed to produce the bounce force of enough magnitude just in time, and very narrowly dodged Baton's Shurgon as he flew towards the sky. Oh please! Growling, Baton jumped up from the ground. Jeppo! Jumping on top of the air, Baton instantly zoomed in towards Rowan. Simultaneously, 3 Marine officers dashed out from the Marine base to help Baton, but stopped helplessly as Rowan flew to the sea. Rowan scowled seeing Baton approaching at him full speed. Shurgon, Kuinrin, drill? Baton jabbed his finger forward while slightly twisting his arm at a blinding speed towards Rowan's heart. Slightly bending sideways, Baton's attack landed on Rowan's right chest, causing the latter to vomit blood once again. However, Rowan managed to apply small amount of bounce force on the area of impact. As the result, he was propelled further by Baton's Shurgon, momentarily creating a distance between him and Baton. Rowan moved his shaking right arm to Dan while free falling towards Prominence.
Dan gan.
Rowan weakly spoke. However, he was still up high, and Dan couldn't understand Rowan's words. Dan, pass the revolver. Thankfully, Karina managed to understand Rowan by reading his lips. Dan quickly nodded and grabbed the revolver that was on his own holster before throwing it to Rowan, who caught in midair and quickly shot 3 bullets consecutively. Small amount of bounce forces proved to be effective enough for the bullets, which are a lot lighter than Rowan in terms of weight. Baton, who was about to use Rankyaku towards the whole Prominence, cursed in fury before instantly propelling himself backwards to protect 3 Marine officers who were unable to defend against Rowan's attacks. After all, their ranks were at captain or lower. Lesser. Baton easily stopped the bullets with a growl. At the same time, Dan received Rowan, who was falling, only to have his eyes bulging out from the sheer weight of Rowan, before both of them crashed from the deck to the lower ground, creating a hole. Ugh, how much do you weigh, Captain? Dan groaned before quickly standing up. Karina looked back and forth between Rowan and Baton in anxiety as she shouted out, "Guys, we have to leave right now." Rowan was feeling dizzy and weak. He could feel his body or exert the bounce to propel the ship. Carmen could do nothing but weakly speak, "Go." Dan seriously nodded and ran to the back of the ship. Prior to Rowan's arrival, Dan set up the ship so that the cannons were removed from the sides and placed at the back, where a large hole was forcibly made by him. It was unfortunate that their washroom was ruined as the result, but there really wasn't a choice. Baton looked back at 3 Marine officers and sighed in exasperation. To think I would experience something of this caliber in the early paradise. All the Marine ships at disposal were decimated by Carmen. No survivor left except for the 4. Baton's plan would have worked perfectly, if not for the fact that Carmen ate one of the most destructive devil fruit in the whole world. Now, facing against the cannons that Prominence aimed towards the Marine officers, Baton had 2 choices: sacrifice his subordinates and go after the Grimheart pirates, or give up on the pursuit and save them. Boom, 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 boom. 4 cannonballs flew towards them all at once, inducing dread from 3 Marine officers. Prominence used the force generated from the cannonballs at the same time to propel away from the shore. Less 100 size and speed. Baton spoke as the cannonballs suddenly shrunk into a size of a marble in front of him and stopped in the midair before falling harmlessly onto the ground. On top of Prominence, Karina shouted to Dan, "How many more cannonballs?" Dan shouted back, "Around 13. Looking back at the island, Dan fused the cannons again. Baton gritted his teeth. Rationally speaking, the eradication of the Grimheart pirates definitely come first. And yet, the Marine officers behind him have been serving under him for years, along with Commodore Kazu and 2 other deceased Marine officers. Originally, he let 5 of them fight against Rowan and Karina, since he initially believed Rowan's skill to be around an average Commodore's level, for he pulled out an easy win against Smoker, who had the underwhelming rank as the captain of the East Blue. It would have served as great ways not only to raise their merits, but also to gain more experiences. Oh, how the turntables. Sigh less absolute defense. Sitting down on the ground, cross-legged, Baton intensely glared at Prominence that was sailing away at rapid speed, while blocking all the cannonballs easily. Since the start of the battle, Baton remained unscathed. 3 Marine officers behind him lowered their heads in dejection, as the steam cleared and a chaotic mess of woods, metals, other materials, corpses, blood, and all kinds were floating together. Uchiha Bob, Grimheart, Rowan, whoever you are, I don't think I will be able to live in peace until I see you and your whole crew dead. A hatred blazed within Baton's eyes as they swept over the messes that were slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Since I am to return to Marineford, why not chase after them? Reaching into the inner pocket of the black suit he is wearing, Baton pulled out a map. Their next destination, based on the magnetism of 7th Route, the Honeydew Valley. Enjoy few more days of your life, pirate. Chapter 48. Slam. What? Sengoku slammed his fist onto the desk that laid in front of him, creating a dent. His other hand clenched onto the dial of the Den Den Mushi. Rowan the Grimheart, his real name being Uchiha Bob. He has 3 subordinates under him. One man with a black eye mask on his face with blue hair. One woman with pink hair, identified as Carmen, who ate the flame fruit. And the last woman with short purple hair, identified as the illegitimate daughter of the previous king of Frost Kingdom, Ban. From the Den Mushi, Baton's voice was heard as he spoke calmly without any hint of emotion. Ace the rascal, not sighted, confirmed that they were merely allies temporarily and separated once they entered the Grand Line. Sengoku furiously shouted into the dial, "That's not what I'm asking. How can the 4 pirates, who just entered the Grand Line, annihilate 15 ships at once? And what? A casualty amounting over few hundreds?" Unable to contain his anger, Sengoku stood up and walked back and forth rapidly. The Den Mushi calmly closed its eyes as Baton's voice was heard once more. "Fault the others who failed to gather a proper intel. That woman with flame fruit wasn't a part of my plan. You think being Spandine's son will save you?" Sengoku roared, hearing Baton's reply. His fist clenched hard and the veins popped out, containing Sengoku's anger. Baton seemed to be offended by Sengoku's outburst, as the Den Mushi widened its eyes and gained a tick in the forehead. "Do not mention that bastard in front of me." Taking a deep breath, Sengoku attempted to calm himself down. "You were technically off duty from the Marine Base G-11 prior to the assault, but that doesn't excuse you from failing your duty as a Rear Admiral. I hereby state that you are unsuitable for such a responsibility. You are demoted to ensign until further notice. I won't speak any longer. Return immediately." Placing the dial back onto the Den Mushi with a shaking hand, Sengoku massaged his forehead with his other hand. "Grimheart Rowan can't be left unattended. Wrecked the whole Marine base, committed a massacre, and safely escaped." Sengoku grimly thought before lifting up the dial from another Den Mushi on his desk, making a call to someone else. Breaking news. Soon, the news regarding the destruction of the Marine Base G-11 were distributed to all around the Grand Line through the World Economy newspaper. Although the world government and the Marine tried to control the information, it was too late by the time they interfered. The news has already been distributed all over the world. A debut of a pirate crew who came from the East Blue, known as the Weakest Sea. Just the 4 of them alone faced off against hundreds of Marines and managed to pull out a victory. This news, in which its title was "The Rise of the New Supernova," brought fears upon many civilians and invoked interests in many potent individuals. Within the newspaper, the updated bounty posters of the Grimheart pirates were posted. Black Mask,
Bounty, 10,000,000 bali.
wanted dead or alive. In the image, Dan was wearing a green jacket and white shirt underneath, along with blue trousers. His hands were holding onto the steering wheel as his gaze was headed up, looking stoic. Decorin,
Bounty, 65,000,000 bali.
wanted dead or alive. In the image, Karina was wearing a white shirt and long pants with pouches on either side. She was holding onto 2 daggers, one on each hand, while flashing a wink. Flame Empress Carmen,
Bounty, 200,000 bali.
wanted dead or alive. In the image, Carmen was wearing a red-colored dress with the white frills. She was haughtily looking down with her chin raised and her arms crossed, as some fires were seen at the end of her shoulders. And finally, Grimheart Rowan,
Bounty, 205,000 bali.
wanted dead or alive. In the image, Rowan was seen to be wearing a gray shirt and a black jacket on top. Only his top was shown, where his hand was holding onto the revolver. His hair was ruffled, and he seemed to be glaring. "Huh!" Ace exclaimed his surprise as he held onto the news. He was leaning back into the chair with an empty mug on his other hand. Around him, there were piles of pirates who were beaten down to unconsciousness. Blinking his eyes for few moments, Ace suddenly broke a grin. "Yo, bartender, bring me in another one. Haha, to think they had so much fun without me. Whatever, this calls for a celebration." Ace made an order excitedly, before suddenly falling asleep on the spot, causing the bartender to sweat drop. Quack, quack. The sound of news coup crying was heard, as it flew over Prominence. Karina quickly waved her hands while whistling. The news coup recognized Karina and settled down onto the rail, with a bag containing newspaper and a pouch hanged around its neck. Pulling out a newspaper from the bag, Karina placed 100 belly inside the pouch of news coup, who quacked once more before leaving the ship. Karina grimaced as she saw the headline, which showed the destroyed Marine base G-11. Just as I expected. Everyone, come here for a sec. Karina shouted out loud. Rowan and Carmen groaned as they slowly got up from their spot and sluggishly walked over to Karina. Dan stopped writing his journal and placed the notebook back into his pocket. Carmen was seen to be tired, with her eyes half closed. However, Rowan suffered the worst injuries. Currently, he was wrapped with bandages from head to toe. News, eh? Rowan said as he gazed at the news in Karina's hands and muttered to himself. They sure are fast. Karina sighed before turning into the next page, revealing their bounty posters. Dang it, I should have done more. Maybe try to be more drastic like Carmen? Dan seemed to be quite annoyed with how his bounty seemed inferior compared to others. Ugh, it feels as if I am behind you all. Carmen placed her hands on her waist and posed drastically with one of her legs sticking out. Behold, the Flame Empress Carmen. Everyone shall fear and cower upon hearing my name. Rowan's jaw opened wide in shock as he saw his own bounty. 205 million? What? Just how rich are the Marines? Forcibly closing his mouth, Rowan turned to Karina. This is unbelievable, right, Karen? Karina? Karina was seen to be glaring at her bounty post. There it is, that stupid name again. Huh, not even the last name. Huh? Purity my ass. Despicable as always. She angrily snarled before citing Rowan's concerned look. It was very rare for Rowan to see Karina while angry. He couldn't help but be worried. Decorin? Your name seems a bit different than what we've been calling you for now. Trying to improve Karina's mood, Rowan asked playfully while rubbing his back. Karina broke out a chuckle hearing this. At least it's relevant. Unlike you going from Bob to Rowan. Fair enough. Rowan shrugged hearing that. He didn't ask any longer, since Karina didn't seem to want to talk anymore about the matter. Finishing to read the newspaper, Dan raised his hand. Captain? Rowan turned around to face Dan. So we've already accumulated a huge amount of bounty. I think we need to have some sort of plans. The bounty hunters and Marines will be chasing us until the end. Dan pointed out the issue, earning a nod from rest of the crew. Rowan groaned. He could imagine how even more tiring his life will become from now on. Sighing, Rowan spoke. We need to increase our crew number. Too small. There are limits to what we can do with just 4 of us. Enlarge our forces to face off against our enemies. Prominence is quite huge, and yet only the 4 of us are on board. Carmen raised her hand this time. Prominence shall require a resistance to fire and heat. It's hard to use full extent of my ability in here. Rowan agreed with Carmen's proposition. If her ability can be used on the ship, the mobility and defense of Prominence will be strengthened by many folds. Rowan turned to Karina, who seemed to be piling up the money from the sack lying next to her and counting. How much do we have now? Karina giddily responded. More than 50 million. Hee, we're on our way to become rich. Rowan couldn't help but think, isn't 50 million already a lot? Never mind. We are talking about Karina here. Karina raised her wrist and stared at the log pose, where its needle is pointing in particular direction. And our prior objective achieved. Log pose successfully acquired. Oh yeah, guess what I found? She suddenly surfed through the sack that was lying next to her, before taking out a particular book. Rowan tilted his head. First time I've ever seen you steal a book. Interesting. What must it be for you to take this over some money? Grinning, Karina placed the book on top of the table next to them. Dan turned his gaze to the book. The Tale of Uchiha Medusa? Uchiha, Captain. Isn't that your last name? Dan said in an excitement for a new discovery. Rowan was left speechless as he too saw the title of the book. What a horrendous name. Bob, Pob, Fob, and now Medusa? Why, just why? Chapter 49. Logue Town, East Blue. The town was lively and joyful. People were seen minding their businesses. Various buildings and streets were on constructions to recover the damage dealt by Rowan. However, unlike such atmosphere of the town, Smoker, who was in his office with a bandage covering his exposed abdomen, was seen sighing with dark circles under his eyes while smoking 2 cigars at once. The perishment of Roly the Death Sonata and his pirate fleet, along with the departure of Grimheart pirates. The East Blue is in a turmoil as of current moment. Smoker muttered to himself as he saw another report of an attack to town, led by a newly established pirate crew. It was ridiculous. The fact that the absence of those 2 pirate crews caused a sudden surge in number of pirates. They were hiding from the sight of those 2 crews, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At the same time, the malicious acts they have done to the civilizations raised many new pirates. While most of those pirates are weak and easy to deal with, the issue lied on the fact that few capable and hard-willed pirates are hiding within. With the Logue Down itself in weakened condition, Smoker has been having enough trouble just blocking the entry to the Grand Line from the ambitious pirates who claim Grimheart, Rowan as their idols. Taking his eyes off the report he was looking at, he grabbed another report nearby and growled in frustration. And this particular pirate crew that seems to be taking detour around the East Blue, stealing various items here and there. Still not identified? You've got to be kidding me. A noise was heard while Smoker was busy bickering the incompetency of the other Marines in the East Blue. He temporarily looked up from the paper and turned to the source of the noise. There was a news coup who was poking the window with its beak, waiting for Smoker to open the window. Grunting, Smoker outstretched his right hand towards the window. His right arm transformed into the smoke and reached the window before unlocking and opening it for the entry of the news coup. Quack, quack. Right when the window was opened, a huge volume of smoke gushed out of Smoker's office, causing the news coup to flap its wings in a surprise. Smoker didn't seem to care. He simply reached into his pocket and took out 100 belly coin before flicking it to the news coup. Quack! The news coup skillfully received the coin and dropped the newspaper into the room before flapping away. Reaching out for the newspaper and retracting his smoke arm back to his body, Smoker blew his cigars once more before taking a look at it. Quite annoying that this news is the only way for me to know what's going in the Grand Line. What? Snap! 2 cigars between Smoker's teeth broke as his eyes, which were locked onto the newspaper, widened. In his sight was the picture that depicted the Marine base G-11 in ruins. Whole base ruined and hundreds killed, by merely 4 individuals. Thinking of what happened in the Logue Town, Smoker's expression turned grim. Merely around 2 weeks have passed since the clash against Grimheart, and now they destroyed the whole base? He didn't know what to say. Should he be happy that Logue Down didn't suffer the same fate, or be angry for letting such a dangerous criminal escape to the Grand Line? 205 million belly. From 65 to 205 in such a short period of time. Defeated Arlong, Krieg, Roly, me, and now the whole Marine base. Smoker said in exasperation. The East Blue is known as the weakest sea. However, at the same time, it has given birth to many capable beings who stood atop of this world. The Pirate King, the Marine hero, and the world's worst criminal, for instance. Could it be that you were born with a fate as big as them? Will this be enough, Captain Nami? A female pirate, who seemed to be around 18 in terms of age, huffed while holding a small sack. She had a marking of a Jolly Roger on her left hand. The Jolly Roger had a unique appearance. Instead of the usual skull, there was a face of a cat, where its left side was colored blue and its right side was colored orange. The bones that were usually crossed behind the skull were missing, and instead, a drawing that resembles a Mekong groove was positioned behind the cat's face, serving as a background. Nami was seen to be standing in front of the female pirate. Grinning widely, she patted the head of the huffing pirate. Well done, Spadina. Let's see. Oh, coins? Nami chuckled as she looked through the content inside the sack. Let me guess, you just went around and picked up the coins that were just lying on the ground, weren't you? The eyes of the female pirate, now identified as Spadina, gleamed in excitement. Of course. Why, there exists nothing prettier than the belly coins, and I couldn't leave them hanging there. The other 7 members of the pirate crew, all females, were laughing at Spadina's antics. Their ship was moderate in terms of size. Their frontmost sail mast had their Jolly Roger engraved in the middle, but with a unique mechanism that allowed them to flip the mast and hide the Jolly Roger. The ship looked quite average and was overall brown in color, which was devised by Nojiko to allow them to blend in easier. Quack, quack. While the pirate crew was enjoying their sail, a news coup quickly approached the ship before landing on a rail. "Oh, you subscribed for the World Economy newspaper, Captain Nojiko?" Spadina said while shaking her head. "You have to pay 100 belly for that, a coin." "Wait, that isn't the East Blue edition." Ignoring Spadina, Nojiko quickly approached the news coup and paid the fee, before Nami could even think of begin her negotiation and tire everyone out. "Let's see what we got." Nojiko stopped her sentence as her jaw dropped in a complete shock. Nami tilted her head in curiosity, seeing Nojiko's exaggerated reaction. "What's wrong, Nojiko?" The other crew members also stopped and turned around to Nojiko curiously. Nojiko simply showed Nami the front page of the newspaper. "Marine Base G-11 destroyed." "Okay, that's insane indeed. So what's so shocking?" "Wait, Grimheart?" Nami's eyes widened in a realization before looking up to Nojiko, who seemed to be concerned. Nojiko sighed. "It seems that Troubles managed to find him every single time. At this rate, he will soon make the whole world his enemy." Nami seemed to be in a thought. "From what I studied, the sailing in the Grand Line is done by using the log pose, which tracks the islands based on their magnetic fields. This means that once you enter, you can't change the destination unless—" Nami took out a small notebook from her right pocket. "According to this journal we've found, using the eternal pose, locked onto one island for eternity. Looking for a specific one may take a long time, but this could have allowed Bob to dodge the marine base. Could it be that they were unaware of this? Who's his navigator?" Nojiko flipped to the next page. "Look, here's the updated bounties. Ah yes, all members of his crew. 3 excluding him? That's too little. How are they even managing to sail with such a small number?" Nojiko and Nami's pirate crew all gathered up, trying to take a look at the bounty posters themselves. "Hey, isn't this Carmen? I recognize her." One member, named Roxa, exclaimed. "She used to travel around and challenge all notable chefs in the East Blue. When did she become part of Grimheart Pirates?" Nami's eyes were locked onto another one. "Decorin? I remember this girl." Nojiko shifted her gaze to Nami. "You do? She and I used to be rivals in thievery. How did she end up in Bob's crew?" Nami's eyes narrowed as she stared intently into Karina's poster. Watching Nami's irritation, Nojiko let out a small laugh. Leaning in, Nojiko whispered to Nami while wiggling her eyebrows, "Why? Are you jealous?"
No?
"Why would I? Let Bob do whatever he wants to do." Nami frowned and walked away from the newspaper, grumbling. "Wow, 205 million belly? Is he really from the East Blue? The scaling is on whole other level." One crew mate looked fascinated while staring at Rowan's bounty. Spadina shrugged. "Don't you know? It's the Grimheart Rowan, the one who shook the whole East Blue. His influence reached so far that the world government tried to make him look scary and intimidating. Apparently, his real name is actually Uchiha Bob, and now he's living up to that scary name." With a remark of her own, Nojiko left the newspaper and allowed other crew members to grab and take a closer look. Sadly, no one seemed to be paying attention to Dan. With a grim expression, Rowan was seen to be sitting on a chair with his arms lying on top of the table. Around the table, Karina, Carmen, and Dan were all sitting down as well, each with a curiosity of their own. On the table, there lied the tale of Uchiha Medusa. "I thought I was born into an average family, into an average village." However, Rowan thought to himself as his fingers tapped on the table, Arlong, Krieg, and Smoker. All of them were in the East Blue. The main character, I don't even know his name. But one thing I can assume is that the title of the anime is One Piece. At the same time, the treasure that the Pirate King left is One Piece. Therefore, it is most likely that the main character must be a pirate seeking for One Piece. He has a straw hat on his head, scar under one of his eyes, sleeveless red vest, and blue shorts. Is he from the East Blue? Honestly, this makes sense. The main character becomes stronger by fighting these antagonists and realize that he's just a small frog in a well. This means Cocoyasi might have been in canon as well. How about the Uchiha family? Me in canon might have died like my family, but there definitely is something going on with this name Uchiha? Rowan couldn't get his mind wrapped around. However, the fact that there is name Uchiha in One Piece, which sounds so strikingly similar to Uchiha in Naruto, that doesn't sound like what a professional manga artist would do. It would kind of ruin the experience of reading. Non-canon, perhaps? Or this family or clan surely exists, but simply left unmentioned in the canon. Ugh, who am I to assume, when I didn't even read or watch a single episode of One Piece? Hello? Earth to Rowan? Blinking his eyes, Rowan saw Karina's hand moving up and down in front of his face. Karina, supporting her delicate face with her other hand, expressed her boredom with her half-closed eyes. When are we going to read? Can we start already? Carmen didn't seem to mind waiting, though. She was simply leaning back to her chair in a prolonged fatigue. Same applied to Dan, who was once again jotting on his journal. Removing the thoughts away from his head, Rowan took in a deep breath. Carmen, if you don't mind? Rowan asked. Carmen's index finger was lit up on a small fire, which she used to light up a candle stick next to the book. All right, ready or not, here we go. Grabbing the title cover of the picture book, Rowan flipped. Chapter 50. Once upon a time, there existed a powerful clan. This clan was so powerful that everyone would bow their heads in their awe. The strength of the clan stemmed from its clan head, Uchiha Gorosuk, a man of pride and charisma. He never feared anything and defeated whatever came in his way. His stare alone could send the weak-willed beings into unconsciousness. One day, a child was born into the family of Uchiha. It was a girl whose face glowed in beauty right from her birth. Gorosuk affectionately held his daughter and said, "From now on, your name shall be Uchiha Medusa." As Medusa grew over time, her beauty became even more apparent. Her sole existence seemed to be holy. Men and women alike couldn't help but simply be engrossed by her appearance. When she walked gracefully, her shining black hair fluttered with a pleasant fragrance. When she smiled, the twinkles in her eyes seemed to be like the stars up in the sky. When she felt sad, the whole world seemed to be downhearted. As she grew up doted by her parents and spoiled by other people, Medusa became haughty and complacent. She believed that there exists no one who is more beautiful than her. However, such belief shattered when she turned 7. A black-haired boy around his age. His appearance was completely opposite of hers. Bumpy nose, small eyes, crooked teeth. Medusa has never met someone uglier than before. In spite of that, there existed something strange about that boy. Unlike other people, he didn't seem to worship her existence. He simply stared at her before turning around, uninterested. "Where do you think you are going?" Offended by the boy's apathy, Medusa grabbed the boy's hand and halted him. "The most beautiful being of the world stands right in front of you, and this is how you behave. You may be pretty, but I don't see anything beautiful about you," the boy dully replied. Unaffected by Medusa holding his hand, the boy shook off her hand and walked away. Medusa was shocked. She, the one praised as the most beautiful being, is not beautiful at all? She could not accept the boy's answer. Even after coming back to her home, the boy's words were all she could think of. Starting from the day after, Medusa visited the boy over and over again. She wore the beautiful dress made by a skillful tailor. She put on the makeups done by a skillful cosmetologist. All that she tried for 9 years didn't seem to affect the boy, who refused to admit that Medusa is beautiful. Now at the age of 16, Medusa faced her father, Gorosuk. "Oh, my beautiful Medusa, please, what can I do for you?" Gorosuk smiled affectionately. For the past 9 years, he has done everything he could do to grant all the wishes of Medusa. The clan was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. The glorious mansion that boomed with the people was now hollow. And yet, his eyes fluttered with a joy. The clan was no longer feared as it used to in the past. Instead, the people now ridiculed the clan and the clan head for his foolishness. Medusa stood in front of her father with a haughty demeanor. "Father, I have heard of the mysterious fruit that grants a beauty. I want that." Gorosuk accepted her wish without a second thought. He hired many adventurers and treasure hunters for the mystical fruit. Eventually, at the cost of all of the clan's remaining wealth, one man returned with a strange-looking fruit after 1 year. Now holding the fruit she has desired, Medusa took a bite without any hesitation. With this fruit, there is no way that the boy will deny my beauty. Taking a small bite, Medusa consumed the fruit with a smile. I have done it. Father, do I look more beautiful now? Father? Medusa called for Gorosuk, but he did not answer. Turning around, Medusa was met with Gorosuk, who turned into a stone figure. HM? Whatever, I will hear the answer from the boy himself. Ignoring her father, Medusa stepped outside. Creaking open the door, she was met with people who were awed by her beauty as always. However, something seemed wrong this time, as they all became petrified into stones. This strange phenomenon continued as Medusa walked. The more she walked, the quieter the village became. Eventually, nothing but silence ensued. Medusa still didn't mind, as she reached the boy's house. The boy was hammering a wooden boat as Medusa arrived. Smiling brightly, Medusa said with a confidence, "This time, even you will not be able to reject my beauty." Indeed, she has become even more beautiful. 1 second of looking at her could kill a person out of heart attack. However, that was not the case of the boy, who simply blinked at her before turning back to the nail he was hammering to the boat. I do not see anything different from you, the boy simply stated. Medusa clenched her hands in anger, but could do nothing but renew her resolve to make the boy yield at her beauty. Now walking back to her family's house, Medusa felt that something was off. Hey, where is everyone? Why is it so quiet? Medusa looked around, but saw nothing but the stone figures of people. Hello, father? Upon reaching her home, Medusa cried out. She heard no response. She passed 1 day in solitude, wondering where the villagers and her father have gone to. Another day has passed. A month has passed. A year has passed. Medusa did not know how to cook. She could not clean. She was incapable of taking care of herself. Now lying down on the wall, Medusa looked miserable. Her hair was dry and disheveled. Her eyes lost the gleam they used to have. She no longer looked healthy, but skinny to the bone. She could do nothing but speak out with a coarse voice. What have I done? Beauty? The boy was right. I am not beautiful. I was simply a foolish girl. Now in realization, Medusa cried helplessly. Now, with her sight becoming hazy, Medusa thought, is this my time to die? I am sorry, father. I am sorry, everyone, for what I have done to you all. For the first time in her life, Medusa learnt guilt. However, there was nothing she could do but black out. When she woke up, she noticed that she was on a boat. Looking up, she saw the boy whom she did not visit since a year ago. Why have you saved me? Medusa spoke with a coarse voice. Noticing that she is awake, the boy quickly brought water to Medusa. The boy did not speak, but helped Medusa to recover. Facing the boy once again, Medusa laughed hollowly. I am no longer the most beautiful person I used to be. You, who has never accepted my beauty, will attain nothing but a disappointment. You should have let me die. Then the boy spoke. You surely are not as pretty as you used to be. However, I see something beautiful from you. A compassion. The boat that carried Medusa and the boy continued to sail into the vast ocean, away from the village where Medusa was renowned as the most beautiful being of the world. A new opportunity. A life not as a doll, but as a human being. That's what it means to be beautiful. The end. Rowan said as he closed the picture book, looking puzzled. Just like that? What about all the people who turned into the stones? They are dead? Carmen weakly praised. Oh, how magnificent. A girl who learnt what lies beyond a simple appearance. Karina snatched the book from Rowan's hand. Wow, the story was actually quite enjoyable. Uchiha Medusa. So while sailing, she somehow ended up in the East Blue? Did she go through the calm belt? Dan shrugged. As far as we know, all we could get out of this book is a fact that there existed a mighty clan led by Uchiha family, but utterly ruined due to this woman. And the fact that she ate the strange fruit, Rowan continued, most probably means a devil fruit. But apart from that, I don't know. And besides her father is weird. He was strong and mighty, but he suddenly turns into a fool that blindly grants all wishes of his daughter. The sun began to set as Prominence continued to sail by. Setting the book aside, Rowan and his crew decided to focus on their next course of action. Karina was seen to be watching the needle of her newly acquired log pose. Pulling out a map from her pocket, she pointed at the island they are heading to. Look, this is the map I found in the map room of the Marine Base G-11. It lays out the islands nearby to the Mundy Island, and I deduced that based on the information provided here, our next destination must be the Honeydew Valley. Rowan stretched his sore limbs as he stared at the island that Karina pointed at. Marine Base G-11 was a close call. If not for Carmen, we would have been done for. We have to be more cautious before acting, especially when more guys like Baton will pop up as we continue to sail through the Grand Line. Staring at the dumbbells that laid organized at the corner, Dan sighed dejectedly. With his exhausted arms dangling, Dan grumbled, "And I need to find a way to improve my combat prowess. Captain has bounce, Carmen has fire, and Karina has an amazing control over daggers. And I need to up my level as well," Rowan said grimly. "I couldn't even leave a scratch on Baton. He used many techniques I've never seen before, incomparable to the Marines I saw in the East Blue. Using the ruler, map, log pose, and other tools, Karina was jotting down the mathematical calculations on the spare paper. Eventually, her writing stopped. According to the calculation, around 2 weeks would take for us to reach the Honeydew Valley. Quite a long sail, but we can definitely use this to our advantage. Carmen weakly spoke up from her seat. We have enough supplies of food for more than a month. After all, the ship is large and there are only 4 members. Dan nodded. No one that requires a medical attention as of current moment. Captain and Carmen will fully recover in less than 3 days. Then it's set. Rowan slowly stood up from his spot, although he looked quite funny due to his mummy-like appearance. For the next 2 weeks, let's train and hone our abilities. With the huge surge of our bounties, it is bound that we will be facing many troubles from now on, and we must be prepared. Chapter 51. The loud noises resonated across the sea as 4 bullets bounced around Prominence with a blinding speed. On top of the deck, Rowan was standing with his hands outstretched. This is great and all, but still inefficient. At Rowan's will, the bullets all traveled toward Rowan before losing their momentum, falling onto his right hand. 5 days have passed since their successful escape from the Marine Base G-11. Now fully recovered, Rowan and his crew were busy training and developing their combat prowess. Sitting down on the nearby chair, Rowan went into contemplation. The bullets are becoming less effective. Devil fruit powers, special techniques, pure physical strength. There are so many ways to counter a gun. With the double-barreled revolver broken in his previous battle, Rowan now inspected the average revolver he was holding. Now that I think about it, do I even need this? If I can't accelerate a bullet to such a magnitude, the initial momentum generated by a gun is no longer necessary. Releasing the revolver onto the table, Rowan shifted his attention to the bullets he was holding with his other hand. Boom! One bullet bounced up from his hand. However, Rowan noticed that the bullet spun around as it flew. Its irregular shape was providing resistance against acceleration. I should try looking for some metal marbles instead. Nonetheless, this gives me a new idea. Boom! The bullet in midair began to bounce once more. However, its trajectory path seemed tamed unlike the previous, as it rotated on top of Rowan in a form of a regular octagon with the consecutive bounces continuously accelerating its speed. Eventually, the bullet gained so much speed that it couldn't be seen. With a booming noise that was so fast that it sounded like a drill, the bullet seemed to have caught on a fire that enveloped it due to friction. The octagon above Rowan lit up in orange. Rowan gritted his teeth to keep the bullet in control. The continuous acceleration or maintenance of speed, along with the prevention of losing the momentum, required all of his attention. To perfect this attack, he has to gradually increase the frequency and magnitude of each succeeding bounce. Additionally, he has 10 seconds to control the bullet that left his contact. Wrong timing will result in disastrous consequences. Sweating profusely, Rowan looked around for a potential target. Eventually, He sighted a rock that peeked out at a far distance away from Prominence. Let's see how potent this attack is. BOM with a final boom. The bullet circling above Rowan suddenly flew towards the rock. It traveled beyond what eyes could perceive, to an extent where it resembled a red laser beam. Bang as the bullet impacted upon the rock. Rowan saw a complete decimation. The rocks were instantly destroyed into shreds, and the surrounding water rippled, causing Prominence to sway. The bullet continued to travel on the sea, having gotten out of Rowan's control. Majestically speeding through, the bullet crashed into the sea, generating a violent surge of water. Watching the commotions caused by his bullet, Rowan's eyes lit up in joy and his fists clenched. I'll name this Entropic Blast. The door that leads downstairs was violently opened, revealing Dan, who looked completely bewildered. Where is the enemy? Frantically looking around left and right, Dan growled.
Relax, Dan.
It's just Rowan. Walking up from behind Dan, Karina said casually while waving her hand off. Rowan chuckled at their sudden appearance and placed the remaining bullets into his pocket. So how is it going on your end? Just like Rowan, Karina, Carmen and Dan were all busy getting stronger. While Rowan occupied the deck, Karina honed her skills in a large room below. Carmen took the training room to lift some weights, and Dan acquired an empty room for his experiments. Dan gave out a creepy grin as he rubbed his hands together. My time has come, Black Mask the Poison Master. Let me show you what I got. Rowan and Karina followed Dan to his laboratory. He creaked the door into the room open, displaying a glass box with a small mouse wildly bashing against the wall. Watch. This substance? Grabbing one test tube from the test rack that sat next to the glass box, Dan brought it up close to Rowan and Karina, revealing a green-colored fluid. Is actually made through the synthesis of 3 medicines I purchased before. When exposed to this, opening the glass box on the top, Dan splashed the substance over the mouse, who fell backward and shook violently. The chemicals inhibit the neural transmission and render a victim paralyzed. Rowan and Karina clapped in awe. Poison made out of medicines? Dan was in a league well above theirs. Dan shrugged. Issue is, I don't know how potent this will be against an actual person. Besides, I am developing it for the purpose of combat, not for a mass massacre. It will require some time. And don't forget to lift your weights. That's the most important part. Rowan said seriously, causing Dan to sigh in exasperation. Karina giggled. Says the one who completes like 82,000 push-ups in a mere 3 hours. Captain, you are just built differently. Dan shook his head. Do you really think you can become that strong simply by doing push-ups and other basic exercises? There is usually a limit to what a human body can do. For instance, if you overexert yourself, your muscle tissues will be damaged, and you will face exhaustion and pain for the following few days. Based on what you told me, it's definitely abnormal. Feeling refreshed simply by sleeping? No, there is no way. I agree. From behind, a very tired-looking Carmen walked sluggishly before collapsing on the floor. I can't even do 1% of what you are capable of, Captain. Rowan couldn't help but scratch his head at his crew mate's reactions. Initially, he believed that such feat must be achievable by anyone since this world originated from manga. But now that they are speaking, is it just him? That night, Rowan was in his room, lying down on his bed and staring at the ceiling as Prominence continued to sail by. Ever since the discovery of the tale of Uchiha Medusa, he couldn't help but think that he was not as average as he seemed to be. My parents, they were unique from the rest of the villagers. Weird laughs, inconceivable optimism, standing up against someone stronger than them. Rowan was in deep thought as he traced back to his past. At the beginning, I wasn't the only one attempting to build up one's strength to defeat Arlong. Many guys exercised with me, only to fall off sooner or later as my reps increased. Rowan used to believe that they met their limits because they didn't try hard enough. But what if he really has something special within him? It can't be about him reincarnating, since there wasn't any notable physical ability he possessed in his previous life. This left him only one thing he was born with in this world: the heritage of Uchiha. Rowan couldn't get rid of such thoughts. Eventually, he stood up from the bed and made his way back to the table that is in the corner. Once again grabbing the picture book on top, Rowan began to flip the pages over and over. Gorasuk, so powerful that his stare alone could send the weak-willed beings into unconsciousness. Medusa, so beautiful that her sole existence seemed to be holy. In the end, she ate a special fruit and left the village. Ugh, what clues can I get from this book? Looking through each page thoroughly over and over, Rowan found himself aimlessly flipping without any gain. With disappointment, he finished another round of flipping through the pages and ended up on the final page, where the illustration of Medusa and the boy sailing through the sea on the boat was shown. Guess there is nothing to be found here. Well, wait, hold on. Rowan's eyes widened as he sighted something. On top of Medusa's head, there was a thin and faint white-gray lining that blended well with the background. To others, it was so thin that it was unnoticeable, but Rowan barely managed to sight with his eyes. Concentrating further, he found out they were the words written with a minuscule size. Everything on this book, the name of Uchiha, all are lies. The descendant of Vasilia, look for the 3 places. One above, one below, and the last isolated. There, you shall learn the truth. His hands feeling weak, Rowan placed the book down with his visage frozen in shock. What lie? What truth? Something beyond his imagination has just been unfolded. Ever since he reincarnated, he thought he was average. He led a life without any worry for the first 13 years. Afterward, he trained and trained, before beginning a life full of troubles. He simply went in a direction that life seemed to be guiding him. And now, when the name Uchiha has been called a fake, Rowan felt as if his whole life shattered. But, at the same time, I recognize this trope. Rowan thought to himself. The main character of a particular story, finding out that his or her family may not be normal. The question is, does it matter? His conclusion was, definitely. After all, there must be a reason these words were placed in such a manner that no one but the descendants like Rowan can read. This also meant that there existed enemies of this clan. Rowan had to learn and prepare before he dies without any realization. Rowan's face turned grim as he calmed himself down. It's the matter of survival now. My bounty is quite big and my name must be pretty well known by now. I'm already having enough trouble dealing with ones like Baton, and I can't imagine what would happen if this secret is cracked. 2 ways to approach this. The first way is to follow the clue given here. Problem is, what if this is a trap? The second way is to track down the original author of this picture book. Problem is, where to begin with? In the end, everything was too vague. Survive, survive, survive. I don't want to die again. If there was one thing that Rowan was always determined for, ever since he was reincarnated, it was to survive. But it will only become even more dangerous from now on, beyond what I can imagine. With a cold sweat dripping down his face due to the nervousness, Rowan took a deep breath. The silence enveloped his room as the lamp continued to shine onto the title cover of The Tale of Uchiha Medusa. In the end, Rowan looked up with determination. Clenching his fist, Rowan promised to himself, in order to survive, I must become the strongest person that no one dares to offend, and if so, I will. The goal that Rowan declared in the past for the purpose of recruiting Carmen and Dan has become real. Chapter 52. Hey Karina, do you know what's wrong with Captain? Dan whispered to Karina as they sighted Rowan, who seemed to be exercising furiously. I know how ridiculous his training routine is, but I've never seen him going this hard. Currently, Rowan was simply punching on the air, due to the fact that a simple punching bag can't handle his strength. Issue was, he was punching at a blinding pace, to a point his fists couldn't be seen. His rapid punches generated a wind, which blew furiously towards all direction. He's been continuing this for 2 hours by now. Karina could see that something has been troubling Rowan since the night before. Don't worry about it. I will go talk to him later. At the same time, Carmen was up in the sky above Prominence, flying freely by propelling herself with the fire. Phoenix descent. Carmen stretched her limbs as they were enveloped in the fire, which eventually formed a shape of a large bird. Subsequently, at Carmen's will, the phoenix folded its wings, before rotating rapidly like a drill and flying downwards, towards Prominence. Even while facing a sudden urgency, Rowan, Karina, and Dan didn't seem to be paying any attention. Right before the Phoenix collided with Prominence, the fire dissipated instantly, revealing Carmen, who landed without any harm. Carmen stomped her foot in frustration as she saw how no one reacted. Where is my round of applause? This flame empress shall gain the recognition she deserves. Carmen growled in frustration, causing Karina to sigh. Come on, Carmen. This is like the 20th time you've done this. Seriously, once is enough. Face-palming herself, Karina dully replied to Carmen. Rowan's exercise also stopped at the same time. Wiping his sweat with a towel nearby, he walked to the group. Watching as Karina and Carmen bicker with each other, he gave out a light chuckle. Rowan, can you tell Carmen to stop? This is getting real tiring. Karina pleaded while holding her hands together and faking a tear. Captain, how can I, the Flame Empress with the bounty of 200 million belly, accept this kind of treatment? Okay, calm down for a second, guys. Rowan held his hands up, thinking. Carmen seemed to have recently gotten quite arrogant after the clash. How do I resolve this? Rowan's eyes shifted to Karina. Can you win? Yep. Easy victory. Karina's eyes were full of confidence. Somehow, they reached to a point where they can understand one another's intention without speaking out. Rowan clapped his hands together. It seems that you guys are unsatisfied. How about this? When we get to the next island, you two can have a friendly brawl and decide who's stronger. Will that satisfy you? Carmen gave out a wild grin hearing Rowan's suggestion. Humph, I shall show the power of Captain's right-hand woman. Karina grew a tick hearing Carmen's declaration. Excuse me? Don't go and take my spot like that, will you? Dan slowly backed out, not wanting to get caught in a fire. Okay, good luck, guys. I'll cheer you on. The night has arrived again. Not being able to go to sleep, Rowan volunteered to be a watcher for the night. Now sitting on the chair laid out on top of the deck, Rowan stared at the stars above the sky. The light sounds of walking echoed. Turning his head back, Rowan saw Karina, who waved at him and sat down on the chair adjacent to his. Not tired? Rowan quirked his eyebrow. Karina shook her head. Not really. The deck was covered in silence and dark as the duo continued stargazing. Hey, I remember this, Rowan whispered. The stars. I remember seeing something similar when you rescued me. Karina laughed. You haven't bothered to look up during the night, did you? Hearing the splashing sounds of waves, Rowan felt the peace in his mind for a moment. Not having to think, but simply to enjoy and rest. I haven't really told you about my past, did I? Karina muttered, earning Rowan's attention. It was something that he was curious of, for some time. She was the person he was the closest to at the current moment, and the fact that he doesn't know irked him. I was born as the bastard daughter of the king of Franc Kingdom, Bandador. My mom was a slave. As soon as he realized that my mother conceived me, he attempted to kill her, but she managed to escape beforehand. After giving me a birth, we were living in a small village until I turned 7. The king somehow found us. My mom had me take a boat and escape from the kingdom. I was alone since then. I survived in cities, villages, and towns by doing all I could do. Over the years, I got tired. I no longer wished to live. However, at the same time, I was too scared to kill myself. That's when I heard about you. The criminal amounting to 10 million belly. Found you. Did some dumb stuffs in hopes that you would end me. Didn't turn out well, so went a mad treasure instead. Then you saved me, and I couldn't understand. At first, I wanted to hate you for saving my life. But when I heard that you were caught, I felt as if my life gained a purpose. To pay back my debt and save someone's life sounds much better than living as a petty thief, isn't it? Rowan stared at Karina with his eyes widened. He never could have thought. Karina is my real name, given by my mother. Frost Kingdom changed it into Decorin. It means impure. Rowan felt an anger rise within him. Karina's entire life was full of hardships, and hearing her story, he wanted to bash something. Frost Kingdom? One more thing to do, I suppose. Rowan's eyes blazed in anger. But enough about myself. Since I told you about my past, I deserve something in return, don't I? Karina smiled at Rowan, while tilting her head. Rowan sighed. He figured out that she'd notice his uneasiness. Yesterday night, I found something from the book you brought. It read, everything on this book, the name of Uchiha, all are lies. The descendant of Vasilia, look for the 3 places. One above, one below, and the last isolated. There, you shall learn the truth. Rowan massaged his forehead as he recited. These words, they just scream danger. This message just sounds like something well beyond what we can handle at the current moment, and I'm afraid that I might drag you all. Karina snorted. That's it? You think we care whether if it's dangerous or not? Karina grabbed Rowan's cheeks and turned his head towards her. Listen, whether if it's dangerous or not, we've decided to follow you from the moment we joined your crew. And I got to say, I don't regret single part of it.
À danger?
Karina's eyes intensely stared at Rowan. Carmen will simply be herself, being all dramatic and stuff. Dan will be an adventure idiot like always. What's there to worry about? Seriously, you should place more trust in us. It felt as if all his worries were washed away. Rowan slouched onto his chair, relaxed. He didn't know what to say. After a while, all he managed to muster was, thanks Karina, as always. Naturally, it's my job as your right-hand woman. Another week has passed by. Rowan and his crew continued to train. Although it wasn't drastic, each one of them has made some progress. Now, they stood on top of the deck as their next destination was finally sighted. The island, named Honeydew Valley, had unique characteristics. On left and right of the island, there were steep and round mountains. The steep downhills of each mountain met in the middle, creating a valley. Interestingly, the mountains didn't have any trees or any other features seen in common mountains. Instead, the mountains seemed smooth and colored in lime green. Witnessing such the mountains, Carmen's eyes gleamed in excitement. A potential ingredient. As Prominence sailed towards the island, Rowan took notice of a couple of pirate ships which were anchored around the island. Here we go again. Rowan inwardly thought as he began to stretch his body. Grand Line, I suppose. There's bound to be pirates everywhere. Rowan laughed lightly as he saw Dan furiously jotting down on his journal. All right, guys, lower the anchor and tie the rope. We got a lot to do. Karina and Carmen were seen glaring each other hard. A spark formed in the middle, causing Rowan to sweat drop. Guys? A little help, please? Dan cried out in the anchor room, causing everyone to jolt up and move around hastily. Now, with the ship anchored at the remote side of the island, Rowan and his crew landed onto the sand. Wow! Rowan exclaimed as his feet touched the ground after a long time has passed. It felt weird. So, restock first, right? Dan turned towards the group, only to see Karina and Carmen facing off against one another. What? Right away. Come on, guys, what happened to priorities? This is the priority. Karina growled as she took out her daggers. Simultaneously, Carmen's hands lit up on fire. Face the wrath of the fire. Carmen snarled while holding her hands up dramatically. Captain? Dan turned to Rowan, who shrugged in response. The friendly duel was about to begin. Chapter 53, Fiery Pistol. Carmen cried out as her index finger was pointed at Karina. The fight initiated with the small balls of fire being blasted towards Karina from her finger. Karina effortlessly dodged Carmen's attacks. That's it. She dashed towards Carmen while holding a dagger on her left hand. Carmen didn't seem to be worried as she watched Karina approaching her. A medal? Do you really believe that the weapon's as puny as that will manage to wound me? She transformed into a ball of fire herself and began to blast towards the dashing Karina. And you think you will be able to touch me? Karina bickered as she sidestepped Carmen's body slam and took out a small bag of flour from her pouch. Guess what I stole from your kitchen? Rowan and Dan's eyes widened, citing Karina's action. Shoot! Dan cursed as he ran backwards, followed by Rowan, who quickly propelled himself away from the battle. Carmen cried out in shock, And no, my flour, how dare you? And that wasn't the normal kind either. Rowan muttered, Weird flour from somewhere in the Grand Line. Karina threw the bag of flour towards Carmen's fire, before immediately dashing away. The flour instantly exploded and generated a bright light that momentarily blinded Carmen. Dan had to shield his eyes from the intensity, while Rowan squinted his eyes and continued to watch the battle. When the light died down, what they sighted was Carmen, who was down on the ground, with a sea stone cuff on top of her. Dan seemed confused. What? Just like that? The fight was anticlimactic. Carmen's eyes were half closed as she felt weak from the sea stone. Karina yawned while standing in front of Carmen. Want to go for another round? Nothing will change, though. Karina removed the sea stone cuff on Carmen, who instantly growled in fury and turned her body back into flame, only to slump back down as Karina dropped the sea stone cuff onto her. She once again lifted the sea stone cuff, and Carmen tried to escape from her current position as soon as possible, but Karina was just a lot faster than her. When her fire-transformed body moved into different location, Karina simply appeared on top and dropped the cuff. Isn't this just a game of tag? Rowan was trying his hardest to hold back a laughter. The supposedly serious fight turned into a comedy.
Ugh.
Carmen growled in frustration as Karina lifted up the sea stone cuff once more before blasting herself off in the air, only to see Karina on her side once again, who predicted her move and jumped along.
Fuck.
Carmen swore for the first time after becoming part of Rowan's pirate crew as she felt the weakness consume her once more. Grabbing her gently, Karina landed on the ground smoothly.
Again?
Karina gave a lively smile to Carmen, who weakly shook her head frantically in negative. To her, Karina became the manifestation of a demon. If this was the death match I won, Carmen grumbled to herself, before quickly shutting her mouth as Karina raised her hand that was holding the sea stone cuff. Rowan and Dan turned to one another and shrugged. You've gotten better, Karina. Quite a surprise, I'd say. Dan expressed his surprise as Karina and slumped Carmen walked back to them. Rowan nodded in agreement. With his eyes, he noticed that Karina seems to be in an attempt to master Saru they saw from Baton. He saw her kicking the ground thrice to gain an instant boost in speed, although slightly. Let's just go. Dejected Carmen walked in the direction of the town, with a shopping bag on her hand. You know what to do, Rowan said as he distributed a good sum of money to Karina and Dan. I will try to look for stuffs that we can add on to Prominence. Like engine, for instance, since we got Carmen for firepower. Upon reaching the town before any other crewmates, Carmen continued to walk in the bad mood. As she looked around for the store, one particular scene irritated her for some reason. There was a beautiful-looking man with blonde hair and blue eyes, sitting with his legs crossed and sipping on a glass of wine. A butler was seen standing next to him formally, and a white horse with a diamond-shaped mark on its face was sitting on his other side. Around him, there were numerous corpses with gashes all around body, lying dead. Ha! All of my subordinates dead. Simply because of this cursed, my condolences. The man frowned and smashed the glass of wine onto the ground, shattering it. Looking up, he sighted Carmen and seemed annoyed. Why? Are you awestruck by my handsomeness? Carmen grew a tick mark and clenched onto her shopping bag. Awestruck? If anything, it should be you to be awestruck in my flamboyance. How can the member of the great Grimheart Pirates be awestruck to the likes of you? The man seemed to have been offended, as he stood up with an anger visible on his face.
Alfred, Sword.
He held out his hand, to which the butler bowed and handed him the long sword next to him. While bowing, the butler calmly stated, Master Cavendish, that woman is known as Carmen the Flame Empress, known to have eaten Dash before he could finish. Cavendish already dashed towards Carmen and began to slash furiously towards her. Swoosh, his attacks were incredibly fast, but unfortunately, they simply bypassed her body, which turned into a fire. What? Cavendish's jaw opened wide before he growled in frustration. Flame fruit, the Logia-type devil fruit. Recently, she was given 200 million belly for sinking numerous marine ships of G11. Nonetheless, the butler finished his words with a calm demeanor. Devil fruit. I need my hockey. Where is my hockey, Alfred? Cavendish shouted. I am sorry, Master Cavendish, but you haven't mastered them yet. How can that be? Suddenly, he fell asleep on the spot, rendering Carmen confused. Oi, Carmen, what are you doing there? At the same time, Rowan waved his hand towards Carmen as he approached her. HM? Who's that dude? "Oh, Captain, it seems that this man just yielded in sight of my superiority," Carmen said while dramatically raising her chin and stretching one of her arm. Suddenly, sleeping Cavendish disappeared from his spot in a blur. At the next moment, what's wrong with this dude? Cavendish abruptly crashed into the building as Rowan simply slapped him in the cheek by using his bounce. Alfred walked in front of the fallen Cavendish calmly. "Master Cavendish, this man is Rowan the Grimheart, known as the captain of the Grimheart Pirates, notorious for their recent decimation of the marine base G11. He is wanted for 205 million belly, and him along with the Flame Empress are considered as the newest supernovas." Cavendish was lying on top of a pile, with his eyes dazed out. He can beat Hakuba? Finally, someone capable. Cavendish inwardly celebrated, only to sight Rowan and Carmen casually walking away. "Hey, wait for a second. Oh, what is this? Rocket?" Rowan asked in curiosity. "Hey, Captain Grimheart, let me join dash." Cavendish suddenly fell asleep, before raising his head with a devilish grin. "Stop," Rowan simply said and slapped him. Where do I look for stuffs like engine? Do they even sell stuffs like that?" Rowan scratched his head while asking a blacksmith, who shrugged. "I am the handsome Cavendish, fated to sail with you." Cavendish fell asleep. Without looking, Rowan slapped him, causing his face to be planted on the ground. "Nice one, Captain Rowan," Alfred said with one of his hand, holding onto the rope that is connected to the horse. "Stop following me," Rowan shouted as he ran, only for Cavendish and Alfred, who were riding on the horse, to chase him from behind. "Accept me into your crew, Captain," Cavendish cried out. "Hey, Rowan, do you see this?" After coming back to the ship, fully restocked, Karina showed the log pose to Rowan. "The needle is pointing up." Dan jumped up in an excitement. "Up? A floating island? One above, but how do we get there?" Rowan muttered. "Hey, let me in." A voice was heard from the outside of the Prominence, causing Rowan to sigh once more. Cavendish? Was that his name? Dan asked in curiosity, and Rowan nodded with a visible fatigue. "That guy pestered me all day. Literally chased everywhere I went, telling me to allow him to join my crew, before falling asleep and attacking me all of a sudden. I am confused if he wants to join me or kill me," Rowan said tiredly. Carmen stormed out onto the deck and faced against Cavendish. "Scram, Femboy. You dare to speak of joining our crew, and yet attempt to kill us in every chance you find?" Cavendish sighed in exasperation while rubbing the back of his head. "Those hideous acts aren't done by a handsome being such as myself, but Hakuba. Let me up." "No, I will go down," Rowan weakly stated before jumping down Prominence and facing Cavendish. "So what now? A prince such as myself deserves all the attention. A pirate crew that attracts all the attention, such as yours, is where I belong." Cavendish tried to persuade Rowan. "Additionally, you are one of few who are able to defeat Hakuba. You have the right to become my captain." "And why would I agree to that? Oh, come on." Rowan groaned as Cavendish fell asleep once more, raising up his devilish face. Annoyed, Rowan raised his hand up once more, only to see Cavendish, who was grinning creepily, to sweat profusely and jump back, with the sword in his hand shaking in fear. "Haha, it seems that he's scared of you, Rowan." Karina laughed from the top of the deck, which made possessed Cavendish to turn his gaze to her before dashing, only to be slapped by Rowan once more. "Are we going to do this all night?" Rowan asked to Alfred, who was standing formally. "No, Captain Rowan dash, don't call me Captain. It seems that you have managed to subdue Master Cavendish's other personality, Hakuba." Nonetheless, Alfred finished his words calmly, completely ignoring Rowan's interruption. Possessed Cavendish knelt down in front of Rowan, while still shaking in fear. "Listen, buddy." Rowan crouched down to meet Cavendish's face, with a visible annoyance on his face. "If I see you attacking me or my crew again, my hand might slip and you might die. Am I going to see you doing that again?" Possessed Cavendish slowly raised his shaking hand and began to slap himself over and over. "Ouch!" Dan winced as he saw Cavendish's cheeks becoming even more puffier than they were. Cavendish suddenly jolted up with his hands onto his swollen cheeks. Wah, ish happened again. Welcome back, Master Cavendish.
Alfred bot.
So, Captain Rowan, will you let my master into your crew? Rowan shook his head in denial. Sorry. No can do dash. I have 490 will I on bellow. Cavendish spoke. He meant that he has 490 million belly to help the crew. Alfred translated Cavendish's words. Hearing this, Rowan froze on his spot and Karina perked up with an evident joy in her eyes. Oh boy. Dan and Carmen rolled their eyes from the behind. Why didn't you say so sooner? Welcome to the crew, Cavendish, Alfred, and Cool Horse. Rowan held out his hands to Cavendish and Alfred with a warm smile. Karina jumped down next to Rowan and smiled just like him, rubbing her hands together. Cavendish's sweat dropped. I should have said this sooner. Chapter 54. After welcoming Cavendish, Alfred, and the White Horse named Farrell as the newest members of the Grimheart Pirates, the night has swiftly passed. Now, 2 more chairs were added to the dining table as Cavendish and Alfred took a spot for themselves. Does it really taste good? Rowan looked puzzled as he watched Cavendish munching onto a rose. Why, yes. Rose is perfect sustenance for a royal prince such as myself. No food will ever defeat dash. Cavendish abruptly stopped as he smelt a wonderful aroma flowing out from the kitchen nearby. Carmen stepped out with exquisite-looking dishes, which were sizzling due to being held under her arms that transformed into fire. Cavendish was bewildered as the rose he was munching onto fell out of his mouth, while Alfred stroked his beard in approval. Please, as if a raw flower will ever taste better than a meal made by my pinky toe. Carmen stared at the rose on Cavendish's hand with disdain. Royals don't munch on wild plants like animals. Karina shook her head in disapproval. This is what they do. Putting on a large white napkin around her neck, Karina fluently grabbed the fork and knife that laid in front of her, ready to savor the meal served by Carmen. Alfred tilted his head in confusion. Mademoiselle Karina, I apologize for an interruption, but you are not following the etiquette rules in the right way. HM? What did you say? Karina's smile froze as a dark aura appeared behind her, causing everyone, except for Rowan, to shiver in fear. Not interested in what goes on around him, Rowan already began his meal, wildly wolfing down the foods without any care. Similarly, Farrell, who was sitting on the floor next to Cavendish, threw in the whole mountain of hay into his mouth at once. Can we just have a normal meal for once, please? Dan cried inwardly as he spectated the chaos in front of him. After their breakfast was completed, the dishes were cleaned and the crew gathered around the deck, resting and enjoying their time. Particularly, Karina seemed to be counting the stacks of bellies, brought by Cavendish, with eagerness. And so I was exiled from my kingdom for being too popular, Cavendish said while dramatically posing. Ah, my devilish handsomeness knows no bounds. Dan scratched his head. That doesn't sound right. All women won't get married unless it's you? Sadly, it is indeed true, Monsieur Dan, Alfred said while maintaining his formal and upright posture. Then with 74 henchmen, Alfred and my beloved Farrell, I set out my journey as the great adventurer, only for my evil side to vanquish all except for Alfred and Farrell. Poor souls and poor me, for I am guilty of such unforgivable wrongdoing, and I am now left with no choice but to forever carry on this guilt for my life. One drop of tear came out from Cavendish's left eye as he spun like a ballet dancer. Alfred shook his head in negative, however. I have already told you, Master Cavendish, but it wasn't your fault in the first place. The subordinates were not loyal to you and attempted to take your life when you were out of commission. In a way, Hakuba saved you. The glow around Cavendish instantly faded as he turned around to Alfred with a dull look. Really? Cavendish asked, and Alfred nodded. I see. So that's how you ended up here. Sounds unrealistic, but the Grand Line isn't realistic in the first place. Rowan crossed his arms and voiced out. So you guys must be quite familiar with the Grand Line, huh? Of course. My country, Bourgeois Kingdom, is located in the second half of the Grand Line, known as the New World. When it comes to knowledge regarding the Grand Line, you won't be able to find many informants such as Alfred and I. Cavendish held out his arms wide proudly. Karina muttered to herself while continuously counting the bellies. Second half? Grant line divided into two halves? Makes sense. After sailing around half the globe, we will be facing the red line once again. The sea before that red line is known as the paradise, and after it is the new world. So you got to hear from the new world? Was there a mechanism similar to the reverse mountain that allowed you to travel past the red line? How does it exactly work? Dan asked in curiosity, ready to write the information down in his journal. There are two paths that the sailors may take to cross the red line, in either direction. One path involves traveling through the upward current like the reverse mountain. This path is strictly regulated by the world government and requires a specific pass to sail through.
Alfred momentarily pauset.
The other path involves traveling downwards, deep into the sea, where there lies an underwater island owned by the fishmen. Master Cavendish and I arrived at paradise using the first path, before Master Cavendish became wanted. Rowan felt conflicted hearing that. One below, that might be it. But fishmen? Rowan's mind replayed the horrendous acts that Arlong and his crew did to his village and frowned. Water? Carmen sighed as she heard Alfred's explanation. Making a dramatic pose, Carmen spoke haughtily. I hereby suggest that we use the first path. World government? They are incompatible against Carmen the Flame Empress. Seeing how everyone's attentions were gathered on Carmen, Cavendish growled in jealousy and made a dramatic pose of his own. Flame Empress?
No.
If anything, I, the White Knight, shall be their doom. Which one are you? Royal Prince or White Knight? Stick with one. Carmen shouted back comically as she and Cavendish headbutted one another. Rowan ignored the two and focused on Alfred once more. How about the pirates? Surely if it's the second half of the Grand Line, they must be stronger, no? I must mention that the pirates in the New World are very dangerous, well beyond the ones that sail in the paradise.
Alfred spoke calmly.
Mainly, the four emperors of the sea, Yonko, known as the four strongest pirates in the world, are known to reside in the New World. Even without that, there is one particular ability that differentiates the pirates from the New World with the pirates from the paradise, known as hockey. Rowan's eyes narrowed hearing that. Hockey? Never heard of it before. It is the power that stems from one's spiritual energy, the willpower. Alfred's monocle flashed as he grabbed with his hand and adjusted it. It is mainly divided into three categories. First, the observation hockey, in which a user gains a sixth sense that feels the presence of one's enemy and surrounding at the very basic level. Second, the armament hockey, where one's will is physically coded in form of an armor that allows one to strengthen oneself and one's weapon, as well as to injure devil fruit users that are normally untouchable by physical means. And last, the conqueror's hockey, known as the extremely rare type of hockey that only the selected few are inherently born with. I'm not sure how this hockey works, but I have once seen a user causing the others to lose their consciousness in an instant moment. Subsequently, Alfred rolled the sleeve of the black suit he was wearing, revealing his right arm. Then, his arm suddenly turned pitch black. This is the demonstration of the armament hockey. Right now, I would be able to directly inflict damage upon Mademoiselle Carmen. The gap between knowing and not knowing hockey is tremendously huge, and learning it will increase the chance of one's survival by a huge margin. Armament hockey, you say? Injure devil fruit users? Karina cracked a laugh as she turned her gaze to Carmen, who growled and stomped her feet in anger. Armament? How would bounce work with or against that? Rowan was thoughtful after hearing the explanation. An armor? Simple bounce will no longer be sufficient anymore. The blunt air shots like Bounce Rush will become useless. However, Rowan took out a bullet from his pocket. If I can imbue armament on the bullet and use Entropic Blast, or use it with Sonic Boom. Yo Cavendish, can you use hockey as well? Oh hi. Dan froze and shakily smiled as he saw Hakuba-possessed Cavendish staring at him with a devilish smile, before turning his head back with sweat. Observation, armament, and conqueror were they? So how do we learn them? Hockey is very ambiguous in terms of awakening it. In the end, everything is related to one's spiritual will. The best methods one can attempt to use involve the use of blindfold for observation and enduring painful strikes for armament. But there is no guarantee if one will ever awaken it, just as how being a blind person does not guarantee you to awaken the observation haki.
Alfred calmly explained.
Master Cavendish has been practicing the haki starting from half a year ago, after Master and I departed from the bourgeois kingdom. As for me, I have managed to master basic forms of armament and observation haki.
Ah, armament.
Carmen pointed her finger towards Karina haughtily. Doesn't matter if I can dodge all with observation. Useless. Only to shrink back as Karina took out the seastone cuff. Prominence continued to rest at the secluded edge of the island, and the shiny sun floating above the blue sky brightly. Rowan stood up from the chair, having finished listening to Alfred's explanation. With the indefinite amount of time we are given, mastering haki should be one of our most prominent goals. The enemies we face against will only continue to get stronger. Rowan said to all the crew members, who nodded in agreement. Hakuba! Rowan turned his gaze to Hakuba-possessed Cavendish, who began to sweat and shake. Wake Cavendish up. Rest is over, and we are training haki like there is no tomorrow. Hakuba-possessed Cavendish frantically nodded before his expression faded away. Immediately after, Cavendish woke up from his spot, sighing in relief that nothing happened while he was unconscious. Guys? Are you sure, Al? The blindfolded Dan yelped in pain as a small wooden log, which was tied on a rope that was hanged on the mast frame, slammed onto his face. Lifting the wooden log away from Dan and releasing it once more, Rowan sighed. Yeah, we're getting nowhere with this. This whole training just seems inefficient. I'd rather do basic exercises like push-ups. Carmen was having the hardest time in terms of learning haki. Whatever object thrown towards her would be evaded effortlessly, since she unconsciously transforms into fire and burns them into ashes. Her training regime ended up with no progress whatsoever. In contrast, Karina was dodging the objects with ease even when she was blindfolded, but claimed that she didn't feel anything. She simply dodged by hearing the sounds and feeling the sensations of the wind gushing as the objects were thrown. The exercises were too easy for her to train haki. Cavendish was crossing his arms with his head turned in refusal. I said I refuse. Alfred, I, the former royal prince, do not wish to partake in such a savage training regime. You said it, Master Cavendish. You are the former royal prince. Now please get here, Alfred said with a gentle smile as his hands held out a blindfold to Cavendish. Nay, Farrell cried while raising one of his forelegs, cheering for Cavendish, who pulled on his long blonde hair in frustration. Chapter 55. Now, as the night approached, Rowan and his crew's group training halted. After finishing the dinner, the crew members dispersed to their rooms to end the day. Rowan and Karina were seen sitting at the deck with a lamp lying on top of the table, discussing. So the log pose needle is pointing up. Rowan recapped as Karina held out the log pose strapped onto her wrist. There must be a way to reach there. After all, not all ships can fly. Karina said thoughtfully. Perhaps a current like the one in the reverse mountain? The circumstance for him was quite tricky right now. With him and his crew's reputation, it is without a doubt that they will soon be bombarded with an influx of enemies, and they may be as potent as Baton. Due to this fact, Rowan wanted to avoid a prolonged stay on one island. However, the log pose only directs towards an island of greater magnitude. This not only allowed the easy tracking for their enemies, but caused Rowan and his crew to approach Sabaody Archipelago, which is quite close to the marine ford, at a quick rate. I know that it will be impossible for us to escape or avoid them for long, Rowan muttered. And I'm not necessarily trying to hide from them like a coward. However, we do need time to be prepared against them. Karina nodded. We luckily got off from the marine base G-11 simply because they didn't expect Carmen. If we continue to sail with our current state, nothing but death will await us. Let's say that the Sky Island exists. The Marines probably know already. All they have to do is to wait for us at the island after the Sky Island. Rowan grimaced, trying to think of a way around. What would be unpredictable? Karina grinned, watching Rowan's dismay, and placed something on the table. It was a log pose that was contained within an hourglass-like frame, with the word Alabasta written. This is what we call an eternal pose. I didn't have enough time in the Marine base G11, so I grabbed the most familiar-looking name from the pile full of it. Basically, eternal pose permanently locks onto one island's magnetism. Using this, we can throw off the chasers. Karina explained. Rowan was unsure about the idea. This is literally gambling with our lives. Alabasta? It might as well be another Marine base. I know a bit about the world government. I used to live in Frost Kingdom after all. Karina wiggled her index finger playfully, denying Rowan's claim. Alabasta is one of the 20 kingdoms that founded the world government, and no Marine base is said to be situated in those 20 kingdoms, since they all possess the armed forces that are sufficient to protect the country. Rowan was in thought, looking for any flaw behind Karina's words. Do you know how long our travel will take, or in which direction we will be traveling specifically? Karina shook her head with a bright smile. In terms of time, nope. I honestly got no idea. However, figuring out an approximate direction is not hard. When the sun rises, a stick will be enough for me to determine it. Sky Island or Alabasta. Rowan weighed both options. The first option, Sky Island. We have no idea how to get there. Like what? Give Prominence large-ass wings. The second option, Alabasta. A gamble, but so is sailing in the Grand Line. Sailing through the sea sounds better than sailing through the sky. Let me guess, you are going to say Alabasta. Alabasta it is. Rowan finally made a decision before becoming dumbfounded at Karina's statement. Karina made a cheeky smile as she leaned her face into her hands. I just know you well enough. You surely do. Rowan chuckled. Oh yeah. Do you mind if I borrow that sea stone cuff you brought? Karina quirked her eyebrow. What for? I want to see if it's possible to build resistance against the sea stone. Rowan said seriously. If this works out, it will help me a lot in the future. Rowan gritted his teeth as he reminisced over Rambo and his Nile pirates, whom he lost due to his carelessness. He can't predict the future, but he won't let his crewmates die because of him losing competency for a reason as dumb as a sea stone, ever again. Well, Karina lifted her hand up and pointed downward to the deck they were stepping on. In our storage room, there's like 2 more of those. Suit yourself. The night has passed by, and all the crew members of the Grimheart Pirates gathered in the dining room, waiting for Carmen's meal once more. Sitting on his favorite chair among all, Cavendish looked around in confusion. Where is Captain? Dan rubbed his head. I don't know either. Karina shrugged before standing up. I'll go check on him. Weird though, I've never seen him oversleep before. Walking down the stairs, Karina reached Rowan's room and knocked, only to hear Rowan weakly muttering, "Help!" behind the door. Karina twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Immediately, only to sight Rowan lying on his bed helplessly, with a sea stone cuff laid on top of him. I can't move. Rowan barely managed to voice out as Karina covered her mouth and her cheeks puffed up, trying to prevent herself from bursting out of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Failing to hold it in, Karina fell on her back as she laughed uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, the other members of the crew all ran to Rowan and Karina and witnessed the scene themselves. Ha ha ha. What are you doing, Captain? Cavendish laughed with tears while holding his stomach. Dan immediately rushed to Rowan, checking for any abnormality. Check, check, and check. Don't find anything wrong. Without a further ado, he lifted up the sea stone cuff from Rowan, causing him to inhale deeply and jolt up from the bed. Alfred shook his head. I see what Captain Rowan is attempting to do here. Building sea stone resistance is a very gruesome training. One requires a strong will to persist through this torture. Nay. Farrell nodded his long neck after hearing Alfred's statement. Immediately after, Rowan stood up urgently and rushed to the bathroom, causing the others to sweat drop. Seems like we barely made in time, Karina commented, and the others nodded in agreement. After a moment, everyone was back in the dining room as Carmen served the dishes, oblivious of what just happened. So sea stone resistance building? That works. After listening to the recap told by Cavendish, who loved an attention to himself, Carmen asked Rowan with a curiosity. Rowan shrugged with his plate already empty. I don't know, but if I ignore the fact that I lose a control of my body, It serves as a great tool for a sleep. Close my eyes and bam, it's the morning. Issue is, you have to wait for someone to come and help you. Carmen stopped munching onto her food and leaned away from Rowan fearfully. Could it be that you are a masochist, Captain? How can any devil fruit user enjoy even a slight sensation of the sea stone? If I may speak, Alfred calmly raised his hand up after wiping his mouth clean with a napkin provided. In the past, I've witnessed a very powerful devil fruit user swimming. Building a sea stone resistance may not be impossible. Swim? Rowan's eyes sparkled as he heard that. Prominence pulls up the seawater from the bottom of the ship and heats it up for the crew to use it for various means. Rowan hated how the shower, in which he used to love, became an arduous task for him. Carmen, doesn't this sound awesome? We won't have to suffer anymore, after the sufficient resistance has been built up. Carmen crossed her arms and turned her head away in refusal. The fiery property grants me a cleanness 24/7. I don't need myself to be accustomed with sea stone. Cavendish, who seemingly finished his meal just now, perked up with a light bulb glowing on top of his head, as if he realized something. What would happen if you guys drink seawater? Dan stared at Cavendish with his eyes squinted. I'm sorry to say this, but that was quite dumb, Cavendish. Regardless of whether a person is a devil fruit user or not, he or she will suffer from dehydration after drinking seawater. Never ever drink seawater, okay? Well, there is the answer, Rowan replied. No one would be dumb enough to drink seawater, so we won't know the result. If such a person exists, that person will probably die before ever encountering a single devil fruit in his or her entire life. Cavendish growled with a tick mark on his face, but averted his eyes in an embarrassment. Watching as the crew members were chatting with one another while finishing up her breakfast, Karina placed the utensils down and took out the eternal log pose. Well, that's enough talk for now. Why don't we move into more urgent matter? Oh, an eternal pose? Cavendish exclaimed in a curiosity, before his eyes widened as he read the words scripted on the wooden frame of the eternal pose. Alabasta?
Eternal pause.
Carmen and Dan simultaneously said cluelessly, before Carmen turned to Dan and growled for a matching phrase, causing the latter to sweat drop. Alabasta, an ancient kingdom, currently ruled by the wise king, Nefertari Cobra. Alfred's monocle flashed as he stared at the eternal pose in interest. Karina was seen crouching down on the ground, holding up a stick on one hand and placing a rock on the spot where the shadow of the stick landed. It may be off a little bit, but judging by the eternal pose and this work of mine, the direction of Alabasta from here is northwest. On the other hand, the log pose that points up towards the sky is eastward. Rowan momentarily stared at the eternal pose before opening his mouth. Karina and I had some discussion yesterday night. Getting to Sky Island will be difficult at the current moment. We either stay here until we find some clue to get there, or we try to get Prominence to fly up. Yeah, how will a ship as large as Prominence fly without any special ability? Therefore, I decided to change our destination to Alabasta. First, this is the only other option we have apart from the Sky Island. Second, our pursuers will be thrown off by our sudden change of course. How will they know which eternal pose we have in our hands? Last, traveling by log pose will result in us arriving Sabaody Archipelago very quick. I don't wish an early arrival to the island, but prepare ourselves for around 2 to 3 years in prior. Dan stood up with excitement, clenching his hands tightly. Alabasta Kingdom, here I come. Haha, I hope I don't get the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom to fall for my handsomeness. Cavendish posed dramatically. Alabasta Kingdom? Carmen seemed to have remembered something. Yes, I've definitely heard of the place. Some unique spices were from that place after all. Seems like you guys are fine with it. Good. Rowan gave off a serious demeanor and charismatically spoke. We will spend one more day here to ensure that Prominence is fully ready to go. Expect for a long and rough journey that may last over months, for we are going off the course of the 7th route. Yes, Captain. Everyone replied with a joy in their face, ready for their next journey. Nay. Farrell cried along with a joy of his own. Chapter 56. Baton jumped from his small boat and landed on the ground. Turning his head back on the boat, Baton sighed. Due to his demotion to ensign, Baton lost accessibility to Minnie. This left him no choice but to travel through the boat. Even his current arrival was 2 weeks faster than the normal sailing speed by a mere boat, all thanks to his endless rowing. Honeydew Valley, or otherwise known by the Marines as the Pirate Trap. This island has a very unique characteristic. For an unknown reason, this island contains 2 separate magnetic fields, which will disrupt the log pose and make its needle point up. Even worse, the larger magnetic fields take a year to be fully recorded, which renders the sailors trapped. He stood at a gigantic height of around 4 meters and muttered to himself while staring at the 2 peaks on each end of the island. Marines have used the combination of the Marine Base G11 and Honeydew Valley to completely shut off the 7th route, which means Grimheart still must be here. Baton growled as he took his glasses off. Immediately after, Baton vanished from his spot. Unfortunately for him, a week has passed by since Rowan and his crew left. In midst of chaotic storms and devastating waves, Prominence was seen sailing through. The ship somehow maintained its straight course even with the environmental disruptions, and the clashes that may damage the ship were unnaturally blasted back. "Turn right," Karina cried with heavy fatigue on her face as she gazed at the eternal pose in her hand. The problem lied in the fact that the direction of the sail kept on changing due to the rough weather, and this has been ongoing for the past week since they have set sail from Honeydew Valley. Rowan was seen crouching down, with his palm touching the deck, as he used his bounce to prevent the ship from receiving damage. His other hand was used to occasionally slap himself if he was about to fall asleep. Unlike the experiences in Sixus, Reverse Mountain, and their first sailing in the Grand Line, he felt drained to the core. It has been a week with barely any sleep, and a non-stop usage of his devil fruit ability has been too much. On the left of the ship, Captain Rowan. Alfred, standing without any exhaustion, calmly informed Rowan from behind, using his observation hockey to predict and relay whatever may cause damage on the ship. Rowan tiredly shifted his gaze to Alfred in disbelief, before shaking his head and focusing back on his job. I am the Carmen." Carmen walked lifelessly and passed the cooked buns to the crew members. She originally tried to cook a meal with the usual aesthetic aspects included, but the continuous shakes and disruptions caused her to cook the foods that are the most nutritious for them. She eventually became so efficient with the process by combining her devil fruit ability with the art of cooking. "Erg!" Cavendish shakily held onto the steering wheel and ropes as he struggled to follow Karina's instructions. Dan was seen running everywhere, constantly checking the crew members' health conditions, although he occasionally stopped to observe the chaotic surroundings with a sparkle in his eyes. Then, the rough weather abruptly vanished, leaving the whole Grimheart pirates dumbfounded. "It's over," Cavendish said weakly before collapsing with a thud. Rowan stood up with his body making a cracking sound, due to him staying in a crouched position for a long time. He tiredly shook his head and walked up to where Karina was leaning against the rail in exhaustion, observing the current situation they were in. "It can't be calm belt, right?" Rowan squinted eyes. Karina weakly laughed. "We literally traveled in a direction opposite from the calm belt. Should be okay." Seeing how the commotion stopped, Farrell kicked the door open and came out while carrying the unconscious Carmen on his back. Dan sat on his spot and took out his journal, and Alfred peeked from behind in curiosity. Rowan looked around the calm sea that Prominence was sailing within and sighted an island quite huge in terms of size. Pointing in that direction, Rowan asked Karina, "I see an island there. Is that the Alabasta?" Karina shook her head in the negative. "No, look. The needle points to a direction perpendicular to where you are pointing. We just happened to come across that island by a pure chance." Rowan sighed in exhaustion. "I can't think properly right now. Let's just anchor the ship there and take some rest." Dan sluggishly walked over to Cavendish's spot and began to maneuver the steering wheel and ropes in accordance with Karina's guidance. Prominence made a 90-degree turn to the left, and as soon enough, the sight of the huge island became apparent to everyone. The island was vast with tall trees covering the view. All Rowan could see was the fact that the island stretched far long. He wondered how he couldn't have noticed it earlier. Prominence finally reached the edge of the island. Tiredly, Rowan dropped the anchor while Alfred helped him to tie a rope around a nearby tree. Letting out a deep breath, Karina sat down on the spot she was standing on, out of pure exhaustion. Captain Rowan, my observation hockey doesn't sense anything in particular. I believe that we are safe to rest here, Alfred reported to Rowan, only to find him already snoring on the deck nearby. Well, Alfred muttered to himself as he looked around, finding how everyone, except for him and Farrell, was unconscious. I will keep watch for now. Where am I? Rowan rubbed his head in confusion. Around him was a void space. He didn't even understand how he was standing up. Don't tell me a weird voice is going to come out again and start to flame me for no reason. At a far distance, a faint gleam of red light was seen, urging Rowan's curiosity. This is a dream, right? Rowan clearly remembered that he was in Prominence prior to reaching this strange place. Lucid dream? What's going on? The red light continued to shine faintly. Rowan felt as if it was calling for him to come. There is nothing I can do anyway, except for to approach that thing. Rowan began to walk towards the red light. It did not take long, and Rowan eventually reached in front of the source of the red light. It was an orb, around the size of a basketball, floating in the middle of the void. What is this? Rowan carefully examined the orb. A voice boomed out all of a sudden, causing Rowan to turn around in caution, only to sight nothing but the void. "Ha, you again?" Rowan frowned while continuously looking left and right. The voice remarked. Rowan held out his arms wide in frustration as he shouted back, "What do you expect me to know?" "Oh yeah, are you a tailed beast like the ones in Naruto?" As if. The silence enveloped the void momentarily, and the red orb slowly began to disintegrate from its spot. Reincarnation. The voice resounded once more. Then the void was gone once more, and Rowan's eyes opened, only to sight Karina staring at him closely with a curiosity. "Huh? What are you doing?" Rowan said in confusion, while slowly sitting up. Hey. Karina rubbed back of her head and slowly retreated, while turning her face sideways to avoid Rowan. "Nothing." "Ah, Captain, you are awake? I was sleeping on the middle of the deck, and everyone was watching me?" Rowan felt a slight embarrassment as he imagined the scene. Looking down at his pants, Rowan sighed in relief. Good. My junior seems to have maintained himself calm. "Oh yes, Captain, you had this big air dash," Cavendish began to blabber, only to be stopped by Karina, who blocked his mouth with her hand while blushing. "Fuck," Rowan inwardly swore but maintained a stoic expression outwardly, acting as if he heard nothing. I bounced off the noise that came out from Cavendish's mouth. "Yes, I didn't hear anything. Where are Carmen and Dan?" Rowan asked, quickly changing the subject. Mademoiselle Carmen dash. Alfred began to spoke to answer Rowan, but was quickly interrupted by the attention-craving Cavendish. "The fire which is in the kitchen, creating the evil potions," while masked Dan locked himself in his room. Only the brave being such as myself remained on the deck, fending off the danger away from his captain. Cavendish twirled while holding a rose with his hand. "Is in the kitchen, creating delicacies that she so craved to cook after cooking buns for a week. On the other hand, Monsieur Dan is in his room, recording the journal." Nonetheless, Alfred completed his words calmly, ignoring Cavendish's interruption. Rowan nodded, having gotten used to their antics. He turned to Karina afterward. "Any idea where we are?" Karina shook her head. "We don't have any map or information for that. The only way for us to find out is to explore on feet." Subsequently, she held out the eternal pose for Alabasta. "But we can leave whenever we want. We got enough supplies for at least 3 more weeks." After thinking for a bit, Rowan raised his head back up. "We will explore first. If this island turns out to be vacated or safe from any threats, it may serve well as our training ground." Grimheart Rowan. Baton roared in fury with his eyes reddened, as he stood atop one of the 2 mountain peaks of Honeydew Valley. Breathing deeply to calm himself down, Baton raised the din mushy with a shaky hand, before pressing buttons for a call. Pururu dash. The default sound of din mushy halted as someone picked up the call from the other side.
Sign Baton reporting here.
Rear Admiral Velvet, Baton said with a dark expression on his face. Ha ha ha, to think I would hear this from you. The voice from Din Din Mushy boomed in a roar of laughter, causing Baton to grit his teeth. Do speak, ensign. Baton glared at the Din Din Mushy with blazing fury before opening his mouth. Grimheart pirates not sighted in Honeydew Valley. I suspect that they somehow managed to find an alternate path using an eternal pose. However, the direction and destination are unclear. Unclear? Ensign, the voice snorted. There are only two possibilities. 1, they are dead. 2, they escape towards the comm belt, which means they would die or luckily escape into South Blue. No big deal. Forget the Grimheart pirates and focus on your arrival to the Marine Fort. Rear Admiral Dash, are we clear? The voice growled. Baton bit on his lips and weakly muttered, Yes, sir. The call ended, and Baton placed the dial back onto the Din Din Mushy, which closed its eyes.
Ka, ka.
Baton began to laugh uncontrollably with his eyes spilling tears. Useless, truly useless after all. Baton reached the Marine Justice coat with his shaky hand, before taking it off from his back. Baton whispered with a crazed look in his eyes, No matter what, I will make sure to avenge your deaths. Baton vanished from the spot, and the only thing that remained in his place was the Marine Justice coat. Chapter 57. How amazing! One pirate member with a pair of wings on his back whispered in awe as he crouched down to touch the ground he was standing on. Verth, to think it would be this abundant here. The other pirate member, also with a pair of wings, followed suit. And look at these plants all around. How fascinating! A very tall and muscular man, reaching almost 4 meters in terms of height, stepped past the pirate member. He had black hair, thick and puffy black beard, and small black-colored eyes. He was seen grinning wide. He was a man with a bounty of 58 million belly on his head, known as Urouge the Mad Monk. Saha, I told you not to dwell on simple matters like that. Urouge spoke out boisterously. In the Blue Sea, they value the golds as much as we do with Verth. The pirate members were about to express their surprise hearing Urouge's claim, but Urouge suddenly raised his hand. Wait, while grinning, Urouge turned his head to a nearby tree with a serious gleam in his eyes. Come out, I've seen you. A figure peeked from behind the tree, and to his surprise, it was a white horse. A horse? A pirate muttered in confusion. Nay. Witnessing Urouge's menacing form, Pharaoh cried and ran away in fear, leaving Urouge and his crew dumbfounded. Urouge stood in the spot for a few seconds, before his grin became even wider. Quick, chase after that horse. I smell that something fun is about to happen. Farrell, oh Farrell, where art thou? Cavendish shouted out all around Prominence in anxiety. Should have just kept him leashed, Karina commented, to which Cavendish turned to her and growled, before turning back and crying out for Farrell once again. I apologize. My continuous use of hockey depleted my reserve of spiritual energy. I didn't notice Farrell's departure, Alfred said calmly. Suddenly, Cavendish sat down on the deck and closed his eyes. Dan tilted his head in puzzlement. What are you doing? Trying to awaken observation hockey to sense Farrell, Cavendish said as the veins popped out of his forehead and his face turned red. Stop, are you trying to kill yourself? Dan quickly rushed over to Cavendish and tried to pull him out of his spot, only to have Cavendish struggling to maintain his posture. Breathe, you idiot. Rowan sighed while sitting down on a chair, watching how his crew was behaving as usual. Nay. A faint cry of a horse was heard from the distance, which caused Cavendish to perk up in joy. Farrell. Cavendish opened his arms wide as he teared up. He was about to run towards the rushing Farrell, onto to have the hem of his attire grabbed by Rowan, preventing him from leaping down. What the? Rowan squinted his eyes as he sighted a group of men chasing after Farrell. Are they the natives of this island? Everyone get ready for a possible battle. Someone wake Carmen up. Rowan jumped down from Prominence and sighed as Farrell stopped in front of him with a visible nervousness on his face. Ah well, Rowan simply extended his arm and rubbed Farrell's head. What's done is already done. Don't worry about it. We will handle the rest. Sahaha, you look strong, Urouge said with a grin on his face, standing on his superior height. You must be the captain of the ship, right? So what do you want? Rowan confronted Urouge's grin with a cold gleam of his own. Urouge motioned his crew to stay back, before bumping his fists together and walking towards Rowan. Why don't we have a manly one-on-one brawl between you and me? One-on-one? Rowan quirked his eyebrow. Why should I? He could literally have Carmen burn all of them in one go. Sahaha, it seems that you misunderstood. Urouge laughed as he stopped in front of Rowan, extending a hand of his own. I am not interested in plundering. I simply wish to fight. Karina leaned on the rail, twirling a dagger on her hand. And why should we believe you? Urouge crossed his arms hearing this, seemingly deep in thought. Of course, he was grinning. Eventually, he turned back to his subordinate. Camazo, bring the gold. Gold! Karina instantly took her dagger away and leaned further on the rail in anticipation. One pirate member dropped a sack on the ground next to Urouge. If you win, I will give you all of this. What do you say? Urouge gestured towards the sack of gold. Rowan turned back to Karina with a deadpan in his eyes. Don't you think we got enough? We already have like 540 million belly in our possession. Karina shook her head and intently stared at Rowan. Best quality ship, best quality food, best quality clothes, best quality medicines. Do you know how much all of them cost? We have to seize every chance we can get. Rowan cracked his knuckles and turned back to Urouge. Fine, I accept. But on one more condition. Rowan stared at the large wings that were attached on Urouge's back. There is a particular information that we would like to have, and I believe that you may have it. Deal. And let the fight commence. Urouge said, hastily, and rushed his gigantic body to Rowan. As he watched Urouge's large fist approaching his face, Rowan made a grin and crouched his legs. Well, guess this is a perfect chance for me to test out my new moves. Sonic Step. Rowan disappeared from his spot in an instant moment, and all Urouge saw was him flying backward all of a sudden, with a fist dent on his chest. The booming noise caused by Rowan's move technique only managed to catch up after Rowan already landed his blow. Urouge crashed onto the tree, which broke from the sheer force of Rowan's strike. Not easy to control, but definitely manageable. The mechanism behind the Sonic Step was simple. He witnessed the move Saru from Baton previously. It wasn't too hard for him to master such a move for himself, who has physically trained himself almost every day. In addition, each time he kicked off the ground, he applied the bounce force on the sole of his feet 3 times. This resulted in an insane burst of speed that far surpassed a normal Saru. Urouge stood up giddily. Now it's my turn to show, isn't it? He looked much bigger than his previous self. His muscles swelled. His height increased to around 6 meters. Jimmas! Rowan couldn't help but mutter, before shaking his head to focus. You are a devil fruit user yourself, huh? Urouge simply continued to grin and cocked his fist back, preparing for his move. All right, let's try the next one. Rowan took a deep breath and closed his eyes to concentrate. Converge. Synchronize. Ugh. A complete synchronization was a very difficult process. Rowan couldn't properly grasp how he managed to pile up multiple bounce forces in such a manner against Baton. It would take more time for him to master this technique.
Inga Sarashi.
Urouge shouted as his fist reached Rowan. Rowan simply opened his eyes and vanished. Urouge turned around with a grin, sighting Rowan, who was now standing behind him casually. Sahaha, you are quite formidable, aren't you? Urouge shouted joyfully before jumping to Rowan. This time, Rowan didn't use the Sonic Step to evade Urouge. Right when the fist was reaching closer to him, Rowan simply placed hands behind his back. What happened at the next moment was very interesting. Right before Urouge's fist landed on Rowan, he suddenly bounced from his position, without moving a single bit of his body. He was now lying down on the ground, staring at Urouge, who towered above him, with a casualty. Oh! Urouge grinned before slamming another fist towards the downed Rowan, only for Rowan to bounce off sideways, sliding to the position adjacent to where Urouge's punch landed. Rowan's crew members were having fun watching the fight, especially Cavendish and Alfred, who witnessed Rowan being in an actual fight for the first time. Bounce, how versatile. Alfred commented, judging by the name itself, it initially sounds underwhelming. However, if used correctly, this fruit just seems limitless. Karina laughed hearing that. Well, can't refute against that. But you gotta know that this fruit is useless if a weak person gets it. The strength of basic bounce scales off of one's physical strength. Cavendish's eyes gained a gleam of greed. Devil fruit. If I can eat a fabulous one. Oh, just imagine how brilliant I will be. Carmen snickered from his right. Yes. I think the fruit that suits the best for you is the dog fruit, model. Ugly dog. What did you say? Cavendish shouted angrily as he butted his head with Carmen. Dan shivered hearing that. Devil fruit is really rare to sight, but eating one is a gamble as well. Wow, I would feel bad for someone who eats fruit like that. On the other hand, Urouge's fallen monk pirates were watching the fight with twinkling eyes. Heh, one member grinned as his eyes were onto the one-sided fight. Our high priest is cool as always. Well said, brother. His manliness is unparalleled by any other. The other one nodded seriously. Yep, and the fight is quite quick-paced too, attributing even further to his coolness. I bet that high priest can end the fight at any moment. Urouge flew and crashed back, before standing back up with an increased height of 8 meters. Right. Urouge crashed onto the ground, creating a cloud of large dust around him. Rowan was standing on a tree branch with boredom written on his face. Now? The member stopped speaking as he saw an orange octagon generated above Rowan's head. Let's end this. Entropic as the dust cleared. Rowan saw an unconscious Urouge, causing him to stop his attack and jump down from the tree. Well, guess it's already over. Karina immediately dashed using a weakened version of Saru and grabbed the sack of gold. Hee. She smiled happily as she hummed a tune and placed the sack on top of Prominence. Urouge quickly regained his consciousness as his eyes opened and he sat up from the ground, looking bewildered. I lost. High Priest lost. The crew members of the fallen monk pirates expressed their disbelief simultaneously. A silence ensued for a moment before they all burst out a laugh all of a sudden. Sahaha, I lost. Urouge stood up laughing while dusting himself off. This calls for a party. What? Dan voiced his confusion. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, drunk. Cavendish sluggishly sang the Binks sake while riding on top of Farrell and holding his sword. The pirates of fallen monk crew and Alfred were clapping around him. Carmen and the chef from the fallen monk pirates were seen to be exchanging notes. Sahaha, to think I would be defeated in such a manner. Urouge laughed as the Grimheart pirates and fallen monk pirates all sat around the campfire, partying. But don't get too complacent, Grimheart. In the future, I will challenge you again. Rowan scratched his head. He never expected that the situation to turn out like this. Nevertheless, the fallen monk pirates were pretty friendly to hang out with. Not that he will let his guard down, though. Well, if you want to challenge our captain again, bring more gold. Karina made a cheeky grin while connecting her thumb and index fingers to form a circle with her hand. One member of the fallen monk pirates' sweat dropped. She reminds me of Arissa, that Verth-loving priest. Dan was sitting right in front of Urouge, with a journal in his hand, ready to write. Now, tell us. Oh, that's what you wanted to know? Urouge grinned even wider while chugging down a mug of beer in his hand. Looking at his wings, Urouge commented, Guess you managed to figure out that we're from up high. We came down to this island by using octopus balloon, but I know just the way. Urouge grabbed a stick and began to draw on the dirt. You see this dot? This is where we are. And these 2 lines represent the calm belts. Now, from this position, you move up. Once you reach up north, you will know what to do. I've seen the pirates from the Blue Sea entering from somewhere there while I was in the sky. Move up? Can you be more specific? Karina said while staring at the simple line that connected 2 dots with a sweat drop. That's all I know. Never been down to the Blue Sea until now. Urouge grinned before refilling his mug. Sky Island. Rowan looked up at the starry sky, which was empty of any cloud. Up north. Guess we will be passing through Alabasta. No change in plan. The party continued throughout the whole night, serving as a great way for the Grimheart pirates to relieve the stress they've accumulated after the week of harsh sailing. Chapter 58. After the party that lasted for the whole night, Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish were seen lying down unconsciously within the mess of drunk and unconscious fallen monk pirates. The sun has already risen up in the sky, brightening the day. Rowan couldn't help but sweat drop watching this scene. He sighted Cavendish slowly standing up weirdly before looking around left and right. His face distorted strangely, indicating that Hakuba was in control. "Don't," Rowan casually stated, to which Hakuba-possessed Cavendish shivered before slowly lying back down, acting as if he is in a deep slumber. Although their time together has been brief, Rowan came to believe that Urouge and his pirate crew are not the enemies of his crew. It had been quite energy-consuming, but he was keeping his watch all night, intently observing if any malicious act is done against his crew. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Hospitality should be returned with hospitality. That being said, Rowan looked around at the beach they were currently located in. Prior to the party, they allocated Prominence next to the location of the fallen monk pirate's ship, Hanjamar. The design of ship was quite unique, with its figurehead with an appearance of a white demon with yellow teeth. And what did his crew call him? High Priest? Sounds like a cult. He believed that Prominence was majestic to look at. However, after coming across many pirate ships, he realized that Prominence can use an upgrade in terms of appearance. Additionally, if he looks closely, some paintings on Prominence wore off. His ship deserved better treatment. Also, gotta add figurehead of our own. Rowan thought with excitement. It was tiring with just him and Karina in the past, but now that they have more members in the crew, a more exquisite design is possible. Rowan. From afar, Karina waved her hand while placing her other hand close to her mouth, shouting towards Rowan. Woken up from thought, Rowan turned to Karina in confusion. "Yes, I am Rowan." Karina used weakened sorrow and quickly appeared in front of Rowan. Looking around with squinted eyes, she crouched slightly and slightly unzipped her purse, revealing a strange-looking fruit. It was purple in terms of color. The shape seemed oval and flat. There was no doubt that what Karina was holding was a devil fruit. Rowan's eyes widened as he whispered, "How? Don't you see this?" Karina pointed at the dark bags under her eyes. "I ran around the nearby forest all night. There's got to be ones like a devil fruit in an island as big as this one." Rowan shrugged, for there was no point in refuting any further. The girls in his ship seemed to have an ultra instinct for precious items, especially Karina. Karina whispered hurriedly, "Let's see which one this is." They entered Prominence and fetched the devil fruit encyclopedia that was within the bookshelf of the common room. Rowan quickly opened the book and began to flip through, with Karina right behind him, reading in anticipation. "Air, purple, oval, and flat. So it isn't dark fruit," Rowan muttered as he continued to flip the pages. "I think it's this one." They finally landed on one page. It read, Teleport fruit, Paramecia type. It had the exact same appearance as the fruit that Karina acquired. Teleport? Rowan couldn't help but think in awe. Teleport? He could already tell from the glance that this fruit's ability is broken. That is shocking, right, Karina? He turned back, only to find Karina frowning while munching on a piece of fruit in her mouth. Rowan couldn't help but wince seeing that. Her bite looked quite big as well. After swallowing, Karina made a disgusted expression as she wobbled on her spot, grabbing onto Rowan's shoulder to support herself. Does this taste? Rowan sympathetically gazed at Karina and chuckled. "Ah yes, I remember the sensation. Even mixing the most bitter medicine with dog stool won't taste as bad as this. I need a glass of water. Right now." Karina turned back, trying to run towards the kitchen. However, she unexpectedly disappeared with a purple flash of light. Rowan was left bewildered.
Bong ow.
Immediately after, Rowan heard Karina's groan. Exiting the common room, he saw Karina, who was holding her head in pain while sitting down on a staircase. "Well, you are going to need some time to practice that ability of yours," Rowan commented. Even though she was in pain, Karina made a cheeky smile. Shishishi, think of what I can steal with this ability. Sahaha, I'm all fired up now. Urouge grinned as he jumped up from his spot. 80040. Oh, you are awake? Rowan greeted Urouge while doing push-ups at a blinding pace, with not even the slightest trace of exhaustion on his face. Recently, he's been thinking that the simple exercises ceased to have any effect. He needed to devise new methods of training himself physically. Indeed, Urouge replied before sighting a series of purple flashes appearing here and there behind Rowan. Don't mind, it's just Karina. Rowan simply stated as he continued his exercise. 80120, 80140. While grinning, Urouge's eyes widened as he heard Rowan's muttering. You can count up to that much? 80160, 80180. Well, yeah. 80240. I was able to do this from the start. 80320. Wonder why? 80,360. Urouge grinned and got into a push-up position himself. If so, I shall defeat you by counting up higher.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, Dan sat up while holding his head. I think I drank too much. Looking at his right, he saw the fallen monk pirates and Cavendish snoring loudly. These guys are amazing. Dan chuckled before turning to his left this time. Hey Carmen, what's up? Dan greeted Carmen, only to see that she was staring at the front with a shocked expression on her face. Curious, Dan shifted his gaze to where Carmen's eyes were locked onto. Dan sighted Karina flashing from one place to another. He too became shocked witnessing the scene. What happened while I was asleep? Dan cried out. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I am gonna lag behind even more? Dan tragically knelt down with his knees and hands on top of the sand. Boo! Karina grinned as she flashed right in front of Carmen and Dan all of a sudden. Surprise! YYU Carmen shakily pointed her finger towards Karina, before suddenly smiling. You can't touch sea stone anymore. Karina's eyes flashed dangerously hearing this. Wanna have a go? Carmen growled as she stood up, with her hands blazing into a fire. Prepare to be cooked. Dan was found to already have moved next to snoring Cavendish, holding his knees together with a dark glow emanating behind him. I need a devil fruit for myself. Yes, a very powerful one. Hee, what can it be? Oh yeah, how about one that makes me turn into a dragon? Or a broken fruit like air fruit? Or light fruit? How about? So the chaotic situation formed, where Rowan and Urouge were doing a push-up competition on one side, Karina and Carmen were having an angry spar with one another, Dan was continuously murmuring in depression, and the rest were all piled up on top of one another, snoring in sync. Oh, Farrell, this is what party and alcohol do to people, Alfred said from a distance while gently caressing Farrell, who cried in agreement while sitting down on the sand. But aside from that, Alfred's eyes narrowed as his eyes pierced through the vast forest in front of them. Something doesn't feel right. In the middle of this unknown island, there lied a huge camp amidst the forest. Numerous tents were placed around one huge tent in the middle. Atop of the tent, a flag of Jolly Roger was placed, where the skull had long, curly blonde hair and heart-shaped eye holes instead of the usual circular shape. The bones behind were replaced with pink feathers. Inside the huge tent, a huge number of pirates, amounting up to 200, were seen to be standing stoically in an orderly fashion on one side. On the other side, one man was holding an orb, while a huge and obese woman was seen sitting on the chair, visibly shaking in fury as her eyes focused on the orb. Boom! The table broke as the dirty blonde-haired woman slammed her fist hard, causing some pirates to jump in fear. Her face, which is currently red from uncontrollable anger, was constituted of the brown-colored eyes, round nose, black-colored lips, and freckles. As she stood up, her full height reaching approximately 5 meters was revealed. Who are they? The woman whispered angrily as the orb in the hand of the man showed a scenery of the Grimheart pirates and fallen monk pirates on the beach. Specifically, her eyes were locked onto Karina, who was sparring against Carmen. I've been looking for that devil fruit for 7 years. 7 years. I finally reached here and killed the weakling who possessed that ability, only to see another bug stealing it from me. Yet again. The woman hysterically screamed, lifted up the huge-sized bed behind her, and slammed it down, completely shattering it. The subordinates around here all shivered in fear and looked down, not even daring to let out a single sound. "Sea Captain, please calm down," the man who was holding the orb said while sweating profusely, attempting to prevent any further damage. "They are not merely any pirates. The fallen monk pirates are well known for their captain, Mad Monk Urouge, with a bounty of 58 million belly. And the Grimheart pirates are known for an utter eradication of the marine base G11. Please, Captain, we can't afford to fight them." Huffing hard, the woman once again growled in anger and grabbed a piece of a broken table with her huge hand, before slamming it to the man holding the orb. Even before the man got a chance to cry out in pain, he was buried deep into the ground. "No one is stronger than I. You hear that clear?" The woman shouted, but heard no response from the dead man. Angrily lashing out her hands, the tent cloth behind the woman ripped and the ground around her cracked in sheer force. "Bring me my mace. I am going to kill all of them." The rest of the subordinates frantically nodded before hastily rushing off her sight, leaving only the woman in the tent.
Fallen monk?
"Grimheart." The woman growled and slowed down her breathing as she took out a picture from her pocket. It depicted an obese man with dirty blonde hair that looked similar to the woman's. "Brother, don't worry. I, Cranton Gertrude, won't let those weaklings go unpunished for daring to take your fruit." On the outside of the tent, a mysterious man with black attire from head to toe, standing on a tall tree branch, was seen watching the busy movement of the Gertrude pirates. Behind him were the other similarly dressed individuals standing on different tree branches. He slowly raised his right hand and held out his index and middle finger, making a particular signal. At the next moment, all of them dashed off from their spot, leaving nothing but silence. Chapter 59. A day has ended. With all members of both pirate crew now fully awake and sober, they went into their respective ships for a proper rest. Now, as the darkness fully consumed the surrounding, Rowan was seen sitting on the crow's nest, which was located high up within Prominence, with his eyes closed. Ability to feel a presence. Rowan thought as he felt the sensation of the world around him. The wind blowing at varying paces. The sounds of trees and plants rustling against the wind. The sounds of waves crashing against the shore. But that was about it. He had no idea how to train for this so-called observation hockey. Worse, he was starting to feel itchy on his right arm.
No.
Get rid of such thoughts. Focus, concentrate, sage mode. I can't hold it. Rowan moved his arm and immediately scratched his right arm in satisfaction, with a relieved smile forming on his face. Opening his eyes, Rowan sighed in frustration. Willpower? Convert it into spiritual energy to strengthen oneself? Sounds pretty similar to Ryoryoku from Bleach, but I am alive, not dead. Rowan thought while staring at the bright full moon atop the island. And Conqueror's hockey, was it? Alfred said that he saw others lose their consciousness? Pressure? I am awfully suspicious that it may be something like Ryatsu. Truth to be told, Rowan began his life in anime by watching Naruto and Bleach when he was quite young. The issue was, the stories went south to an extent where Rowan couldn't afford to watch any further. He tried Toriko as well, but the anime was discontinued. Afterward, he vowed to never watch long animes ever again, and stick with relatively shorter ones instead. Even aside from that, he barely remembers anything about his past life now. After all, 18 years have passed since his arrival in this new world. Everything that he experienced here can be considered as extraordinary in his previous life. He used to wonder if he was dreaming until his family got brutally murdered. Physical prowess, devil fruit power, various techniques, and hockey. Rowan looked at his hand, which was now hardened from many fights and contained numerous scars. How did this all begin? His family got murdered, and he decided to take revenge against Arlong. Now that he thinks about it, a decision to kill Arlong with just Saitama's training regime seemed dumb. In the end, the reason I'm still alive and healthy here is due to luck. He wasn't given any cheats whatsoever, but he wasn't born normal either. The heritage of Uchiha and rapid increase in strength with simple exercises. Without those, he wouldn't have been able to fight against Arlong. And afterward, my assault against Nezumi. This was the crucial moment that gave him the bounty of 10 million belly. Logically speaking, 10 million doesn't sound high enough for someone who defeated Arlong. Why 10 million? Because they understood that there were valid reasons behind those murders. For 4 years of living within a vengeance, Rowan didn't know what to do after he set sail. He wanted to return to his life before the death of his family and seek a way to live peacefully once again. However, he then stumbled upon the Nile pirates, followed by the devious scheme of Krieg. During then, my bounty poster only depicted my back. Most don't even recognize me, and if I didn't intervene, I might have achieved my goal. Yet he decided to intervene. He couldn't afford to see the repetition of Cocoyasi village, and up to this day, he didn't regret it. The problem was what happened before and after his clash against Krieg. First of all, how were so many pirates convinced by the Nile pirates? A good human being joining under Krieg doesn't sound right. He suspects that one individual may have possessed a special ability related to mind manipulation, but he will never find out. And after, forming a grand fleet full of pirates, that was the worst move Rowan ever made. He thought that the Marines would appreciate his effort to neutralize the East Blue, but they were mostly corrupt. The seemingly nice Marines were sharpening their knife, waiting for a perfect chance. Even worse, his action attracted the attention of the world government, who never bothers to look at the sea as weak as the East Blue. If not for Karina's help and Smoker roaming outside of the Logue town, he would have died, and it made total sense. He was literally asking to be killed.
Madeltresser.
Rowan's eyes hardened as he recalled the name of his enemy, who entered the Grand Line before from him. Additionally, Baton. Those two individuals were the ones that defeated him. I can't lose my crew as I did with Rambo and the others, ever again. To survive, to protect, and perhaps, to unveil the secret behind his heritage. Those three motives were what drove Rowan forward. That's why I must become the strongest. And that's why I can't allow you to pass. Rowan jumped down from the crow's nest and landed on the sand, confronting the huge number of pirates sneakily walking from the forest. One pirate's eyes widened. "We've been found, dash." Before he could finish, Rowan blurred from his spot and appeared in front of the pirate, holding his index on his lips with a cold expression on his face. Shut up, will you? My crew is sleeping," Rowan said in a cold tone. Right when he finished, the pirate in front of Rowan fell with a hole size of a fist on his chest. The other pirate members saw the scene, horrified. They didn't even see when Rowan landed his attack, or how he managed to close the distance in an instant moment. "Are Rowan the Grim Heart?" another pirate muttered, collapsing on the ground due to immense fear. Within the still darkness, Rowan's eyes gleamed in crimson under the moonlight. Reaching to his pocket, Rowan flicked up 4 bullets toward the air. A series of small booming noises were heard as the bullets rapidly gained speed, bouncing up and down in midair. "Captain Cranton, how are we supposed to win against this monster?" someone muttered in despair. At the next moment, the bullets abruptly propelled from their positions, and one pierced through the nearest pirate. A sickening noise was heard as the said pirate fell down with a bleeding hole on his forehead. The bullets chaotically pierced through the pirates at a blinding pace. The grunting sounds and small booming noises were heard everywhere around where Rowan was standing. Eventually, the whole area was covered by the dead pirates, as the trees and grounds were painted with blood. Surprisingly, no blood landed on Rowan, who bounced it off from his body. Rowan then shifted his gaze to the obese and huge woman holding a mace, who was frozen in shock as her eyes contained disbelief. How is this possible?" Gertrude shakily opened her mouth, as she watched Rowan silently walking towards her with his crimson eyes flashing dangerously. Out of desperation, Gertrude lifted up her huge mace, in which its total size amounts up to 4 meters, up high in the air, about to slam it down onto Rowan. Her cry was interrupted by Rowan, who appeared in front of her and punched her in the face, while easily grabbing her large mace with just one of his hands. He gently placed the weapon down on the ground. Immediately after, Rowan appeared under the falling Gertrude, lifting her without any trouble and lightly placing her down. Gertrude looked at Rowan pleadingly, spilling out the desperate tears from her eyes. I am sorry. Please, spare me. A sound of bone crushing was heard as Rowan stomped on Gertrude's neck, effortlessly ending her life. Now standing, void of any emotion and the crimson glow from his eyes fading, Rowan looked at his hands, which were seemingly covered in blood. In the past, he had a similar experience. After he killed over 1,000 of Rowley and his fleet, he felt a pang of guilt and disgust creeping into his mind. But now, he felt nothing. What was the point of being a saint who spares one's enemies? The world government is manipulative, the Marines are corrupt, and the pirates are evil. Call him biased, but this is who he is now. No longer the average Rowan he once used to be, but Rowan the Grimheart, a notorious pirate who's feared by many. Did you really think we were asleep? All of a sudden, Karina's voice was heard from behind him, causing him to jolt up and turn back. All of them were there: Karina, Carmen, Dan, Cavendish, Alfred, and even Farrell. I sensed the enemies approaching ages ago, Captain Rowan, Alfred gently said with a calm expression. You were there the whole time? Rowan scratched his head in embarrassment, to which Cavendish snorted. Why, of course. It was so loud that I was awoken from my fabulous dream. Crossing his arms, Cavendish exclaimed with a grin.
Dan Sruget.
He used to be repulsed by the sight of brutal murders, but felt nothing now. Well, we were going to help you, but they were too weak to pose any threat. And you took them out all by yourself. Unfair. Karina pouted. It was a perfect chance to practice my new ability in a fight, you know? Meanwhile, Carmen turned her head towards the silent ship belonging to the fallen monk pirates, Hanjimaru. It seems that they are sleeping without any awareness. How amazing! Rowan stood there, dumbfounded, before breaking out a burst of sudden laughter. Ha 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 ha! The rest of the crew looked confused. Rowan, are you okay? Karina said with a mix of concern and confusion. Forget about protecting them. They are potent enough to protect themselves after all. Rowan thought as his laugh continued, further creeping out his crew. What happened? Urouge and his crew found their eyes widened as they sighted a scene where over 200 pirates were lying in a pool of blood, dead. While grinning, Urouge turned his head to Alfred, who was sitting on the chair atop the deck of Prominence. His eyes were full of inquiry.
He Alfred.
Do you know what happened? Shoo. Urouge was interrupted by Alfred holding his index in front of his lips, with a light smile on his face. Please tone down. You might wake them up. Chapter 60. We arrived at this island around a week ago, Urouge said while drawing a simple crescent on the sand, with a stick in his hand. Up until now, we didn't manage to get much information. No village, town, whatsoever. All that laid out there was a vast forest that seemed endless. Rowan and his crew were seen to be listening intently, except for Dan, who was tied to the nearby tree, screaming "Adventure!" over and over. What is this supposed to represent? Carmen deadpanned at Urouge, while pointing her finger towards the crescent moon-like shape drawn on the sand. The route we traveled in, Urouge grinned in response. We left Hanjimaru at this point over here, and began to cut through the forest straightward. After a few days, we found and chased after your horse, Farrell, and met you guys, before moving back to where we began off from, right here. So, they didn't cite anything special but a continuation of forest, Rowan thought as he listened to Urouge's explanations. Turning to his back, Rowan looked at the site of the corpses, where the flies were flying around. Where did they come from? Some fallen monk pirates were seen to be lingering around the dead body of Gertrude, with bounty posters in their hands. Found it. One of the fallen monk pirates, Camazo, cried as he held out one particular bounty poster. Cranton Goliath Gertrude, 64 million belly, wanted dead or alive. Another member cried out in disappointment. I can't find any single thing worth of value. Just how poor were these dudes? Karina snickered hearing that. She had already taken everything the night before. So why didn't you go deeper into the forest? Cavendish asked curiously while munching onto a rose. We weren't interested after sighting nothing but forest. Urouge grinned. Between the Verth that we've seen numerous times before and the fascinating blue sea, our choice is obvious, no? Fair enough. Cavendish shrugged and returned his attention to the rose in his hand. Carmen abruptly stood up with her right hand blazed in fire. Why don't I just burn the whole forest down to the ground? Problem solved. What? You can do that? Urouge and his crew said with excitement, rendering Rowan and Karina to facepalm. I think eating the flame fruit overloaded her brain, Karina muttered, and Rowan couldn't agree more. Rowan shivered thinking about the hell that Carmen unleashed in Sixus, and having her recreate such a scene on an island of a much larger scale dreaded him. He had to stop her from acting impulsively. Carmen, have you ever heard of global warming? Due to excess carbon dioxide and other emissions produced, the world is getting warmer day by day. The trees are very environmental friendly, as they are able to convert the carbon dioxide back to oxygen. What does this mean? When you burn those trees, a huge amount of carbon dioxide will be released and… Rowan started to blabber nonstop, causing Carmen's eyes to spin comically. What the hell is global warming? Cavendish remarked with a rose sticking out of his mouth. Carbos diasoda? What? From trees? Trees fart? Karina facepalmed once more, tiredly rubbing her eyes. I think Rowan has gone weird since last night. Hey! Don't ignore me. From the back, Dan screamed, but no one seemed to be paying any attention to him, except for Alfred, who was staring at Dan with sympathy. Adventure. My hands are all itchy from not writing the journal for 2 days. How unfortunate to witness you in such a state, Monsieur Dan, Alfred sighed. Please wait here. I will bring you another cup of tea. It will help you to sober up faster. Dan's face turned green hearing that. Please, no more tea. I had more than 10 cups already. Hold on. Global warming isn't a thing here. Rowan paused and realized his error. Clapping his hands together, Urouge gained everyone's attention. Well, there's the information, Urouge grinned as his eyes flashed in anticipation. Now tell us what happened last night. All the fallen monk pirates leaned in, heavily interested in the words that were about to come out of Rowan's mouth. They were going to launch a sneak attack on us. Rowan lowered his tone and spoke dramatically. The fallen monk pirates leaned in even further. So I killed them all. Rowan finished dully, causing the fallen monk pirates to fall comically. Urouge jumped back on his feet and brought his grinning face closer to Rowan. Where is the detail? Give us the juice. There was no juice. It was a one-sided massacre, Karina said while twirling her hair, which seemed to have notably grown longer. Her words led the fallen monk pirates to slouch down in disappointment. Anyway, thanks for sharing your information with us. Stretching his body, Rowan stood up, although it was useless. Urouge's grin widened. No problem at all. I presume that you are planning to remain on this island for some more time? Rowan nodded in response. If so, I am afraid that this is where we part, Grimheart pirates. Urouge held out his huge hand. It has been enjoyable to spend time with you guys, but the adventure to the blue sea awaits ahead of us. Rowan smiled as well and grabbed one of Urouge's fingers, shaking their hands. I see. It has been a pleasure to get to know you, fallen monk pirates. Don't die out there, okay? Ha ha ha, that's a nice joke. Urouge laughed, while Rowan froze on his spot. Although not as potent as you, my crew and I are quite formidable. He didn't jinx himself, did he? Rowan thought with a slight worry, but quickly shook off such a thought. The fallen monk pirates got aboard Hanjimaru and began to sail away. Rowan and his crew waved their hands to the fallen monk pirates. Urouge was seen crossing his arms as he faced the island with a grin on his face. With a final thumbs up, he turned around, looking forward to him and his crew's next journey. All right, this is how it goes, Rowan said as his crew all gathered around the table. Carmen, Alfred, and Farrell will defend Prominence. With his hockey and her ability, I doubt that any consequence will pose a problem. However, if you do encounter difficulty, simply signal a flare-up in the sky. Carmen and Alfred nodded with seriousness. Farrell raised his foreleg in agreement. The rest of us will explore the forest for one purpose only, to check if there exist any unknown dangers that we should be aware of. If all is clear, I plan to have us stay here for some time, until we gain a proper grasp in this hockey. Cavendish tilted his head. But this is just the early part of the paradise. What's there to fear? Am I the only one who still don't get why they call this sea the paradise? Dan said in exasperation. What part of here is so paradise? Karina shook her head hearing Cavendish. Trust me, we almost died facing off a very powerful rear admiral before recruiting you. Alfred and Farrell. Better be prepared than to face another consequence like that. Ah yes, the infamous destruction of the Marine base G-11. Alfred spoke out calmly. It has been less than a month, yet the news spread out like wildfire due to its absurdness. Oh, that one, Cavendish said in a realization, before frowning. Morgan's outshadowed me by writing something as bold as that, completely disregarding the Marine and the world government. PFF, Carmen stared at Cavendish with a look of ridicule. Outshadow? Please, no one knows you at all. Cavendish angrily growled and pulled out a folded bounty poster from his pocket, pointing at it. Don't you see this? Cavendish, 75 million belly. Wanted dead or alive. Carmen crossed her arms and leaned her head back haughtily. You are witnessing the Flame Empress, an infamous pirate wanted for 200 million belly. Bow, puny mortal. Dan let out a lone tear at the reveal of Cavendish's bounty, 10 million here. Karina was seen giggling as she spectated how the conversations went. All right, that's enough chit-chat. Rowan intervened, bringing the group back to the main topic. Pack up. We are leaving immediately. Sabaody Archipelago, Grand Line. Next to the large mangrove labeled by the number 19, a small two-story house was seen to be situated out of nowhere. Its surroundings were full of junks and corpses. On a balcony on the second floor of the house, two individuals were seen. Granny, did you read this? A man, puffing on a cigarette, said with half-closed eyes as he held out a newspaper on his hand. He was around 230 centimeters in terms of height with a lean body frame, coupled with black hair and black-colored eyes. Another hand weakly grabbed onto a short, old-aged woman with black hair herself. Although she looked senile, her black-colored eyes contained a trace of wisdom. HM? This one is already quite old. The old woman exclaimed. Marine base G-11 destroyed. What's so special about this? Just a mere G-11. Bring me news about the destruction of Marine Ford, and I may be surprised. Read after that. The man puffed out smoke while leaning on a rail. Dumbass, you think I didn't? Just some rookies getting confident because of their devil fruit abilities, and nothing more. Hearing the old woman's reply, the man sighed. One of the so-called rookies, Rowan the Grimheart. His real name is Uchiha Bob. The old woman froze. What? She shrieked in disbelief and tightened her grip on the newspaper. Uchiha, haha, how? Lifting her head up, the woman snatched the cigarette from the man's mouth to his dismay, before stomping on it. Come on, Job. We literally found another member of our family, and you act like nothing happened? The old woman shouted out and pulled on the hem of the man's cloth, causing him to gain a tick mark on his forehead. You friggin' granny! Job shouted. I told you to call me Sebastian. The old woman abruptly placed her eyes back on the newspaper, intently looking at Rowan's bounty poster. I can't believe it. I thought we were the last one. Her eyes were full of excitement, as if a new hope budded from within. Can you be the one who inherited the eyes of Gorgon? She whispered. Chapter 61. Nope, still nothing at all, Rowan remarked as he looked at the vast forest laid out in front of him, while in the midair. Descending back into the forest, he shook his head in response to the eyes full of expectations, belonging to Karina, Dan, and Cavendish. Dan slumped in disappointment. So there is no one on this island after all? Can't say for sure, Rowan shrugged. We didn't even cover a quarter of the forest. From up there, I couldn't estimate how big this island is. Would have been dangerous to travel any further in usual circumstances, but we got Karina. Karina smiled confidently. I marked the location of Prominence with my ability. We can teleport back anytime we want. So how exactly does your ability work? Cavendish asked in curiosity and mild jealousy combined. From what I figured out, This ability can be used in 3 different ways. 1. Teleport myself and whatever I'm in contact with to a nearby location within my sight. 2. Mark a particular location and teleport myself and whatever I'm in contact with to that location. This mark disappears after using it one time. 3. Teleport whatever I'm in contact with to a nearby location within my sight. No one will be able to catch her. Rowan added on with a chuckle. Well, to some extent, Karina nodded. But it consumes my stamina. I can't teleport here and there forever without any rest. The group resumed their walk in the forest. As they continued to move forward, they noticed that the trees began to get thicker, and their leaves became more abundant. The deeper they went, the darker it was. You know, Karina whispered to Rowan, I'm starting to think that we should have brought Carmen here. Can't see anything, you know? Don't worry about it, Rowan smiled. I can see just well enough. In the next moment, Rowan and Karina stiffened from their spot, rendering Dan and Cavendish to cease walking and stand in their spots. I see/hear something, Rowan and Karina said in sync as they stared at the darkness that lied in front of them. Following suit, Dan took out his pistol and Cavendish unsheathed his sword. A faint sound of the gushing wind was heard from one side. Turning his head slightly, Rowan sighted an unknown individual, covered in black from head to toe, who was flying towards him at a rapid rate, with a kunai in his hand. Karina, Rowan said seriously. I know. Karina grinned ferociously before disappearing with a burst of weakened sorrow. Immediately after, the unknown individual found himself pinned on the bark of the nearby tree, with Karina's dagger against his throat.
Het.
The unknown individual widened his eyes in disbelief. Walking up to Karina and the unknown individual, Rowan grabbed the full-head black mask and pulled it off, revealing a brown-haired man, huffing with a bewildered expression. Now tell me, who are Rowan stopped his interrogation and shifted his eyes towards the side. You aren't the only one, huh? Subsequently, around 30 unknown individuals, covering themselves by black from head to toe, appeared behind the trees all around Rowan and his crew. One individual, appearing to be a female, walked up from the group. State your business. Rowan didn't bother to answer the question. Why attack us? He said coldly, as his eyes narrowed towards the unknown woman. Intruders, you trespassed upon our ground. The woman's eyes dangerously flashed in response. I will say it once again. State your business, or face the consequences. How outrageous! Cavendish growled in anger, but his mouth was quickly blocked by Dan, who shook his head in seriousness. Just stop, will you? Dan whispered to Cavendish. We can barely see anything here. If fight partakes, we will be nuisances to Captain and Karina. Cavendish grabbed onto Dan's hand and forcibly removed it from his mouth. Coward! What's there to fear from the early paradise? Grow some balls. Meanwhile, Rowan intensely locked eyes with the unknown woman, glaring at each other. Eventually, Rowan sighed and signaled. Karina released the dagger, causing the man to slump down on the bark in relief. If there is one principle Rowan always kept, it was to respect the inhabitants and natives of an island, unless they were confirmed to be his enemies. Every time he acts against this principle, he would be reminded of Arlong's arrival on his own. We simply came here for an exploration, and nothing more. Rowan stated, Are you the only inhabitants on this island? The woman stood in silence, before opening her mouth once more. That is none of your concern. Go back, for our king does not bid his welcome to the outsiders. Rowan frowned his face. This was getting to nowhere. With a continual decline to converse from the other party, he was left with only 2 options, to fight or leave. He did not mind choosing either option, but choosing the latter option will leave their question, whether they are safe to stay on this island or not, unanswered. Swoosh! Suddenly, a strong and ominous wind blew from the darkness and ruffled against the tall trees, causing the individuals covered in black and Grimheart pirates to crouch and shield their faces. The woman's exposed eyes widened. Don't tell me that it has already begun. She urgently turned her eyes to Rowan and shouted, Retreat and don't dare to come in any further, if you don't wish to die. The woman, along with the other unknown individuals, all dashed to the darkness, leaving Rowan and his crew. I smell an adventure. Dan grinned ferociously, causing Cavendish to stare at him weirdly. So what now? Karina asked Rowan, whose eyes were lingering at the darkness that the black individuals disappeared into. Rowan turned to Karina with a smirk on his face. Going, of course. We can't go back without anything, can we? Should be of no problem. Rowan thought confidently. At worst, we got Karina to teleport us back. As expected from Captain. Cavendish grinned as he lightly swung the sword he was holding. Four of them began to run towards the darkness, without knowledge of what lies within. Naturally, Rowan was the fastest. Before the others could call out on him, he was long gone. After him, Karina and Cavendish were seen to be running side to side. Dan was lagging behind in the end, but he was still able to keep up. His strength has notably risen since the battle against the Kid Pirates. Up ahead, a faint silhouette of a gigantic spider was seen, hacking its sharp legs and shooting a purple-colored poison towards the group that Rowan encountered earlier. The number of the group amounted to 70 approximately. Swoosh, swoosh, the unknown individuals dashed from tree to tree, evading and throwing the kunais and shurikens in their position. However, they seemed to have no damage on the creature, for they helplessly bounced off the surface of the creature like nothing. The gigantic spider screeched and shot a stream of white liquid, which instantly hardened after trapping one individual. Subsequently, the gigantic spider raised one of its legs, about to pierce through the body of the trapped one. The leg moved at a very rapid speed, but before it could pierce through, the woman, who spoke out against Rowan and his crew previously, managed to alter the path of the leg by clashing it against her kunai, missing the trapped individual. You have to get a hold of yourself, the woman pleaded as she parried another leg of the creature with shaky arms, huffing heavily. However, her cry did not invoke any response from the creature. It screeched once more, before raising one of its legs and slamming it down on the ground. The ground that surrounded the creature shook heavily before being distorted. Some parts elevated high, while some dropped down. The individuals lost their footage from the tree and fell down. Yui! One individual cried out towards the woman. 10 minutes passed already, and still no sign of coming back. She clenched her fists while standing on top of an elevated section of the ground. Need help? Suddenly, a voice was heard from her right, causing her to jolt up and immediately back away in caution. In her sight stood Rowan, whose hands were placed in his pockets with a casual smile on his face. You, the woman, now identified as Yui, growled. I told you not to come here. Before the conversation could continue, the spider raised its leg and slashed towards Rowan and Yui. Yui hastily retreated from the spot by jumping, but Rowan stood on his spot, without any hint of fear on his face. When the spider's leg blended on Rowan's shoulder, the ground underneath him cracked. However, he didn't seem to have sustained any damage, as the casualness was still intact on Rowan's face. Hi there, Rowan growled as he stared at the 8 red eyes that were glaring towards him. Another booming sound was heard from Rowan's shoulder. This time, the spider's leg was blasted off Rowan's shoulder, with its shape distorted and blood dripping. Huh. Rowan thought in confusion as he sighted a red-colored blood flowing out of the spider. Red? Spider's blood isn't supposed to be red-colored. Cavendish huffed as he landed next to Rowan, staring at the latter in amazement. How are you so fast? Phew, that was fast, Karina remarked as she wiped the sweat on her forehead, before opening her jaw in shock as she sighed the gigantic spider standing right in front of them. The ferocity was magnified by the darkness that engulfed the surrounding. Suddenly, the gigantic spider suddenly shrank in size, transforming into a body of a man. He was a handsome man with dark blue hair and hazel-colored eyes. He was seen to be huffing heavily as his whole body was drenched in sweat. His right hand was broken and bleeding profusely. My king, you've returned. Yui immediately rushed and knelt in front of the man, quickly wrapping up the bleeding hand with a bandage within her attire. Yes, I have indeed. Although pale and weak, the man calmly stated before turning his face to Rowan, who was standing at some distance away with his crew members, I give my gratitude for your aid. The name of this highness is Aoki Ichiro, the former king of the Daifuku Kingdom. Although ungrudging, Yui hesitantly turned her head and bowed to Rowan. "Thank you for your help, pirate." At the same time, Dan arrived at the scene and stood behind Cavendish without any idea as to what is going on. "Ah." Dan lifted up his hand as if about to ask something, before hesitantly placing it down as he saw the seriousness of the situation. "Name your price. I shall reward you heftily." With the support from his subordinates, Ichiro shakily stood up from his spot and calmly spoke. "I want some answers," Rowan replied, before citing Karina's pleading look, "and some belly too." Chapter 62. Everything happened too quick. With a snap of finger by Ichiro, a round, wooden table, a plain wooden chair, and a lamp were brought by his subordinates, placing it in between him and Rowan. "Help yourself." Ichiro gestured his hand towards the wooden chair before sitting down on a different kind of chair, which was covered by red cushions. Karina licked her lips as her eyes locked onto the chair Ichiro was sitting on, calculating how much it can sell. Although annoyed, Rowan sat down on the wooden chair, ready to converse. Karina, Dan, and Cavendish were standing behind him, while Ichiro's subordinates similarly stood behind Ichiro. "First of all, are you guys the inhabitants of this island even?" Rowan asked in suspicion. Yui stepped up, but was stopped by Ichiro, who calmly raised his hand up. "Not exactly. We came from the Shinju Island. By chance, we stumbled upon this island around a year ago, and I have decided to establish a new kingdom here," Ichiro said as he grabbed onto a tea that one of his subordinate passed to him, quietly taking a sip. "How about that giant spider thing? You ate a devil fruit, didn't you?" Karina asked in curiosity. Ichiro frowned hearing this, before turning his eyes to Rowan. "You should keep your subordinates in check, pirate," Ichiro said in disdain, causing Rowan to narrow his eyes and lean forward. "They aren't my subordinates, but my crew mates and friends. They have freedom to do whatever they want," Rowan said in a cold tone. "And it's none of your business. Answer her damn question. How dare you speak up to King in such a way?" Yui shouted from Ichiro's right, angrily pulling out a kunai. Her impulsive act was halted once more by Ichiro, who took a deep breath and raised his hand to signal for a stop. "Very well." Ichiro took another sip from the tea. Dan's face turned green seeing that. He had more than enough teas in the morning. Placing down the cup on the table, Ichiro spoke up. "I recently ate a devil fruit belonging to the class of mythical zoan, known as spider fruit, model, Tsuchigumo, earth spider. The power given by the fruit is terrifying, to an extent where I will lose my control periodically. Today, if not for your intervention, I may have lost my subordinates." Thinking momentarily after Ichiro's response, Rowan raised his head for another question. "Are there any other dangers within this island that we should be aware of?" "Bring the map," Ichiro ordered to the subordinate nearby, who bowed and pulled out a scroll out of a thin air. Rowan and his crew's eyes widened seeing this. Ignoring their surprised expressions, Ichiro unrolled the scroll, revealing a hand-drawn map. "For a year, we explored around this island, before I deemed that it is suitable to build my kingdom," Ichiro explained. "There used to be some problems. Mutants, poisonous plants, and other trouble-posing factors. However, we got rid of such issues and purified this island from such threats." Rowan gazed at the map for a few seconds, before turning his eyes back to Ichiro. "How about we make a deal?" "Go ahead," Ichiro said in amusement. "We plan on staying here for an indefinite time, with or without your consent. However, you can benefit from this. By paying us a certain amount of belly, we will come to your aid whenever you lose control," Rowan suggested, earning a satisfied nod from Karina. "Brrrr." Ichiro laughed out loud hearing Rowan's suggestion in a novel way, causing Rowan, Karina, and Dan to freeze on their spot. Rowan got goosebumps as the laughters of his deceased family members resounded within him, overlapping with Ichiro's laugh. He almost shrieked out in horror. Cavendish was seen to be staring at Ichiro in jealousy as he thought, "What a unique laugh, ugh. And he is a king too, while I am stuck as a prince. That's a fabulous deal for us, something that we're unable to reject at a current moment." Ichiro ended with a chuckle. "Very well, I shall accept your offer. 50,000 belly per aid. How does that sound?" "Works for us. Deal." Fearing that Karina might enter her negotiation mode, Rowan quickly accepted the deal. If so, that concludes this session, Ichiro stated as he stood up and clapped his hands. The individual, who took out the map scroll earlier, extended his hand once again and took out a stack of belly from thin air. And here is 50,000 belly for your previous aid. This highness shall now enjoy some rest. Scram? Karina excitedly snatched the stack from the individual and counted the belly one by one, ensuring that the amount is not miscounted. Ichiro turned around and paused. Finally, you should keep your crewmate in check, pirate, before walking away with his subordinates following him, after they cleaned up the setups.
What?
Rowan said in confusion and turned left and right, only to sight Cavendish grinning devilishly. He stared at Hakuba-possessed Cavendish dully. Well, at least now you know how to behave properly, Rowan muttered, to which Hakuba-possessed Cavendish frantically nodded as he sweated profusely. After, Rowan turned to Karina, who finished counting at a blinding pace. Karina, it's warp time. Okay, teleport coming up. Everyone, grab onto my hand. After Rowan, Dan and Hakuba-possessed Cavendish grabbed onto Karina's left and right arms. They disappeared in a purple flash. Captain, what are you doing? Dan expressed his curiosity as Rowan was busy tightening the nail on a device he built with wooden materials. After tightening the final part, Rowan stood up with a grin, wiping his forehead. Phew, finally done. Behold, my seastone sleep tool, Rowan said dramatically while introducing the machine. It resembled a lamp, but instead of light bulb, a seastone cuff was hanging at the edge. The mechanism is simple. During night, this seastone cuff will be lowered and touch me. In the morning, it will be lifted back up, allowing me to regain my strength. Dan looked disgusted hearing that. You training maniac. You torture yourself even in your sleep? Rowan rubbed his back with a chuckle. Is it that intolerable? I asked to Karina and Carmen if they want this too, but they immediately declined and ran away. On the other side, Alfred was seen to be drawing. Yes. The mast should be kept red, for it correlates with the name Prominence, but the design on this part can be better. He was devising a new design for the ship. The citizens from Bourgeois Kingdom loved something of exquisite appearance, and Alfred was not an exception. Ultimately, he ended up becoming quite skilled at designing. Hold on, Alfred. I don't like the black color here. Change it to pink. Cavendish, who was peeking at the paper from the behind, disagreed to Alfred's design. Master Cavendish, Alfred spoke calmly, flashing his monocle as he pushed it up with his finger. Who selected your outfit? Hearing this, Cavendish clicked his tongue in irritation and looked away while crossing his arms, as he couldn't find a way to retort against Alfred's words. Farrell was simply sitting down on one corner, munching on a book that read, How to Tend Your Horse. On the outside of Prominence, Karina and Carmen were clashing against one another. Carmen threw a ball of fire towards Karina, who easily dodged by dashing away and lied down on top of the sand. Right after, the huge volume of sand, in contact with Karina, teleported on top of Carmen and dropped down on her. Carmen turned herself into fire and quickly bolted out of the position, causing the pile of sand to drop to the beach. Now having finished with his newest training device, Rowan stepped outside and watched the spar between Karina and Carmen while leaning on the rail of Prominence. He felt the sensation of the wind that gently blew. Looking up to the blue sky, a slight smile escaped from his face. Their journey up to this point was quite rough. However, it was exciting and enjoyable. He could understand why Dan felt so attracted to the adventures, to some extent. Shifting his eyes down to the forest, Rowan's expression turned serious. First, there are Marines. A rear admiral already posed quite a problem to us. I can't imagine how strong the Marines of higher ranks will be. Next, the pirates. The 4 Yonkos that are within the New World, the 7 warlords, as known as the government's dogs, and other notorious pirates. And finally, from his pocket, Rowan took out a newspaper, in which he acquired by his own subscription of the News Coup, the East Blue edition, Nojiko, Nami. When have you guys become the pirates? Rowan whispered in disbelief as he looked at the 3rd page of the newspaper. It said, Rowan sighed in worry as he intently stared at the very familiar faces on the bounty posters. Please be safe, you too. Chapter 63, 3 years after. Year, 1522. On a vast blue sea, a small boat was seen to be sailing at a slow speed. Within the boat, 2 young men were seen to be sitting down casually. One was wearing a straw hat, along with red vest and blue shorts. His face was jovial with big, round black-colored eyes and a scar under his left eye. His name was Monkey D. Luffy, an individual who ate the rubber fruit. The other man, having characteristics of a short green hair and sharp black-colored eyes, was seen to be looking in the front with a confidence. He had 3 swords sheathed on his waist. His name was Roranoa Zoro, well known within the East Blue as the Pirate Hunter. Yo Zoro, where are we heading? Luffy said while picking his nose. Zoro grinned and pointed a thumb towards himself. Heh, just trust in me, Luffy. Didn't we get to the Orange Town just fine last time? The boat continued to sail, without Luffy and Zoro realizing that they were heading towards Sixus. Nearly 3 years. A tall man, approximately 275 centimeters in terms of height, with a long black hair reaching down to his shoulder and black-colored eyes, was seen frowning. His face contained many wrinkles, indicating that he was quite old in terms of age. He was wearing a black suit and had his hands pocketed. Still no sight of my son. In front of him the table lied an active din mushi. A stern voice was spoken from it. Spandine. It has been far too long. It was only possible for us to postpone this issue for this long, due to the fact that your son didn't resort to any criminal acts. We cannot drag this on any longer. We will have to issue a bounty for him. Spandine gritted his teeth. I understand. The call was hanged up afterwards. Walking up to the window, Spandine hollowly muttered, Spandine, my son. You've renounced your tie with me by changing your name to Baton, ran away to the Marine Base G-11, and now, go rogue? Spandine sighed and lowered his head. It all began after the mission in the O'Hara. Where are you now? In front of the strong current of the reverse mountain, the pirate ship belonging to Nojiko and Nami's pirate crew was seen. Nojiko, Nami, and their crew members were seen exhausted. Due to the fact that their faces were now well known within the East Blue, with Nojiko's bounty raised to 15 million and Nami to 13.5 million, it was very difficult for them to cross the Logue Town and evade Smoker's radar. They essentially formed a temporary alliance with numerous pirate crews and sailed to the Logue Town all at once. While the pirates were busy restocking, their crew left discreetly, without even taking a foot outside of the ship. Smoker was busy catching those pirate hordes by then. Everyone ready? Even though they were tired, Nojiko and Nami turned their heads back to their crew members and cried out with excited smiles on their faces. Yay! All members cried out joyously as they pumped their fists up in the air. Immediately after, their ship entered the reverse mountain and blasted off at an insane speed. The Twin Cat Pirates officially entered the Grand Line. I'm sorry, Pops, but Teach can't go unpunished, Ace muttered with a fury written on his face, as he silently jumped off from Moby Dick, a giant ship belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. Pops, I will go fetch him right now. Marco's hands blazed into the wings of yellowish-green fires, but halted as the giant man with inverted white mustache, Whitebeard, raised his huge hand up. Gururara, let him go. No one can stop him once he's determined. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he chugged down another barrel of alcohol. Marco stared at Ace's departure with uncertainty, before quickly turning his back as he saw Whitebeard pouring the alcohol in his mouth. Pops, what did I say about drinking? You should seriously think about your health. So you know where Grimheart is? A man, wearing a plain black t-shirt and brown pants, growled in fury as he lifted up Urouge's huge body by grabbing him on the neck. It was Baton. Urouge was seen to be in a severe state. All 4 of his limbs were fractured and distorted in weird angles. His body was painted in blood all around. Few of his teeth were missing. Around them, all of Urouge's crew were seen to be lying down with blood all around, dead. However, Urouge's eyes were already seen to be hollowed out in white. He has already gone unconscious. 3 years, Baton growled as he harshly slammed Urouge back down on the ground. For 3 years, I've been roaming all around the paradise, expecting to sight Grimheart in one way or the other, only to harvest nothing. Baton placed his bloody hand onto his face as he uncontrollably shook. The murderers, killing thousands just like that, they must be eradicated from this world. He lowered the hand from his face, and he unnaturally calmed down in a matter of a second, before walking away as if nothing happened. The unconscious Urouge and his dead crew members were left on the spot, before two shadows loomed over. "That man," Job muttered as he puffed his cigarette, looking at the direction that Baton walked away to. The old woman quickly knelt down and checked for Urouge's pulse. "Job, he's still alive." Job stomped his foot in anger. "You gotta be kidding me, you deaf granny. I told you to call me Sebastian." Disregarding his outburst, the woman turned to her back and called out, "Mob, we need your help here." "Yes, Grandma." A young boy at the back, with black hair and a bowl cut and black-colored eyes, stoically nodded and stretched his hand out towards Urouge. Immediately after, Urouge floated up in the midair, as if encased by some mysterious form of energy. The three of them, along with the unconscious Urouge, walked away from the site, in a direction opposite from Baton. The final battle, it seems. A gigantic spider spoke in a horrendous voice as it faced off against Dan, who seems to have bulked up a lot over the years. He now stood at the height of 210 centimeters, having grown by more than 20 centimeters during the 3 years. "Yep." Dan grinned and turned back towards Cavendish, who was leaning against the nearby tree in boredom. "Hey, Cavendish, how much time do we have?" Cavendish was seen with a new look. His once long hair has grown even longer, to a point where they almost reached up to his waist. Rowan sometimes joked on his style by calling him Rapunzel. Cavendish lifted his arm and looked at the watch strapped on his wrist. 5 minutes. 5. Dan muttered, "I won't even need one." Unlike Aoki Ichiro, who spent most of time on building, managing, and involving himself in many affairs, Rowan and his crew spent all their time in pure training. As the result, Dan blasted off from his spot and rocketed towards Ichiro, who was in his Zoan form. Earth Dome. Ichiro instantly generated a thick dome of earth around his huge body, preparing for an impact from Dan. Grand dash, Dan cocked his fist back. His fist was coated in black, before it was pushed out with an enormous strength. Smash! The whole earth dome generated by Ichiro instantly shattered into pieces, revealing Ichiro, back in his human form, raising his hands up in a depressed sigh. "I give." Ichiro made a weak smile as he watched Dan landing on the ground with a disappointment evident in his face. "Bruru, I always thought that you are more of a brain type, but I am becoming increasingly unsure now." Over the past 3 years, the Grimheart pirates continuously interacted with Ichiro and his subordinates. Many things changed. Ichiro loosened up and became a chill person to hang out with. Both groups were friendly toward one another, treating each other like the best friends. "Well, I guess it's time to say goodbye then." Dan gave a thumbs up to Ichiro, who returned with a thumbs up of his own. "Feels weird. After spending 3 years here, this place is like a second home to me, haha." Ichiro chuckled. "Come back whenever you guys want. You will always be welcomed here, the kingdom of Nidai Fuku. Say goodbye to Yui for me," Dan said once more before turning back. Cavendish too grinned and waved his hand from the back. Afterwards, Cavendish and Dan disappeared in a huge burst of speed, with Ichiro being the only one who remained in the scene. Prominence now stood gloriously on the beach, with many modifications made compared to its previous version. The bottom of the ship was covered in light coatings of special alloy that doesn't rust. In the back of the ship, 2 big engines were attached, which could be activated through Carmen's fire. It gained a figurehead of its own in the front, which was a head of a ferocious-looking black wolf, grinning with its fangs shown. The overall color of the ship slightly altered as well. The flamboyance of the ship, caused by the overuse of red, yellow, and orange paints, were replaced by milder colors such as brown, much to Karina's dismay, and gray. Can our ship still be called Prominence even? On top of the deck, Rowan, who has grown to a height of 220 centimeters, was seen scratching his head as he inspected the features of Prominence once more. Prominence is Prominence, no matter what look it adapts to. Karina, who grew her purple-colored hair to reach up to her shoulder, said affectionately while sliding her hand against the rail. "Oi, you guys." Carmen, who ceased to keep her hair up and let it flow down her shoulders naturally, cried out to Dan and Cavendish, who were seen running towards Prominence. "Hurry up! What's taking you two so long?" "Nay." On her right, Feral, a white horse, cried out. He has gained some more size over the years as well, standing with his muscular legs. Alfred was the only one who maintained the same appearance as 3 years ago. He shook his head and let out a light smile as he watched Dan and Cavendish running with grins on their faces. Jumping from their positions, Dan and Cavendish swiftly landed on the deck of Prominence. Crossing his arms, Rowan turned his eyes toward the blue sea in front of them with an excitement in his eyes. "Everyone, set the sail," Rowan commanded with a wide grin on his face. "Yes, Captain," everyone simultaneously said before going to their respective positions. 3 years. We've seen lots of improvements here, Rowan thought as he smiled at his crew members. Marines, pirates, whoever dares to oppose against us, be prepared to face the consequences. Prominence finally left the island, sailing to their next destination, Alabasta. Ages: Rowan, 21 Karina, 20 Dan, 25 Carmen, 21 Cavendish, 24 Alfred, 48 Feral. Infinity and beyond the canon has begun, except for the fact that the canon no longer exists. Chapter 64. All right, y'all ready? Rowan asked, and in response, the crew members all nodded. Grinning, Rowan crouched and placed his hand on top of the deck. Convergence blast. Boom! With a shocking burst of force from the bottom of Prominence. The water all around erupted and blasted off into waves. At the same time, the large form of Prominence jumped up high into the sky in a jaw-opening manner. Carmen was seen to have situated herself within the newly created engine room, which was located at the back of the ship. The room had a door attached to the ceiling, allowing a direct route between the deck and the room. Carmen saw Rowan's signal and began to fuel fire into the engines. Simultaneously, Dan and Cavendish, who stood on the left and right side of the deck, saw Rowan's signal and pulled down the lever. A pair of giant wings, made with thin alloy, spread out wide on the sides of Prominence. Karina shook her head seeing this. "Told you that the figurehead should have been something akin to a bird." "Seriously, a wolf with wings?" Rowan grinned. "Doesn't matter. Wolf is the coolest animal in the world. You can't change my opinion there." The engines heated up and began to propel at an incredible speed. Prominence began to move forward rapidly, while up high in the air. Even without crouching down, Rowan was seen to use his bounce force occasionally to prevent the ship from falling. Dan, Cavendish, and Alfred worked together to control the direction of the travel, using their strengths to overcome the resistance. Karina skillfully dictated the direction by continuously checking on the eternal pose in her hand, and guided the ship to the safest path possible. "Holy cow!" Dan cried out joyously as his grip on the steering wheel tightened. "I can't believe that this is actually working. Woohoo!" The flow of the wind, and judging the approximate speed of Prominence based on this, if we can maintain this for 10 hours, we will arrive at Alabasta. 10? Rowan quirked his eyebrow. "Seriously, only 10? I can do this all day." "Only a day, Captain? Really?" Carmen smirked from below. "I can do this for a week." Karina's sweat dropped watching this scene. Turning back to face the front, Karina returned to her job as the navigator. While his grip on the rope tightened, Cavendish turned downward and sighted another pirate ship, whose size was even greater than Prominence. It had a figurehead of a white fox and paws attached to the bottom of the ship. On top of the deck, a man with a large and crooked red nose, black hair that points up like the ears of a fox, and a round body frame, stared at Prominence that blasted off at an incredible speed with his eyes popped out, jaw opened wide, and snot dropping from his nose. He was Foxy the Silver Fox, a pirate with a bounty of 24 million belly on his head. Cavendish winked and flashed a smile, before Prominence flew away from Foxy's sight. "Hamburg, did you see that?" Foxy cried in disbelief. "A flying ship." Hamburg nodded with greed flashing in his eyes. "Captain, Why don't we take them as our own too? Immediately after, Foxy hit him on his head, causing him to grab his head in pain. Idiot, don't you recognize that Jolly Roger? Foxy shook his head. Staring back to where Prominence disappeared, Foxy said grimly, "It's the Grimheart Pirates, the infamous pirate crew that destroyed a whole marine base by themselves, right after their entry to the Grand Line. They abruptly vanished afterward, and here we are, sighting them all of a sudden." Foxy let out a cold sweat on his face as his hands shook slightly.
Listen Hamburg.
No matter what, do not oppose the Grimheart Pirates. Hamburg heeded no mind and held his head in pain, with teary eyes. "I see it," Rowan stated as his eyes were fixed to the front. "A huge island, largest I've ever seen. Desert?" Holding a binocular with her hands, Karina nodded. "That's the Sandy Island, where Alabasta Kingdom is located within." Hearing Karina's confirmation, Rowan gave his signal. Carmen stopped fueling the fire on the engines, and Dan and Cavendish closed the wings back into the ship. Eventually, Prominence lost the momentum and momentarily stopped in the midair. With a succession of bounce forces from underneath, Prominence slowly descended, before softly landing on the sea. "How much distance did we cross in a span of 10 hours? Carmen said in curiosity as she got herself out of the engine room, looking around at the surrounding sea. Everyone relaxed as Prominence now sailed through the sea in a calm manner. Dan was seen writing on his journal, Cavendish was feeding Farrell, and Alfred was enjoying a cup of tea. Karina was staring at the log pose strapped on her wrist. "Yep, we have entered the fourth path. It seems that Alabasta and the island after Nidaifuku have approximately the same magnitude of magnetic force," Karina commented as the needle of the log pose pointed towards the Alabasta, which lied right ahead. Rowan was sitting down on a chair next to Alfred, enjoying a momentary peace. All of a sudden, everyone in the ship tensed up, halting from whatever they were doing. Rowan's calm expression changed into a cold one as he voiced out, "Who are you?" His eyes shifted their gazes, locking onto a human ear that abruptly grew from a wooden wall nearby. Nothing happened for few seconds before a mouth grew up next to the ear, speaking in a smooth, feminine voice. "Look who it is. Rowan the Grimheart, an infamous supernova who disappeared 3 years ago. Never expected to see you here."
And
While speaking, Rowan looked Karina in the eye. She nodded with a light smile on her face, before turning her head towards the particular direction, where a faint figure of a turtle could be seen. "I warn you, go back and do not approach any further," the mouth said in a stern voice. "This island is a territory belonging to one of the 7 warlords, Sir Crocodile. Are you willing to wage a war against him?" "Sir Crocodile?" Rowan said with a tilt of his head, faking obliviousness. "Carmen, can you cook a crocodile? I don't think we ever tried it before." Carmen deadpanned to Rowan, "I do not support cannibalism." "Oh, come on. You were supposed to say something cool there, like, 'Of course, Captain.'" Rowan complained, losing his seriousness. The mouth remained silent, before speaking out once more, "I will consider that as no then." "Too bad dash." It couldn't finish the word, as Karina abruptly flashed away from her spot, before returning with a bewildered woman in contact with her. Her delicate face consisted of medium-length black hair and blue eyes, which were opened wide from a shock. She was slightly taller than Karina, who too grew during the past 3 years. Her expression becoming stoic, the woman immediately stepped back with her arms crossed. Her eyes were narrowed, cautiously observing her surrounding. "Anyone knows her?" Rowan asked his crewmates. "Indeed, I have heard of her before." Alfred calmly spoke, "Nico Robin, the Devil Child. I remember due to a fact that an 8-year-old child was wanted with a high amount of bounty on her head." 8. Rowan muttered as his eyes narrowed. "A skilled individual who led a life of piracy for a long amount of time. She had to be viewed with caution, for she may have some underhanded tactics in her hands." However, in contrast to his thought, Robin was looking from side to side, devising her way out safely, before she was suddenly ambushed by an incredible speed of Cavendish, who instantly appeared next to her and put on the sea stone cuff before she could resist. Feeling the power leaving her, she helplessly fell on the spot. "Nice one, Cavendish." Rowan complimented Cavendish as he stood up. Well, never mind. That was easy. Robin felt dread as she saw Rowan casually walking up towards her. There was nothing she could do with the sea stone cuff on her. Her eyes shifted to Karina, who was intently staring at Rowan and her with squinted eyes, comically. Standing in front of Robin, Rowan placed a hand on his chin, seemingly in thought, while his other hand pulled out a bullet from his pocket and flicked it. With a burst of force, the bullet propelled the two animals, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, who were standing on top of the sailing mast of Prominence, before piercing through them swiftly. With a yelp of pain, they powerlessly fell into the water, while the bullet flew around for some time, getting rid of the blood it was encased within, and returned on top of Rowan's hand, who placed it back into his pocket. Let's just put her in our spare room for now. We'll interrogate her later, Rowan said with his eyes on the visible sandy island in the sight, ignoring Robin, who looked shocked by the display of Rowan's power. Karina nodded and quickly appeared next to Robin. Grabbing her arm, they flashed away, before Karina immediately returned without Robin. Finally, an actual adventure after 3 years of non-stop training. Dan shouted excitedly as his muscles twitched in correspondence. His writing on the already open journal quickened, containing the information regarding the view of Alabasta. Cavendish cried comical tears. I've suffered too long under stoic people who don't appreciate my handsomeness. It's time to reap what I deserve. Alabasta. Carmen smiled in anticipation. New recipes. This is going to be flamboyant. Lower the anchor. With Prominence stopped next to the deserted shore, Rowan grinned as he commanded. Standing next to the button, Rowan pressed it without any hesitation. At the next moment, a sharp metal frame emerged from the side of the ship, below where the wings sprouted from, before piercing into the vertical plane of the elevated ground next to Prominence. Alabasta, one of the 20 original kingdoms, Karina muttered with a complicated look on her face. What will I be seeing? A country led by a great king, or same as any other, one full of corruption and violence. In a dark room, a huge man was seen sitting with a cigar bitten with his teeth. In front of him lied Din Din Mushi. Sitting on his spot, the man patiently waited and waited and waited some more, but he still did not receive any call. Pururu, Pururu. Finally, Din Din Mushi cried its iconic ringtone, signaling for a call. The man grabbed the dial and brought it close to his face, only to realize that the call wasn't from the ones he has been expecting it from. Sir Crocodile, a stern masculine voice spoke out. The Marines managed to sight a flying ship, which is identified to belong to the Grimheart pirates. It is suspected that the ship's destination is Alabasta. Here is your order. Arrest them, or in a worst-case scenario, kill them. The man, now identified as Crocodile, narrowed his eyes in a realization that his informants may have already encountered the Grimheart pirates. Be patient. Don't send any Marine force here. I will handle this by myself. Before the other one could speak any further, Crocodile hanged up the call. He tapped his fingers on the table as he went into deep thought. Operation Utopia is reaching near its end, and a sudden interruption. The Grimheart pirates, well known for their abnormal strengths, a good excuse to mobilize without a suspicion. He picked up his Din Din Mushi once again, making a call himself this time. Mr. 3 here. A shrewd-sounding voice spoke out. I won't speak twice. Crocodile said with a cold tone, Mr. 3, arrange for a return of all the agents of Baroque Works to Rain Base, as soon as possible. Chapter 65. A small boat was seen to be traveling at a slow pace. On the boat, Ace, who was wearing his signature orange hat with 2 smillies, was rowing at a gentle pace, with a conflicted expression. Blackbeard defeated by a man named Scorpion. Ace was in contemplation as he mumbled a rumor he heard. Teach defeated in the early paradise? No, that doesn't sound right. He sighed and took out an eternal pose that pointed to Alabasta. But that's the only clue I have regarding the Blackbeard's whereabouts. I got no choice but to go. To Nanohana. Whiskey Peak. What? Return to Rainbase? All the agents. An outburst was heard from an attractive woman who had her long and curly blue hair tied in a ponytail. Yes, Miss Wednesday. Just an hour ago, we received such an order, although we have no clue why. Mr. 8, a man with broad shoulders and blonde hair that is rolled into 6 buns, confirmed seriously. Well, what's the point of thinking? Mr. 9, a skinny man in a green suit, orange-red hair, number 9 written on both cheeks, and a crown on top of his head shrugged. An order is an order. All we have to do is to follow. The last person within the room, Miss Monday, a muscular woman with short pink hair pulled into twintails, spoke out, "Yes, I agree to Mr. 9. No matter how much we think, we won't know the intention behind that order before we arrive at Rain Base." Mr. 8 put his hand into the inner pocket of his vest and took out the eternal pose of Alabasta. He briefly locked gazes with Miss Wednesday before averting his eyes and placing the eternal pose on the table in the middle. What exactly is going on? Although seemingly calm on the outside, Miss Wednesday's mind was full of turmoil. Baroque Works have been building a conflict between the royal forces and the revolutionaries discreetly, and now a full open mobilization at Rain Base? What's in Crocodile's mind? Fortunately, we are provided with money, enough to arrange a quick return for everyone in Whiskey Peak. Mr. 8 said seriously. Let us not waste any more time and return hastily. Tamarisk, Alabasta. Ah, feeling much better. Wiping a sweat on his forehead, Dan exclaimed with a new attire, which was made with special silk that allowed the wearer to keep his or her body cool. Agreed, Rowan said on Dan's right, letting out a relaxed sigh, wearing similar clothes as Dan. On Rowan's right, Alfred was in a new set of clothes as well. He was inspecting what he was wearing with a notable interest written on his face. On Alfred's right, sea-stone-cuffed Robin was slouched on top of Farrell, who stood proudly. If left alone in the ship, she would either die or be saved by her allies, and if the latter was the case, they would have to risk Prominence. After they landed on Sandy Island, they immediately took notice of just how hot the environment was. It was much, much worse than what Rowan experienced back in Tempest Island. To accommodate for such weather, Rowan and his crew purchased the outfits sold from a nearby cloth shop. A door that leads to changing room opened, before Cavendish stepped out, wearing silk clothes with floral patterns all over. Frankly, Cavendish's fashion sense was absolutely horrible. However, his handsome face neutralized the horrendous look. Voila, Cavendish the floral prince. Bow, you ugly mortals, all sweaty and smelly. It seems that no one is able to reach my level in terms of fashion. Cavendish placed his hands on his waist with a confident smile. Another door, adjacent to the room that Cavendish exited, opened, revealing Karina, Carmen. Their attires changed as well. They were wearing a two-piece garment, a long silk skirt on the bottom and a brassiere on the top. Karina wore purple for the bottom and blue for the top, while Carmen wore pink for the bottom and red for the top. They wore a long white cape over. Completely ignoring Cavendish, Rowan and Dan whistled at the girls in amazement, causing them to roll their eyes. Alfred was still busy with his clothes. Humph, why do I have to wear this even? Carmen lifted up her arms and inspected her. New look, I am the literal manifestation of fire. Karina giggled and jabbed Carmen on the side. Now, don't be so shy. With these clothes and your hair down, you look like a perfectly average human being. Carmen turned stoic as she heard Karina's remark. Average? Me, the Flame Empress, look average? Cavendish was seen to be frozen on his spot, with his smile still apparent and his hands on his waist. A lone tear fell from his eye as he dejectedly walked to Farrell and rubbed Farrell's back, ignoring Robin, who stared at him with a weirded-out expression on her face. Oh, Farrell, only you understand. Walking to Farrell, who had a bag strapped around his neck, Karina took out the map they previously bought within the town. Unfolding the paper, she positioned herself next to Rowan and pointed her finger at the eastmost town. So we are here, Tamarisk, Karina stated. She glanced back at Robin and inched closer to Rowan, before speaking with a lowered voice. According to the information I acquired, a week is required for the log pose to fully record Sandy Island. But obviously, we don't need to wait for that if we were to follow Urouge's words and travel upward. Instead, we will have to acquire another eternal pose. And there's more than just that, Dan whispered. That woman over there, Nico Robin, was it? The name Crocodile was spoken from her, which indicates that we may have to expect for a fight. Rowan simply shrugged hearing this. I don't think there's much speculation we can make as of the current moment. Just stay here for at least a week for the log pose to fully record the island. At the same time, look for an eternal pose that will lead to an island north to Alabasta. Finally, just as Dan wanted, Rowan paused with a grin as he looked at the map Karina is holding. Adventure time. We will visit each town in the following order: Katoria, Nanohana, Yuba, Rainbase, and finally, Alyabarna. How does that sound? Everyone nodded in agreement to Rowan's proposal, especially Dan, whose eyes were sparkling from excitement. Although there was the fact that one of the 7 warlords, Sir Crocodile, is on this island, they did not know his exact location or his powers and abilities, since Crocodile kept himself low profile for years. It is true that his title was Desert King, but Rowan believed that it is most probable that such title was given simply because he chose Alabasta as his territory. But what's the point of worrying over this? Rowan thought to himself as he and his crew began to set off to Katoria. If he comes, I just gotta beat him up to a pulp. Over the past 3 years, he and his crew trained vigorously. Although it took quite some time, they managed to master basic forms of armament and observation hockey to an adequate degree. Rowan, in particular, far surpassed his crewmates when it came to hockey. As soon as he became capable of moving under the restriction of sea stone, he began to strap on a sea stone cuff on his ankle 24/7. With such a restriction upon himself, Rowan conducted physical exercises such as push-ups and sit-ups, which proved to be very gruesome processes. With the continuation of such training, Rowan came to realize that the concept of sea stone resistance did not exist. It was simply impossible. Instead, hockey could be incorporated to allow oneself to move even under the effect of sea stone. The torture of keeping himself cuffed all the time turned out to be an excellent way to train his hockey and physical endurance. And as for his devil fruit ability, it improved along with the augmentation of his physical prowess, enough for him to easily blast off a large ship into the air. You know, Rowan, Karina chuckled while walking on hot sand. I don't think I've seen you go all out since 3 years ago, against that rear admiral. Alfred nodded in agreement. I can say for sure that Captain Rowan, in the present, is one of the stronger pirates I have seen so far, including the ones within the New World. I have full confidence that we will breeze through this first half of the Grand Line. So hey, Dan spoke out with a curiosity lingering in his eyes. Apart from Captain, who's the strongest among us now? Carmen snorted and crossed her arms hearing this. It's definitely me, the Flame Empress with a bounty of 200 million. Suddenly, a giant-sized scorpion emerged from the nearby sand to assault the group, but Carmen, even without looking, incinerated into ashes before it got to do anything. Says the one with the weakest hockey among us. Karina said loudly enough for Carmen to pick up her words. Hearing this, Carmen grew a tick mark on her forehead and gritted her teeth in annoyance. Okay guys, not here. Rowan's sweat dropped as he held his hands up to calm his crew down. Especially when we don't know where Crocodile is going to pop up from. Karina, Carmen, and Dan calmed down hearing this, deciding to leave the matter for the next time. By the way, a hoarse voice, belonging to Cavendish, spoke out. Half of his face was grinning devilishly, while the other half was normal without any unique characteristic. Why are we walking like this exactly, when we can just dash off and arrive in seconds? As for Cavendish, he managed to gain full control over Hakuba through the hockey training regime. An improvement in hockey meant enforcement of one's will. Cavendish gained enough spiritual force to suppress Hakuba. Although Hakuba still pops up randomly, now, Cavendish always remained in control. Additionally, whenever Hakuba pops up under Cavendish's control, Cavendish would become relatively rational, unlike his normal self, although that does not necessarily mean that he's smarter. There's no point in rushing when we have to wait for a week at least. Karina retorted with a shrug. You know. Cavendish opened his mouth once more. I find this whole thing dumb. Why? I literally heard that Crocodile owns a casino in Rainbase. Casino? Karina's eyes widened. Her arms went limp on her sides powerlessly, and she froze in the middle of the track. Rowan broke out a cold sweat as he witnessed Karina's sudden change in demeanor. Cavendish, what have you awakened? Rowan, did you hear that? Karina suddenly appeared in front of Rowan, grabbing the edge of his silk attire and shaking it wildly. Casino. A literal casino there. Imagine how much money Crocodile stored for himself. Shishishi, we will be filthy rich. Rowan gave out a weak chuckle seeing Karina's crazed behavior. Placing a hand on her head and caressing it, Rowan tried to cool her down. That does not necessarily mean that there isn't anything worth of value in other places. Who knows, we may be able to find another devil fruit. Atop of Feral, Robin was stoically watching the jovial interactions of Rowan and his crew, unknown as to what she was thinking. Dan turned around and was met with Robin staring at them. Rubbing his arm in fright, Dan spoke up, pointing at Robin. Can we blindfold her? I'm getting goosebumps, you know. Chapter 66. Whiskey Peak. Hello? Nojiko cried out in front of the hollow town. Anyone here? It's no use, Nojiko. Nami shook her head as she gazed at the hill full of tombstones. It seems that whoever used to live here decided to move out. At least on this side of the island, there is nothing to explore here. Spadina slumped in disappointment. How can this be? After going through that terrifying storm, this is all we get? How boring. I can't even sight a single coin. Wait. Nojiko crouched down and inspected numerous footprints that remained on the ground. It's too early to say that, Spadina. The footprints here are too fresh. They may still be somewhere within this island. From behind, another member of the twin cat pirates walked up. A tall woman with red hair approached Nojiko with a grin. Hee. Does it matter, Captain Nojiko? We successfully arrived at our first island in the Grand Line. We should be partying right now, instead of worrying over small matters like this. You guys. Nojiko's sweat dropped as she saw her and Nami's crew members all staring at her with sparkly eyes. Suddenly, from the opposite side of the island, a booming noise was heard. The twin cat pirates immediately tensed and took out their respective weapons, readying themselves for a battle. A smoke? Cannonball? I can't clarify. Nami muttered with a bow staff in her hands, her eyes squinted. Hey, someone's flying this way. One member exclaimed as they sighted a blue-haired woman, Miss Wednesday, flying towards them at a rapid pace, unconscious with bruises and cuts all over the visible parts of her body. Sophie. Nojiko quickly ordered to one member with short height, who had a pink hair and round body. Got it, Captain. Sophie responded and wobbly ran to where Miss Wednesday was falling towards and cried out, Piro no. Soft pillow. She slid underneath Miss Wednesday and her body transformed into a giant, rectangular, and white-colored pillow. Upon landing on top of Sophie, the unconscious body of Miss Wednesday bounced without sustaining any damage. Everyone quickly gathered around Sophie and Miss Wednesday in a mix of curiosity and caution. Who's this woman? Nami said in curiosity and immediately began to look around the woman, checking if there is any worthwhile valuable to take. Within the desert between Tamarisk and Katoria, the sunset and moon has risen. The temperature dropped to a frightening degree. Rowan, his crew, and Robin were seen to have positioned themselves around the large campfire in the middle. While his crew was chattering and enjoying a warm meal prepared by Carmen, Rowan positioned himself next to Robin. Is this really necessary? Robin weakly said with her eyes blindfolded and her hands still cuffed by the sea stone cuff. That's nothing. I've tried worse before. Rowan said while thinking, try a sea stone cuff plus a large rock on you. Robin remained silent, before speaking out once again. How about we make a deal? Rowan's eyebrow quirked. Deal? He leaned forward, ready to listen. If you desire to know what's going on here, I'm the best informant you got. However, for you to attain the information, you have to do two things for me. Robin spoke in a calm tone. First, an obvious one, but release me. I can't run away from you anyway, as long as that teleport girl is watching. Second, I will tell you when you accept the deal. Rowan placed a hand on his chin, before turning his head to his crew. What do you guys think? The chatters abruptly stopped, and his crew, who were grinning, turned around to face Rowan and Robin. A hollow chuckle escaped from Robin, So they were listening from the start, huh? Ignoring Robin's remark, Rowan's crew began to voice their opinions. I'm leaning towards yes, Dan said with his arms crossed. Sounds pretty logical to me. Ha ha ha, just leave it to me, the dashing Cavendish. Cavendish smiled with a wink and a rose between his teeth. Deal or not, my charm will enchant her to spill all the information. Carmen shook her head in disagreement with her sharp eyes narrowed at Robin. No, she's literally been a pirate for 20 years. We don't know what kind of underhanded tactics she got. Karina was squinting her eyes at Rowan with a suspicion as she placed her hands on her waist and leaned forward. You aren't thinking anything weird, are you? She looked back and forth between Rowan and Robin. No, don't accept her deal. Is today the day of the month for Karina? Rowan thought as he slowly nodded his head, before turning to Alfred. How about you, Alfred? Alfred pushed up his monocle, which flashed, if I may speak. Accepting her deal may not be necessary. With a particular skill I got. Under the curious looks of others, Alfred stood up and began to approach to Robin, who was intently listening to the conversation. Crouching down in front of Robin, Alfred reached into his pocket and pulled out a feather. Rowan's eyes widened seeing that. Don't tell me, Dash. Alfred suddenly broke into a savage grin as he began to flop the feather up and down on Robin. Tickle, tickle. Tickle. Alfred, Dan called out with his jaw dropped. You, my friend, are genius. Ah, Dash, Robin yelled out from the sudden, tickling sensation, before biting on her lips to endure the tickling sensation. In the past, she received many brutal hits and slashes, and built substantial tolerance for pain. But when it came to tickling, she was completely vulnerable. Keek. Cavendish stood up with a dark grin on his face, holding bunch of roses on his hands. With a determined face, Dan too stood up and pulled out a feather pin from his pocket, with the feather part pointing towards Robin. Seems like I should join too, Dash. Before Rowan could take out his weapon from his pocket, Karina was right next to him all of a sudden, pulling on his ear with a tick mark on her forehead. Ow, 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 Karina. W.A. Carmen was left sitting alone, staring at the scene with a dull expression. Idiots, Carmen said with a disgust on her face, as she witnessed 3 men crouching down on a blindfolded Robin, rubbing the feathers and roses on her. After a few moments, Robin was seen to be huffing heavily, with Dan, Cavendish, and Alfred staring at her in amazement. How is she able to endure this? Dan expressed his surprise as he stared at his broken feather pin with a shaky hand. She is born different. Cavendish closed his eyes and nodded, acknowledging Robin's tenacity. Well, Alfred adjusted his monocle, flashing once more. Time to move on to level 2. There is next level. Dan, Cavendish, and blindfolded Robin all cried at once. All right, that's enough. Carmen stepped in while massaging her forehead. Let me guess, you are going to tickle her again with something else? Alfred stared at Carmen weirdly. You are seriously mistaken, Mademoiselle Carmen. Gentlemen like us do not resort to those kind of degenerate means. Well, what is it then? Carmen snorted and crossed her arms haughtily. Alfred widely grinned once more, as he rubbed his hands together. Apply Farrell's feces on her face. On his sides, Dan and Cavendish's jaws opened wide hearing this, while Robin's face turned green and her mouth tightly shut as her cheeks puffed out, trying to prevent herself from throwing up. Carmen froze on her spot as unexpected words came out of Alfred's mouth. You creepy old man. I think you need some torture for yourself. Carmen growled as she charged to Alfred with her hands ablaze. She wildly swiped her hands, but Alfred, who had superior observation hockey, dodged her attacks with ease.
Eeki.
Please, no more. Robin weakly spoke, dreading what may happen if she hold on any further. Rowan couldn't pay his mind, though, with him kneeling and holding his hands up in the air, at some distance away from rest of the group. Karina was barking in front of him comically, shouting about how he should be careful with women. And here it is. As Carmen stopped her light attacks and growled in annoyance, Alfred stared back at Carmen with a haughty smile of his own. My skill managed to make another one yield, yet again. He placed his feather back into the inner pocket of his black suit, before taking out a white handkerchief and wiping his hands. A spark formed between Carmen and Alfred as they glared at one another. Watching such a scene, Dan and Cavendish turned to each other and shrugged. Meanwhile, Farrell was seen to be doing one-leg push-ups with a grunt, not paying attention to what is going on around him. Alabasta Kingdom is in turmoil at the current moment. Robin spoke softly, as she was seen sitting up and blindfold off of her face. Through discreet interventions, Crocodile's Baroque Works managed to form a distrust for the king within the plebeians. As the result, a rebellion has risen, and Crocodile plans to use this civil war for his benefit. Ironic, considering how he is hailed as a hero here. Karina muttered.
And
Rowan quirked his eyebrow as Robin ceased talking. In seriousness, Robin directly looked at Rowan. I am about to spill the credentials of the Baroque Works agents. If I am not guaranteed with safety and protection, I would rather die than talk. Should I? Alfred narrowed his eyes as he asked to Rowan. Robin's eyes shook for a slight moment, but nonetheless, she firmly focused on Rowan. Rowan raised his hand to stop. Alfred met Robin's firm gaze with his own. And why exactly do we need this information? Because Crocodile doesn't have a choice. Robin answered calmly. As a warlord, he received an order to arrest or kill you guys. Now, in usual cases, he wouldn't have stooped so low to listen to the orders from the Marines. However, he's at the most crucial stage of his plan right now. He cannot afford to raise any attention from the world government by rejecting the order. Know your enemy. Muttering to himself, Rowan lowered his head. Information is indeed crucial if we are guaranteed to face Crocodile. After all, if we encounter a problem like we did in the Marine Base G-11, which happened because we didn't know the existence of an eternal pose and underestimated the Marines, we won't be as lucky as we were back then. How should we assure our protection for you? Having determined to accept Robin's deal, Rowan lifted his head back up. Simple. Robin's eyes looked resolute as she spoke. Accept me into your crew. Chapter 67. Rowan's expression turned stoic as he heard Robin's bold statement. He couldn't help but reminisce over the time when he recruited Cavendish, Alfred, and Farrell into his crew, just for the 490 million belly they were in possession of. He wasn't that picky when it came to choosing the crew members. However, something irked him. The fact that she would make a decision to betray her affiliation after being their hostage for one day only. It was as if she didn't trust anyone at all, and prioritized her own life over anything else. Frankly put, Rowan's first impression of Robin wasn't great, and he couldn't afford to blatantly trust her. Accept her into the crew for the information that may benefit us by a large margin, and risk for a potential betrayal, or reject her deal and gather the information ourselves. Rowan thought grimly, weighing each option. Without any interruption, Rowan's crew silently waited for him to speak. Robin's eyes didn't leave Rowan, patiently waiting for his answer. You know what? After a moment of contemplation, Rowan opened his mouth again, blindfold her back. After leaving Cocoyasi village and becoming wanted with a high bounty, his crew was the only home he had. The idea of recruiting someone he found untrustworthy into his family. He hated it. Robin's eyes lowered dully as she heard Rowan's order to his crew, and Dan stepped forward to place the blindfold back on her eyes. Afterward, the night swiftly passed by, and Rowan and his crew were rejuvenated to some degree. Realizing that the situation required their caution, they decided to travel swiftly and garner information. Being confident is good, but unknown enemies mustn't be underestimated. Now, with Robin on top of Farrell yet again, the crew sighted a town in front of them, packed with a vast number of civilians. Unlike Tamarisk, Katoria, Karina's eyes sharpened as she sighted the commotion ahead of them. Large crowd gathering up. They must be the rebels. As they approached closer to the town, they witnessed the armed civilians standing in an orderly fashion and glaring at them with hostility, with their guns pointed at them. To think Sir Crocodile's warnings were true, one civilian muttered as he angrily held up his gun with a shaky hand. Just how despicable has King Cobra become, for him to hire the pirates to stop us? Another civilian, standing next to him, whispered back fearfully, Are we sure about this? He said that they are too strong for us to handle. He is mobilizing forces to personally deal with them himself. Can't we just retreat? In the middle of the front line, a blonde-haired man with a scar on his left eye, wearing purple sunglasses and a blue scarf around his neck, was seen to be standing firmly with his arms crossed. Rowan the Grimheart. The man growled in a cold sweat, a man with a bounty of 205 million belly on his head, disappeared 3 years ago, only to reappear for an act as evil as this, a pirate indeed. Crocodile's manipulation, distrust to the kingdom, and rebellion. Rowan quickly got the gist of what is going on. So in their perspective, we are supposedly the hired mercenaries of the king. The air around Carmen heated up, indicating that she's irritated. Simultaneously, Cavendish's hand reached for his sheathed sword, ready to use it if necessary. Shrugging casually, Rowan turned his head to Karina and Dan, who stood on his right. "Hey Karina, Dan, how much did we receive from the king?" Karina tilted her head in faked confusion. "We received money from him?" From behind her, Dan peeked through. "We met him before?" "Hey!" Under the stupefied gazes of the armed common folks in front of them, Rowan shouted out, "Is your king's name Aoki Ichiro? That's the only king we ever met in the past."
What?
One man cried in confusion. "King's full name is Nefertari Cobra. Who the hell is Aoki Ichiro? Don't tell me." Another one gasped in a sudden shock. "A conspiracy? King Cobra was long dead and replaced by an imposter." They began to talk among themselves with panicked expressions, thinking of all sorts of possibilities. "Stop," the man with sunglasses commanded in a charismatic manner. "Don't be swayed by the words that came from criminals. How can you trust such words over the years of injustice we have received?" "Huh." Rowan sighed, seeing the man's stubbornness. "Carmen." In a serious manner, he called out to Carmen, who nodded before raising her hand up high in the sky. A large stream of fire exploded from the top of her hand and blasted upward to the sky, creating a horrifying view to the opposing force. They felt the heat that radiated from the fire and couldn't help but gulp in fear. "I won't say it twice," Rowan stated in a cold tone. "Whether you believe in my words or not, I don't care. But if you don't wish to get yourselves killed for nothing, move aside." The civilians looked horrified. Turning to their leader, they asked fearfully, "K. Koza, what should we do?" Koza, the man with sunglasses, shook his fist in helplessness. After sighting a display of power by Carmen, he quickly realized that there is no chance for them to retaliate, just as Crocodile warned. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and commanded, "Let them pass through. Don't act rashly." As the rebellion opened the way to expose an entry to Katoria, Rowan and his crew silently passed through them. The first thing they did was to refill their reserve of water, for Katoria was a large oasis with plenty of water to spare. Quenching his thirst, Rowan turned around with narrowed eyes, staring at the rebels, who were intently monitoring them. Specifically, his eyes were locked onto one average-looking individual who was staring at them while sweating profusely. Under the watch of many, Rowan suddenly raised his hand up toward that person, with his index extended. Seeing this, Koza's eyes widened. "Scum! What are you about to do?" Bounce pistol. With a small booming sound that came from Rowan's index finger, the man Rowan was staring at suddenly fell with a yelp while puking blood, as a bloody hole abruptly appeared on his chest. "You bastard!" Koza roared while clenching on his sword, and the rebels around snarled with their weapons in their hands. He rushed towards Rowan without thinking any further, ready to strike Rowan down. However, unlike what Koza expected, his sword powerlessly shattered upon reaching Rowan. With a shocked visage, Koza stared at the hilt of the sword that he was holding onto. "Listen, buddy," casually refilling his bottle and gulping down the water for the second time, Rowan spoke up. "I don't know what happened to you and the other civilians here, for you to accumulate so much hate towards the kingdom." Crouching down, Rowan refilled his bottle once again and tucked it on his waist. "But the same applies to you. You got no right to judge me when you have no idea what kind of person I am. Now, let me tell you one thing." He stood back up and signaled to his crew members, "I don't harm the weak, unless they deserve it." With the whole rebel force frozen on their spots, Rowan and his crew walked away from them, not bothering themselves to stay any longer and explore the town. Koza stoically stared at the Grimheart pirates for a few moments before turning around and shakily walking towards the dead man. Koza took off his sunglasses and inspected the corpse. "This guy joined us quite a long time ago," one man close to Koza muttered. Crouching down, Koza slowly rolled up the sleeve of the shirt that the corpse was wearing and sighted a tattoo of a particular Jolly Roger. Said Jolly Roger had rapiers crossing one another at the back of the skull, replacing the bones, and had a pair of purple wings. The civilians witnessed this, and their expressions distorted into a confusion. Why would someone within their rank have a Jolly Roger symbol tattooed? "How can this be?" someone weakly mumbled. "Why would one of us be wearing a pirate symbol?" Koza's face broke out in absolute fury as the veins popped up from his forehead and his fists clenched so hard that they turned red. Standing up with his whole body shaking in anger, Koza slowly spoke. "Check everyone thoroughly and bring whoever has this symbol on his or her body. Right now." Unknown to Koza and the rebels, one man, who was standing along with them, frowned. Sneakily, he moved himself to a nearby dark alley before his appearance completely transformed into a male with unique makeups on his face, wearing ballet clothes and swan-like garments on his back. He was Mr. 2, one of the top officer agents within the Baroque Works. He took out a small din mushy from his attire and dialed for a call. "Peruru report." The recipient, Crocodile, immediately took up the call. Usually, Robin, who went by the alias of Miss All Sunday, would have received the report and relayed the information to Crocodile, but she was missing at the current moment. "Oh, hi there." Mr. 2 talked into the dial jovially with a grin. Currently, the Grimheart pirates already passed through Katoria - "What?" Crocodile's voice from Din Mushy exclaimed in shock. "How come?" "The travel from Tamarisk to Katoria is supposed to take at least a week." And Mr. 2 brought his face closer to the dial, pausing for a second. "One of our agents got discovered due to Grimheart." Crocodile was silent hearing that. The expression of Din Mushy seemed dark and murderous, reflecting how Crocodile felt. "Hielo, are you still there?" Mr. 2 asked in confusion after waiting for a while. "Continue." Instant discovery of a spy who wasn't discovered for years. An exquisite mastery over the observation hockey - Crocodile growled as his hand, which was clenched onto the dial of Din Mushy, tightened. "That has to be the only plausible explanation. A pirate with a capability to use hockey within the early paradise." Taking a deep breath, Crocodile calmed himself down and lit up a cigar with a lighter. "Plan can no longer be delayed. Discard the symbol of Baroque Works and state that it belongs to another pirate crew hired by the king." Crocodile puffed smoke out as he stared at the map of Alabasta that laid out in front of him. "Civil war between the Royal Army and Rebellion will begin. Distract the Grimheart pirates and acquire Miss All Sunday. Locate Poneglyph, and finally, Pluton." However, against the pirates who awakened hockey, current Baroque Works may not have enough strength to seize victory. Crocodile stared at the Din Mushy, void of any emotion. "It seems that I got no choice but to gamble with the Marines." With a thick, dark-colored fur coat draped around his shoulder, Crocodile stood up and walked out of his office. Chapter 68. Nanohana. Alabasta. A small boat was seen to have arrived at the port of Nanohana. A man with an orange smiley hat, Ace, tied the rope around the wooden pole on the port and docked his boat. "Ha, finally, I'm here." Ace held his hands up high with a grin as he jumped on the shore of Sandy Island. He stretched his body and stood proudly in his height of 185 centimeters. Even pirates need some time off from the sea. Looking left and right, Ace sighted a boat with a shape representing number 3 attached to it, but heeded no mind. Placing his hands on the back of his head, Ace casually walked to the town. "Alabasta, huh?" Ace grinned as he was welcomed with a sight of a town, with a vast desert laid out at some distance away. "Well, here I am, back to the early part of the paradise." From Sphinx all the way to Alabasta. It took him quite some time to travel back from the New World all the way to the paradise. The most annoying part was when he had to cross the red line to enter the paradise, since he had to go underwater. He searched through many islands and collected information regarding Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. The rumors indicated that he was indeed somewhere within the paradise, but Ace still didn't manage to find him. And speaking of the paradise, Ace momentarily stopped his walk as he thought, where is Luffy? I thought he was going to start sailing like I did, at the age of 17. Don't tell me that he is still in the East Blue? Ace took out an average-looking paper, Vivre card, from his pocket and sighed. Come on, Luffy. What's taking you so long? Suddenly, Ace's stomach growled, waking him up from his thought. Placing the Vivre card back into his pocket, Ace held his stomach and ran towards the nearby restaurant. Slamming the door open, he immediately made his way inside, before quickly taking a seat. Yo, owner. Give me everything you got? Ace said with a grin, only for it to falter as he realized that there was no one inside. Confused, Ace exited the restaurant. What's going on? Now that Ace noticed, the street was dead silent. There was no one, as if everyone ran away from a calamity. Ace's eyes narrowed, ignoring his hunger. Can it really be Blackbeard? Where is it? Ah, I found it. Phew. Thought it was lost forever. All of a sudden, Ace sighted one civilian hurriedly running while holding a bag in his hands. Said civilian noticed Ace at the same time, and his eyes widened. What are you doing here? Quickly evacuate to Galzalem. Ace looked around his surrounding in confusion. What exactly is going on here? The civilian's eyes widened hearing this. You moron. Sir Crocodile warned that the Grimheart pirates are on their way to plunder us. How can you be so relaxed? Ace nodded his head with his eyes closed and his arms crossed. I see, huh? His eyes abruptly opened wide. Hold on. Say that again? Grimheart before the civilian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ace, who raised his hand up with a complicated expression on his face. No need to repeat. I understand now, Ace said while holding his forehead, ignoring the civilian who stared at Ace weirdly. He still remembered the pirate crew that helped him cross the reverse mountain. Suddenly, Ace and the civilian heard series of footsteps resounding in the middle of the hollow town. What's going on? Where's everybody? From some distance away, Dan spoke in curiosity as his journal was on his hand, jotting down the details. It's them. The civilian's eyes popped out and jaw dropped. Throwing the bag away from his hands, he ran away frantically, completely forgetting Ace. Ace stood on his spot as he squinted his eyes. What the? I can't believe this. Rowan and his crew too stopped on their track, with Karina, Carmen, and Dan staring at Ace with widened eyes. Told you it's Ace, Rowan remarked as he too looked at Ace with disbelief written on his face. So long time no see, Ace. Ace, Karina, Carmen, and Dan screamed on top of their lungs, caught surprised by a sudden appearance of a familiar figure. Ha ha ha, holy cow. Ace's visage broke into a wide grin as laughed jovially. I knew that you guys were alive. To think this, out of all the places, is where I would see you guys again. What is this? What's going on? Cavendish stared at Ace and his crewmates back and forth in confusion, before turning his head back to Ace as if he remembered something. Hold on. I think I saw that face before. Portuguese D. Ace, the Iron Fist. Alfred spoke out with a flash of a monocle. 550 million belly. Wanted dead or alive. Known as the 2nd Division commander of the infamous Whitebeard pirates. Yeah, I was shocked when I saw your bounty poster. Dan chuckled. I still remember when you used to be a rascal with a bounty of 5 million. Carmen snorted as she looked at Dan. And you were still known as Black Mask with a bounty of 10 million. What? Woof woof? Sorry, I think I just heard a dog bark. Dan muttered as he scratched on his ear, before dodging a small ball of fire thrown by Carmen, who was fuming comically. Whoa, calm down there, Akainu. Geez, someone gotta put a leash on her. Whitebeard pirates, as in one of the Yonkos? Ignoring a dispute between Carmen and Dan, Rowan's eyebrow quirked as he heard Alfred's explanation. Ace, didn't you say that you wanted to become the Pirate King? What happened to that? Haha, well. Ace awkwardly smiled as he clumsily rubbed the back of his head. Truth to be told, Pirate King was never my goal. Ace stated as he and the Grimheart pirates sat in an empty restaurant, enjoying the foods prepared by Carmen. That's more of a goal for my little brother, Luffy, rather than me. I see. Then what's your goal? Rowan asked, with his bowl already empty. However, unknown to everyone, his mind was in complete shock. Luffy? Don't tell me. The moment Rowan heard the name Luffy, he instantly remembered one of the two things he knew about One Piece. The fact that the main character's name was Monkey D. Luffy. However, whatever. Doesn't matter. Rowan quickly calmed himself down. What is knowing that the protagonist is affiliated with Ace change anyway? Well, my real goal in the past was to surpass a certain person. Ace momentarily stopped munching as he seemed conflicted. He was a strong pirate, though dead now. Digging through the meal again, Ace continued, but I don't care about that anymore. Now, I just have one goal only, to make Whitebeard the Pirate King. Karina tilted her head hearing that. Isn't he already known as the man closest to One Piece? It would just be you placing a cherry on top of an already completed cake. Cavendish shook his head sadly. This is what the new world does to people. Ah, how pitiful. His dream went from becoming the Pirate King himself to making the pseudo-Pirate King the Pirate King. Hey, Rowan, Ace said with a strained smile and tick mark on his face. Cavendish was he? I think I'm gonna get along really well with him. Will it be okay if I have a friendly spar with him? Rowan shrugged and turned to Cavendish. Hey, Cavendish, what do you say? A man of 550 million belly. Want to give it a shot? Cavendish stood up with his head lifted up haughtily. Naturally. I will show you that bounties are naught but mere numbers. Rowan, his crew, and Ace all stepped outside, having finished their meals. Hello? Blindfolded Robin called out, as she was left in the restaurant. Nay. Farrell was the only one who remained by her side, and cried out to her. Meanwhile, on the outside, with everyone else spectating, Ace and Cavendish stood on the street, glaring at one another. Rowan was very interested in the upcoming battle. He wanted to see how much stronger Ace has gotten to receive a bounty of 550 million on his head, and also see how Cavendish measures up against him. Let the battle commence. Standing in the middle, Dan raised his hand up, signaling for the start of the spar. Cavendish instantly vanished from his spot as soon as the spar began, leaving a speck of dust on his original position. Oh! Ace raised his eyebrow with a grin as he tilted his head sideways, dodging Cavendish's sword. That looks awfully similar to the Marine's technique. But unfortunately, you, a pirate from the Paradise, can't afford to beat me due to this one difference called hockey dash. You mean this? Cavendish interrupted while raising his sword, which turned into black. Ace's eyes widened seeing this. You know how to use hockey? Ace exclaimed his surprise before quickly backflipping to dodge rapid slashes from Cavendish. Haha, I see. So that's what you guys have been doing for 3 years, huh? Cavendish casually flipped the sword up in the air before its hilt landed on top of his right foot, which was slightly raised from the ground. How about we get serious? Ace grinned as he crouched down. Let me show you why I am called the Iron Fist. The color on his fist changed into a grayish metallic color before it was imbued by armament hockey, making his hand pitch black. Ace, you ate a devil fruit? Rowan said in surprise, to which Ace simply grinned as he focused on the fight. One sword style. Cavendish's eyes sharpened as his right leg, along with the sword, was pulled to his back and he lowered his posture, saber de rose. At the next moment, Cavendish's sword was launched from his foot with a blinding speed. Ace grinned as he faced Cavendish's attack. Tekken, Iron Fist. Ace blasted his fist forward, meeting his pitch-black fist with Cavendish's similarly black-colored sword in the midair. Upon the collision, the nearby air exploded in shock, and to everyone's surprise, Cavendish's sword was launched back, with Ace completely unharmed. When will I get a devil fruit for myself? Dan muttered to himself while staring at Ace with envy. I ate hardened fruit. This allows me to turn any part of my body into steel. Ace answered as the armament hockey was retracted from his arm, revealing a metallic quality once again. Also amplifies my strength by a lot, and pretty flexible when compared to Jozu, who can't move if he transforms too much. Jozu? Rowan mumbled. Diamond Jozu, 3rd Division Commander of Whitebeard Pirates, 1.124 billion belly, wanted dead or alive. Alfred immediately answered robotically. Rowan's sweat dropped, but nodded nonetheless. Thanks, Alfred Wagon. 1.124 billion? Karina muttered wistfully. Just how much is that? Carmen placed her hand on her chin thoughtfully. 1.124 billion. Definitely achievable. Seemingly forgotten, Cavendish stomped his feet in anger with his sword back into his hand. Hey, where are you guys looking at? Our fight just began, you know? Ace slammed his metallic fists together, generating a screeching sound, much to everyone's discomfort. Grinning, Ace placed one of his fists on the ground. Let's continue. Himph! With a snort, Cavendish pointed the tip of the sword towards Ace. One sword style, flux tranquil. Cavendish disappeared from his spot once more, before the blindingly fast attacks slammed onto Ace all at once. Ace clenched his right metallic fist tight, as it was imbued with armament hockey again. However, something was different this time. An invisible and inconceivable wave of energy burst off of his fist, giving off a soul-piercing chill to everyone. What is that? Rowan's eyes narrowed, witnessing something he didn't experience before. When the weird energy from Ace rushed over him, he had a tingling sensation within him, as if wanting to get out. Unbelievable. A conqueror's hockey.
Alfred Wisperet in Faszination, surprising Rowan.
Full metal. Ace grinned widely as he slammed his right fist forward in an uppercut motion. Mass impact. Boom! The wind, generated by the pressure of the attack, wildly blew around the town, causing some of the buildings to crack in sheer force. A cloud of dust formed at the site of the collision, blocking the view. Rowan's crew watched the scene with astonishment in their faces, wondering what Ace did just now. When the dust was cleared, Rowan was seen holding Ace's fist with his hand, which was imbued in a rich black color of armament hockey. Cavendish was sitting on the ground with his sword lying on his side, frowning. What? How? I used Conqueror's hockey there, dash. Ace looked at Rowan with shock, staring at his fist that was caught by Rowan, before realizing that Rowan was looking at him with narrowed eyes. Ace nervously spoke out as he sweated profusely. Ha ha ha, I went a bit too far there, didn't I? Cavendish stood back up and dusted his clothes. A full-blown battle, huh? Sure, why not? He said as Hakuba began to creep onto the left side of his face, before Rowan raised his hand up to stop him. Ha! Rowan released Ace's hand and sighed. Really, Ace? Ace gulped as he looked down. I just wanted to show off. Chapter 69. Nanohana, Alabasta. After a quick spar between Cavendish and Ace, the Grimheart Pirates and Ace partied and enjoyed their time in Nanohana. Now, some time has passed. Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish were seen to be snoring on the ground without any care, while Karina and Alfred were sleeping on the chairs within the restaurant. Although blindfolded, Robin too seemed to be sleeping due to the fatigue that accumulated from being cuffed by Seastone 24/7, with Farrell lying down next to her as a guard. In contrast to his crew members, Rowan was sitting outside on the roof of the restaurant, in deep thought. Everyone evacuated from Nanohana due to Crocodile, according to Ace. Rowan thought with a serious expression evident on his face. It's as if he's preventing us from gaining any piece of information. Unless we move to Galzalem, we will have no choice but to stay clueless. However, this looks like a trap. He's intentionally luring us to Galzalem. Ugh, think Rowan, think. Scratching his head, Rowan took out a map of Alabasta and feather pin, which he borrowed from Dan. Although it was dark, Rowan had no problem seeing the map in front of him. He drew an arrow pointing from Katoria to Tamarisk, then from Tamarisk to Alyabarna. Rebels would likely follow this direction. They will clash with the royal armies. But what's Crocodile's objective? Money? Power? I can't just assume where he's going to go to. Is she my only option then? He shifted his gaze to Robin, who was quietly sitting down on the corner of the restaurant. But what if all of this is something planned by Crocodile? Have Nico Robin be caught by us on purpose, have her gain our trust, before telling false truths to help his plan? Hey, what are you thinking? Suddenly, Ace landed on top of the roof Rowan was sitting on, before taking a seat next to Rowan. Rowan shrugged, not surprised of Ace's arrival, whom he sensed ages ago, thinking how to beat Crocodile up. You? Ace grinned in response, thinking how to beat Blackbeard up, though he doesn't seem to be here. Blackbeard? A new name for me, Rowan said as he laid the map and feather pen down, not being able to think any further without getting a headache. A betrayer. Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard, used to be one of us, until he killed one of us and ran away. With a grin dissipated from his face, Ace said coldly, "He's the reason I came all the way here."
Marshal des Tiches.
Rowan muttered the name before stopping himself. Wait, Portuguese D. Ace. Monkey D. Luffy. Marshal D. Teach. What the hell? What's with the D? His eyes slowly lowered to Ace's crotch, but were stopped immediately as he realized what he was doing. Staying silent for a few moments after the mention of Blackbeard's name, Ace looked up at the dark sky solemnly and hesitantly spoke up, "Say, Rowan, do you think I can trust you?" Waking himself up from sidetracking, Rowan lied down on the roof, watching the vast number of stars that filled the sky. "That's for you to decide," Rowan said truthfully. The matter of trust was something entirely subjective in the end. Rowan had no answer for a question like the ones Ace asked. Ace chuckled, "You know, when you first made me get out of your ship at the first island, I was pretty hurt to be honest. But you know what? After Teach betrayed us, I kinda understand why you kicked me out, and gotta say, you are a great Captain Rowan, just slightly paling behind my captain." Ace halted his talking. His mouth opened and closed, as if he's contemplating whether he should say the next word or not. Rowan noticed this, and waited patiently. "I already told you, but I have a little brother. Well, used to be two, but, yeah, I've always been the oldest." Ace finally opened his mouth once more, speaking emotionally. "You kind of feel like an older brother, with how you seem calm and, stronger than me all the time. So tell me, do you think it would have been better if I was never born?" Rowan was flabbergasted. Ace always seemed bright and optimistic. He never would have guessed that Ace would be thinking of a question like this. It feels like something is missing here. What could he possibly have gone through to ask a question like this? Nonetheless, he answered sincerely, "Ace, even if you were the son of the world's worst criminal, my answer would always be the same. I am glad that you were born." "Yeah." Ace weakly smiled. Rowan felt conflicted seeing this. All he could do was to give Ace a pat on his back. Unknown to Rowan and Ace, Robin was awake behind her blindfold, silently listening to their conversations as she leaned onto the wall. The night has swiftly passed by, and everyone was full awake, ready to move out. Rowan, his crew, and Ace were seen to be standing at the edge of Nanohana. "Don't worry about it," Ace said as he flashed a grin with a thumbs up. "Since I suspect that Scorpion may have moved along with the other civilians, I am going to Galzalem. If I find anything about Crocodile, I will call you guys right away." Holding a small din mushy in his hand, Rowan nodded. "Thanks, Ace. If that's the case, we'll head off straight towards Yuba. Let's just get this Crocodile problem over with, so that we can focus on our main objectives." "So," Ace placed his hand into his pocket and took out a Vivre card. "I guess this is where we part, huh?" He handed the Vivre card to Rowan. "Originally, I was planning to give this to Luffy, but it seems that he's still in the East Blue. I'll leave it with you." Vivre card, huh?" Rowan said as he held the paper in his hand. Naturally, he learnt the existence of the Vivre card during their stay in Nidaifuku by Cavendish and Alfred. Naturally, each member of the crew, including himself, possessed the Vivre cards of one another. Ace nodded. "Nice, I won't have to explain." He held out his hand to Rowan. Rowan smiled as he grabbed Ace's outstretched hand and shook. "Well, see you later, Ace." "Haha, see y'all later." Waving his hand, Ace turned around and propelled himself up, parting with Rowan and his crew. Rowan briefly watched Ace before turning back to his crew. "All right, everyone ready?" "Yes, Captain." Karina, Carmen, Dan, Cavendish, and Alfred all responded with a grin on their faces. "Nay!" Farrell cried out loud while raising his forelegs up high. Robin almost fell off from his back. Watching his crew's confidence, Rowan too felt a grin creeping up onto his face, and his eyes flashed dangerously. "Good. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We aren't that far away from Crocodile." Yuba, Alabasta. Within a large and unkempt building, the agents of Baroque Works were seen to be awaiting. "You are Mr. 3? A tall and muscular man with tan skin, shaved white hair, and unibrow, Mr. 1, spoke with a deep tone to another man with a unique hairstyle that resembles number 3. Mr. 1. Mr. 3 gulped fearfully. This is Mr. 3? Looks weak to me." A woman with curly dark blue hair and thick lips, Miss Doublefinger, spoke in disappointment. "Whoa, everyone is gathered up here. How amazing." Mr. 2 spun while standing on tip of his foot, like a ballerina. The officer agents, all the way from Mr. 1 to Miss Valentine, were sitting down in front of a long rectangular table. Behind them, the frontier agents from Mr. 7 to Miss Saturday, with the exception of Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday, were seen to be standing. On the outside of the building, there were rest of the agents, billions and millions, standing in disordered manner. On one corner of the street, one old man was seen to be unconscious, with bruises all over him. "Where is Mr. 0? Mr. 5, a man with spiky black hair and sunglasses, said in annoyance. His partner, Miss Valentine, shrugged. "We don't even know who's Mr. 0. Never met him." Miss Goldenweek, a teenager with dark red hair and twin braids and a wide-brimmed pink hat, said in a monotone. Under the confusion, all members of Baroque Works continued to wait in Yuba. Rainbase, Alabasta. A troop of Marines was seen to be standing in an orderly manner, as the Marine officer with a justice coat draped over his shoulder stood in the front with a domineering manner. Said officer had an approximate height of 360 centimeters. His face, full of wrinkles and frowning, had its teeth biting onto a cigarette as his semi-closed eyes glared at Crocodile. He was Vice Admiral Enigmo, believer of the absolute justice. On the right of Enigmo, a pink-haired woman with a black suit and a same justice coat over her shoulders stood. She was Captain Hina, who happened to be called under Enigmo's command due to the fact that she was situated nearby. Crocodile was seen to be standing on the other side, alone, facing off the whole army of Marines and Enigmo, unfazed by the display. They already had the troops positioned near Alabasta, ever since the news regarding Grimheart reached them. Crocodile thought intuitively as his eyes swept through the Marines. Just as I expected. To think you would bother to come all the way down here, and with a speed this quick. With his right hand in his pocket and his left arm with hook hanging, Crocodile said casually with a cigar in his mouth, Vice Admiral Enigmo. Shut your mouth, filth, Enigmo spat in disdain. Name the location of that Grimheart. I got no patience to spare for a pirate. Crocodile chuckled as he watched Enigmo's offensive behavior, with his eyes flashing murderously. Let us make this meet a swift one, shall we? Or else, one of us may end up dead. Taking his hand out of pocket, Crocodile pointed his thumb to his back. Over the years, I've noticed that something wrong was happening in this kingdom, and found out the existence of a criminal organization called Baroque Works. Subsequently, I found that the organization is in alliance with the Grimheart pirates and royal armies. I have yet to identify the leader of such an organization, but I suspect that it may be Grimheart himself, who disappeared for 3 years. Crocodile lazily stated without any stutter. Enigmo's eyes narrowed hearing this. He took the cigarette away from his mouth and threw it away on the sand. Subsequently, Crocodile took out a map of Alabasta from his coat and threw it to Enigmo, who caught it with a frown. As of the current moment, Grimheart is near Nanohana, traveling in an upward direction to here, Rain Base. However, having a large fight to break out here would result in large casualties of innocents. I suggest we meet them down. Crocodile puffed smoke with Enigmo's eyes locked onto the map in Yuba. With the rebellion having moved their base to Katoria, Yuba is left completely uninhabited, and known as the oasis that has completely dried up. Crocodile inwardly thought maliciously. Best place for me to bury all of you at once. Enigmo's grip on the map tightened, crumbling up the paper. Deepening his frown, Enigmo angrily muttered, "Which means, as long as the Grimheart pirates are gone from the picture, all problems will be solved." Having finished his thought, he turned to the Marine soldiers. "Move out! We are departing to Yuba immediately." With the Marines joining, the situation has become much more chaotic. The Grimheart pirates, Baroque Works, Marines, and finally, Crocodile, who betrayed his own organization. All of them are destined to meet in the middle of Alabasta. Yuba. Chapter 70. Yuba, Alabasta. The Marines were seen to be standing in front of Yuba with determined gazes, led by Vice Admiral Enigmo, who frowned deeply. On his left, Crocodile was smoking casually, with his eyes half-closed lazily. "They should be the Baroque Works," Crocodile stated smoothly, as he lifted up his watch and checked the time. 4 o'clock. Judging by how fast the Grimheart pirates traveled from Tamarisk to Katoria, their travel from Nanohana to Yuba should be lesser. On the opposing side, the officer agents of Baroque Works were standing cautiously, seemingly shocked to sight the Marines out of nowhere.
Marine.
Mr. 3 sweated profusely as he stared at the Marine troop. "This isn't good. Our organization has been discovered. What happened? Did Mr. 0 get himself caught?" "What it?" Mr. 2 exclaimed in surprise after hearing Mr. 3. "Boss is caught? We gotta go save him." "Shut up, you two," Mr. 1 said calmly, as his eyes flashed left and right. "Marines may be formidable, but in terms of number, we are much more superior." The joint Marine forces of Vice Admiral Enigmo and Captain Hina amounted to around 1,000 in total, which lacked in comparison to 2,000 agents of the Baroque Works, who were standing in front of the officer agents, glaring at the Marines menacingly. I see. So this is what boss wanted us to do." 1,000,000's agent said with a crazed expression on her face. He, 2,000 of us against the Marines. I think the result is obvious. They seem to have placed a deep faith in their sheer number. After all, they used to reside in the 4 seas, where common sense applies to some extent, before having joined the Baroque Works in the Grand Line. To think Crocodile's words were true, Hina muttered to herself as she saw the scene unfold in front of her. These ruffians were waiting for Grimheart. Hina shocked. Enigmo's visage darkened hearing that, as he stepped up with his hands in his pockets, glaring at the Baroque Works agents. "Filthy scums of the sea," Enigmo growled deeply with a speaker in his hand, having every agent to hear his insult. "I will give you 10 seconds to end your lives yourselves." Mr. 1 stepped up arrogantly after hearing that. "Seems like you are quite high-ranked within the Marines. But, so what? Just another target to assassinate." Unknowingly, Mr. 3 was slowly backing out from his colleagues, as his brains already calculated that no one here is able to defeat the Marine officer in front of them, based on his instinct alone. However, before he could do any further, Miss Doublefinger grabbed onto his arm with irritation and pointed her sharp nail towards his neck. "Coward, how did you even manage to become an officer agent?" she said coldly, causing Mr. 3 to gulp. "I will give you a choice. Fight, or be killed by my hands." Mr. 2 was staring at Mr. 3 angrily. "How can you dare to abandon your friends like this?" "Friend?" Mr. 5 tilted his head as he looked at Mr. 2 weirdly. He simply shrugged in the end, before turning back to the front. The veins popped out of Enigmo's forehead after the lack of care in the demeanors of the officer agents. Crushing the speaker in his hand, Enigmo held out his right hand sideways, before stating, "Bring my swords." Without any delay, 8 Marine soldiers walked up to Enigmo, while struggling from the sheer weight of the sabers that they were holding onto. With shaky arms, they held out the sabers to Enigmo while huffing heavily. For the weaklings like them, Enigmo growled, "One is enough." The Marine soldiers, who were holding onto the sabers, had their eyes pop out and snot drop from their nose hearing this, as they were already drenched with sweat. Each one of them thought to themselves, please pick mine." Enigmo's hand finally outstretched and grabbed onto one sword, relieving one Marine from the struggle. Without bothering himself to look at the rest of them who were holding the swords, Enigmo stepped out and began to walk towards the Baroque Works agents, with a cigarette in his mouth. Mr. One watched Enigmo's leisurely walk to them, before stepping out from his group as well. He confronted Enigmo alone, with his arms crossed. "My body is as hard as steel. A mere sword? Please," Mr. One said stoically as he lifted up his forearms before they turned into sharp-like steel blades. "I've met many arrogant people in the past, who dared to use a weapon against me. Shut up." In the next moment, Enigmo, who was in front of Mr. One, suddenly vanished before appearing behind him. Mr. One's eyes widened seeing such a display of speed, before looking down onto his body. "How?" Mr. One said in disbelief as he saw a large gash, nearly severing his body, that cut through his abdomen. He didn't get to say any more, and collapsed on the ground while spilling gallons of blood. Ironically, the last thing he saw before succumbing to his death was Crocodile, who was lazily staring at him while puffing smoke. As expected, all of them are useless, not even capable of being pawns. Crocodile thought in disappointment, as he watched the Baroque Works agents backing up with widened eyes, in shock of what just happened. Vice Admiral Enigmo, this man is known as One Marine officer, inspected the dead body of Bones and was about to report, before Enigmo raised his hand. "A mere weakling. It doesn't matter." Watching Enigmo's display of strength, the Marines were empowered and looked more determined than ever. In contrast, the Baroque Works agents gulped watching the scene. Mr. One was the strongest among them, and he was killed in one go. There was no one who could defeat Enigmo within their rank. "All Marines, charge. Don't leave any of them alive." Enigmo stabbed his saber on the ground and puffed out smoke, having lost interest in fighting himself due to how weak the opponents were. Rah! The ground rumbled with the Marines charging towards the Baroque Works agents. With a war cry, they clashed against each other. "Don't falter. We are still superior with numbers." One agent cried as he and one Marine soldier clashed their swords, seemingly in a struggle. Hina also pulled the black gloves onto her hands and approached the officer agents in a serious manner, ready to strike. "What should we do?" "Still no sight of Mr. Zero." Miss Goldenweek asked Miss Doublefinger next to her, who clicked her tongue as she watched Hina walking towards them. Miss Doublefinger's eyes showed a trace of fear as she briefly glanced at Enigmo, who was watching the battle, before turning her eyes back to Hina. Inhumane speed and swordsmanship he displayed just now. Mr. 3 gulped while adjusting his glasses. It even severed through Mr. 1, who had a very tough body. "If we stay like this right now, we are going to end up dead without a doubt." "Mr. 1. How can this be?" Mr. 2's eyes moistened as he stared at the dead body of Mr. 1, before gritting his teeth as he stared at Hina. "This woman, I am pretty familiar with," Miss Doublefinger muttered as she stepped forward with a cold sweat. "She sails around this area. Known as Black Cage Hina." "Oh!" Hina exclaimed in surprise hearing Miss Doublefinger. Hina flattered. At the next moment, Miss Doublefinger grimaced as Hina began to rush towards her. Mr. 3 realized that there was no way out, and that the best they could do right now was to collaborate. Candle lock. Liquid wax expelled out of Mr. 3's hand, traveling towards Hina. Nose fancy cannon. Similarly, Mr. 5 flicked his booger. Hina watched the assaults of 2 officer agents with disgust, before jumping up. An explosion and wax collided, causing the wax to be shot in all directions. Miss Doublefinger saw this as an opportunity and raised her finger to attack. Stinger dash, however, before she could launch her technique, another Marine officer with a justice coat intercepted her attack with his katana. Now, 1 versus 8 doesn't sound fair, does it? He was wearing a unique-shaped Marine cap, and a veil across his face, which only revealed his black-colored eyes. He was known as Captain Shu, who possesses the ability of rust fruit. Seizing the chance, Miss Goldenweek positioned her behind Captain Shu, with her paintbrush ready to draw on his back. Captain Hina saw the attempt and quickly blasted her iron cage, which caused Miss Goldenweek to retreat. TCH, how annoying. Hina glanced sideways, watching how not only Vice Admiral Enigmo wasn't participating, But so were the Commodores, who leisurely walked and slashed through the Baroque Works agents lazily. Ha, Shu sighed. It's all part of a plan. Can't afford to waste energy against the cannon fodders like these. Meanwhile, Crocodile was sitting on a nearby large rock and simply smoking his cigar, waiting for the right timing to arrive. All of a sudden, his and Enigmo's eyes narrowed as they abruptly turned their head to one particular location. As the sun was setting by, illuminating the scene brightly. In front of the sun, the silhouettes of 6 individuals and 1 horse were seen to be walking towards them. Finally, you've come. Crocodile let out a feral grin as he witnessed the scene, before throwing his cigar away and standing up from his spot. Growling, Enigmo grabbed onto the 8 swords as the spider-like arms sprouted out from his back, 1 that was stabbed and 7 that were being held by the exhausted Marine soldiers. Following suit, the 6 Commodores' eyes all narrowed as they left the battlefield, assembling themselves behind Enigmo in a quick manner. The fight temporarily stopped as everyone sighted Enigmo and Crocodile readying themselves in fear. They followed the gazes of 2 individuals, and they too sighted the approaching figures. Mr. 3 sighted such a scene with widened eyes. Can it be Mr. 0? Mr. 2 was confused hearing this. Hold on. I reported to someone about Grimheart pirates, and Mr. 0 is Grimheart Rowan? What? What's going on? So it has begun, Hina muttered as she watched the scene with a cold sweat. The real battle. How stupid. They left her alive. Crocodile's eyes narrowed as she sighted Robin slouched on top of Feral. Nico, Robin. If I didn't need you to read the poneglyph, I would have killed you a long time ago. But at the same time, he was relieved from sighting her with his own eyes. His plan was still valid. Afar from them, Rowan and his crew were witnessing the chaotic view of Yuba with serious expressions on their faces. Marines, huh? Dan muttered. It seems that the situation has become a bit more challenging. Karina, Rowan instantly said after sighting the Marines. If the Marines are involved in this, there may be more troops of them surrounding Alabasta, which means Prominence may be in danger. Karina's eyes widened hearing this. No, our money. I can't allow this to happen. You marked our ship, right? Rowan said seriously, to which Karina nodded. Take Alfred, Feral, and Nico Robin with you. Don't worry about us. We will meet you back in Tamarisk after everything is done. Got it. I'll see you there, Rowan. Karina replied. Alfred quickly caught on and positioned himself next to Feral. Walking up to them, Karina placed her hands on Feral and Robin. Alfred placed his hand on her arm as well. Zoom in the next moment, 4 of them were gone with a purple flash, causing every spectator's eyes to widen in surprise, especially Crocodile's. Crocodile held his shaking left arm with his right hand and bit his lips to control his emotion, for without Robin, he won't be able to reach his goal. At this moment, he knew, he fuck up. The only way for me to successfully acquire Pluton here, I won't be able to leave until at least those 3, Crocodile gazed at Rowan, Carmen, and Enigmo, are gone from the picture. So you've finally arrived, Enigmo said with a frown. Subsequently, he and the Commodores behind him dashed and landed in front of Rowan, Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish. I wonder, watching as Enigmo land in front of him, Rowan grinned. Are you stronger than Baton? Alyabarna, Alabasta, my king. One of the 2 head guards of the kingdom, Pel the Falcon, hurriedly ran and knelt in front of a man of old age. He was the king of Alabasta Kingdom, Nefertari Cobra. Watching Pel with a stern expression, he nodded, signaling Pel to speak up. Apart from the rebellions who began to move, a war has broken out in Yuba. One group seems to be the pirates, while the others are the Marines. Even Crocodile seems to be involved in it. Pel reported with an evident urgency within his voice. Cobra's expression darkened as he heard Pel. Is this truly the end of Alabasta? What is about to happen? Muttering hollowly, Cobra looked up to the ceiling of the royal castle. Vivi, are you okay right now?
Chapter 71. Baton.
Enigmo's expression broke out into amusement for the first time. That wimp who quit the Marines after failing his duty in G11? Quit. Rowan's eyebrow quirked up in interest. Nice. Think he made the right decision. Maybe he quit it after remembering how your handsome face looks like. Enigmo seemed to be mildly triggered hearing Rowan's sarcasm, as his grips on the swords tightened and his mouth shut stoically. Unknown to everyone, his appearance was his complex. Crocodile looked at his watch as he faked a cool demeanor. Are we going to stand here all day? I got no time. Rowan slowly cracked his neck, and the atmosphere took a sudden turn, with Enigmo and Crocodile glaring at him. Let's dance, shall we? Under the watch of many, Rowan flicked 2 bullets out of his pocket. With the booming noises resounding throughout the battlefield consecutively, the bullets, now imbued in the deep black color of armament hockey, began to accelerate in circular motions atop of Rowan. An insanely quick application of prolonged armament hockey, even when an object left his contact. It sounded nigh impossible. And yet, Rowan was able to achieve such a feat how? Over the years of exploring and playing around with hockey, Rowan gained a deeper understanding of what it meant when Alfred described it as the use of one's spiritual energy. His biggest catch was that wisps of energy, which originated from an ambiguous concept of will, condenses into a black-colored armor known as armament hockey. Based on this, Rowan essentially realized that hockey flows. Then he theorized, can he transmit this hockey to flow outside of his body? Standing in front of Crocodile and Enigmo, here lied the product of such thought, an ability to imbue the distant bullets with armament hockey. For the armament to be intact even after leaving his hand. Witnessing such a sight in a stern manner, Enigmo raised his swords and warned to the Commodores behind him, "Prepare yourselves, here it comes." Similarly, Crocodile saw the use of armament hockey and raised his palm towards Rowan. The vast amount of sands all around began to swirl onto his hand, forming a large mass of compact sands in front of him, like a mini-sized planet. All the Marines and agents alike stood with fears engraved in their faces as they watched the Grimheart pirates confront the Vice Admiral of the Marines and one of the 7 warlords. What was unfolding in front of them was a direct clash between the powerhouses within Paradise. What is that? I thought Grimheart was the user of Bounce Bounce Fruit. One Marine cried out in a mix of confusion and shock. With a sudden sound, the blindingly fast bullets, which were still becoming increasingly faster, caught on fire. Simultaneously, the 2 bullets' speeds and trajectory paths synchronized and continued to rotate with a blazing power. Watching as Rowan was preparing for his strike, Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish all stepped back. Ever since we arrived at Alabasta, Rowan remarked as the fiery, orange-colored octagon rings continued to spin atop of him, it has been Crocodile here and there. Been pestering us for days, and gotta say, that was irritating. Watching as how the enemies in front of him didn't reply and stood in caution, Rowan said coldly, try using observation hockey, but it won't matter. At the next moment, all hell broke loose. Entropic blast. Boom. 2 beams of bullets, resembling that of a laser, shot toward Crocodile and Enigmo at a speed so fast, to an extent where their reflexes weren't fast enough to dodge. Rowan's attack crumbled Crocodile's planet-like sand structure instantly and collided with his stomach. Although Crocodile managed to cover his stomach with armament hockey at the last moment, he was sent blasting off from the ground, flying miles away before crashing into a dune, causing a large volume of sands to explode from a sheer force. Simultaneously, Enigmo crossed his 8 hockey-imbued sabers together as the other bullet collided against the middle point where all of the sabers met. Ugh high. His 8 arms shook violently, his feet skid backward, and his face showed an obvious sign of struggling as he sweated profusely and gritted his teeth tightly. The ground he skidded along cracked, reflecting how much force was packed behind the bullet. Vice Admiral Enigmo. Watching how Enigmo pitifully struggled against Rowan's attack, one Commodore cried out in disbelief. Snap all of a sudden, due to Enigmo's armament hockey being unable to handle the combination of Rowan's own armament hockey and force of the bullet, his 8 sabers broke simultaneously. Tekai. Enigmo hurriedly cried out as he hardened his body and covered his chest with armament hockey, and the bullet slammed onto his chest. Thankfully, it has lost the majority of momentum and fell down harmlessly. How can this be possible? Enigmo huffed in exhaustion as he stared at the broken sabers and his shaking hands in disbelief. My armament hockey, Huff falls short against Grimheart? Everyone, who spectated such a display of power, stood on their positions, frozen. They previously witnessed how the man, who struggled against one attack from Rowan just now, slew Mr. One in a single strike. What just happened seemed unbelievable to them. The Marines felt their souls shimmering as their eyes gazed back to Rowan in fear. "So, this is Grimheart Rowan?" Shu said with widened eyes, having nearly dropped his katana. "What's your rank, Commodore?" Rowan began to walk towards Enigmo impassively, causing the latter to grimace while holding his fists up in guard. "Rear Admiral? Not even sure if the ranks are entirely based on one's strength." Meanwhile, from the dune that Crocodile crashed onto, a huge volume of sand all around began to swirl once more towards Crocodile, who was holding onto his bleeding stomach with sweat on his face. "Come on, Captain," Cavendish complained from behind. "You stole my spotlight." Carmen snorted at hearing this, before levitating above the sky by using the propulsion of fire from the sole of her feet, with her eyes locked to Crocodile. "Cough Desert Gigante." At the same time, the sands swirling around Crocodile all rose at once, converging into a large mass of a giant humanoid-shaped figure. The giant towered over menacingly, as the sun fully set and darkness began to envelope the surroundings, further amplifying the shocks that lingered within the Marine soldiers and agents. Carmen, up in the air, glared at Crocodile's sand giant. The heat began to envelop the area and the flares flickered around her. "Flame Empress, Sea of Flames." Carmen raised her hands up high, and a huge amount of flames gushed out of her, before filling the sky above with orange-colored flames that lit up the sky in red. Was Alabasta always this dangerous? One Baroque Works agent whispered as his eyes couldn't believe what was unfolding in front of him. On one side, a torrent of flames swirled on the sky, while on the other side, a colossal sand titan stood with a height that touched all the way to the clouds above. "Back out immediately," Hina shouted to all the Marines around as she began to dash off from Yuba, getting herself away from being in between Carmen and Crocodile. Shu followed suit and moved along with Hina. "No way we can face off against something like that," Miss Valentine weakly stated, before she was grabbed by Mr. Two and pulled along. Similarly, the other officer agents all dashed off to the opposite side of where the Marines were running away to. "Cough, that attack did catch me off guard. However, in the desert, I'm undefeatable." Wiping the blood off of his chin, Crocodile glared at Carmen, who was floating some distance away from him. "Flame against me? In a terrain full of sand? Talk about taking imaginations too far," Crocodile said coldly as lifted up his left arm, which was attached to a golden-colored hook, and hacked it in a downward motion. "Desert Gigante Espada." A giant wave of sand, resembling that of a tsunami, erupted with sheer volume, encasing the whole Yuba as it flew towards Carmen. Carmen gritted her teeth as she saw the domineering view of sand crashing over the whole area. Her arms moved down with the palms facing the overwhelming sand wave, and she cried out, "Flame Ediction! Calamity!" The flames that swirled above her suddenly blasted towards the sand wave like a huge tornado made of fire, creating a magnificent view that left the others speechless. The huge volumes of flame and sand clashed against one another, creating a huge booming noise that vibrated across the whole area. However, the flame was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of sand that continued to pour in. Carmen was left surprised by how quickly her flame was dominated, but albeit retreated from her position as the sand kept crashing onto her. Simultaneously, Dan, Cavendish, and the Marine officers all dashed away from their positions as the sand gushed in without a stop, leaving only Rowan standing on his own. Desert King makes sense. So in the end, contrary to what I believed, his title represented his ability. Rowan acknowledged Crocodile's strength as he cocked his right fist back, imbued with armament hockey, ready to meet the huge wave of sand that towered over him. Over the years, Rowan managed to master one of the most powerful techniques he could muster with the bounce fruit. The blast produced through the convergence of many bounce forces, which was made possible by slightly tweaking the duration of each bounce. 3 years ago, he only managed to succeed it once against Baton. Now, coupled with his arduously trained armament hockey, increased physical prowess, and the improved control over his ability, 25 layers convergence, Juggernaut blast. With his demeanor still calm, Rowan thrust his fist forward with an exploding strength. One overwhelmingly loud noise thundered across the whole field. The ground all around Rowan cracked and broke as the vibrations produced from his motion rebounded. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the inconceivable force generated by Rowan's punch blasted through the sheer volume of sand in a straight fashion, demolishing Crocodile's attack like an air cannon. Crocodile's eyes widened and his arms dropped onto his sides in stupefaction. What just happened seemed surreal to him. One of my strongest techniques, used in the most favorable environment for my ability, countered with merely one punch? Rowan stood on his spot with his gaze, completely serious without a speck of complacency. Turning back, he faced his crew members. "Leave Crocodile to me. It's not that you guys are weak, but fighting him within the desert." "Yeah, Carmen's clash just now proved what would happen." Aye, Captain," Dan said playfully, as his eyes shifted to Enigmo and his subordinates with a cold gleam. "My hands are getting itchy. I need some action." Cavendish unsheathed his sword out of impulsiveness. Carmen crossed her arms and turned her head away in response, while mildly blushing from an embarrassment. "Vice Admiral Enigmo, what should we do?" On the other side, watching as the shocking scene unfolded, one Commodore asked Enigmo with a trace of anxiety within his voice. Enigmo couldn't speak. Rowan's strength far surpassed his expectation. The report from the past specified that most of the damage within G11 was caused by Carmen and not by Rowan. He originally expected Rowan to have a similar level of strength as the past with only the capability to use hockey. Now, in his eyes, Rowan looked as huge as the 3 admirals within the Marine fort. "So even this isn't enough to bring Grimheart down," Enigmo said in a grim tone, clenching his fist in anger. "Forget Grimheart. Leave him with Crocodile." Enigmo turned his face to Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish, who were standing at some distance away from Rowan. "We will subdue them first and wait for a right opportunity to strike Grimheart." Chapter 72, Frowny-Faced Tamarisk Alabasta. Rear Admiral Akend. "We found a pirate ship nearby the shore." One Marine soldier reported with a strict pose, with his hands attached to his sides. "Through the Jolly Roger, we identified the ship as the one belonging to Grimheart pirates." In front of the soldier, a Marine officer, with a justice coat over his shoulders, standard Marine cap on, and a headphone-like device on his head, stood without any hint of goofiness. He stood up tall and confident with his hands held together behind his back. He was Rear Admiral Akend. "Seize the ship immediately and take down the Jolly Roger from the mast," Akend ordered impulsively as he stared down at the Marine soldier. "Yes, sir." The Marine soldier replied firmly before turning around and running towards the site where Prominence was anchored. "Get aboard the ship and begin the process." Originally, the Marine troop led by Vice Admiral Enigmo wasn't the only force that entered Alabasta. There were 3 groups, with one going to Rain Base, the other going to Tamarisk, where they were expecting to sight the ship of Grimheart pirates. Marines were the ones who initially sighted Rowan and his crew before reporting to Crocodile, and the last waiting on the outskirt of Nanohana. The purpose was to ensure that the Grimheart pirates won't have any escape route to slip away from them. Now, confident that no one was there to guard the ship, the Marine soldiers were about to walk onto Prominence, until, zoom, a sudden purple light flashed in front of them, before revealing Karina, Alfred, Farrell, and cuffed Robin on top of Prominence's deck. "Huh." One Marine soldier, whose hands were holding onto the rail of the ship while climbing onto it, stared at sudden appearance of the Grimheart pirates with a dumbfounded expression. That was the last thing he saw before his vision turned black, as Alfred immediately kicked him swiftly off from Prominence. "That was a close one," Karina growled as she turned left and right, sharply gazing at the Marines that stood on the shore with widened eyes. "No way in hell I'm letting them touch our Prominence." Nay! Farrell cried in anger and huffed, with steams expelling out of his nostrils. The Marines couldn't help but gulp, intimidated by the hostility of the muscular horse in front of them. Decorin, member of Grimheart Pirates with a bounty of 60 million belly. Ugh, we weren't informed that she was a devil fruit user. A voice was heard from the back of the Marine soldiers. It was Rear Admiral Akend, who approached Prominence with angry visage. Additionally, unidentifiable horse and man. Seems that Grimheart managed to recruit new pirates into his crew. Karina leaned on the rail, rotating a knife on top of her finger as she stared at Akend, unimpressed. Alfred, just stay next to Robin and make sure that no one gets on Prominence. I can do this alone. Alfred chuckled and shook his head. Youngsters these days. Go ahead, Mademoiselle Karina. Akend's eyes narrowed and held out his hands wide open, wide shield. His hands morphed into a giant metallic shields, covering the entire Marine soldiers from Karina's sight. Behind the shields, he spoke out haughtily. I ate the shield fruit, allowing any part of my body to turn into a shield. You won't be able to penetrate through me. You, monsieur, certainly lack a common sense, Alfred said with a deadpan, cutting Akend off. Who gives away one's own information in the middle of a fight? Karina, with a knife still rotating on her finger, asked casually, What's your name? Rank? Let me guess, Lieutenant? Akend, whose vision was blocked as well due to his shields, frowned. I am Rear Admiral Akend, the one who will throw you in the impel down. Haha, did you see? He actually answered. Karina laughed while leaning on the rail, and Alfred facepalmed. Even Farrell shook his head in disappointment. Erg, how dare you mock me? Akend roared as he lifted up the large shields from the ground. Shield press -PUK. All of a sudden, Akend stopped talking and began to shake on his spot, as his shields abruptly shrank before returning to ordinary-sized hands. Rear Admiral Akend? What's wrong? A Marine soldier next to him asked in confusion. Thud. Akend lifelessly fell down face first, and the blood began to ooze out of his neck, where a knife, that magically appeared out of nowhere, was seen piercing through. Rear Admiral? The Marines slowly began to back away as the realization slowly creeped into their mind. They looked up to Karina and saw that the knife she spun around her finger just a second ago was no longer in her hand. Impassively staring at the Marines who were sweating profusely, she stretched her body and jumped out of Prominence lightly, before landing in the middle of the Marine soldiers, who stood on their spots with the weapons in their hands trembling. I don't remember someone of Rear Admiral's rank being this easy, Karina remarked as she reminded herself of Baton, who was far stronger than the dead Akend. But then again, that's how assassination works, swift and efficient. Right. Robin was staring at this scene with wavering eyes. Right from when she was caught, up to now, the Grimheart pirates never displayed any sign of weakness. The plots of the enigmatic organization called Baroque Works, the intimidation from the rebellion, and the vast number of the Marines, they all failed to subdue a mere number of 6 people and 1 horse. If you were in my shoes, Robin thought as she looked at Karina, who was facing off against the Marines all by herself, confidently, would you still have found where you can belong? After 20 years of running, she was tired. She wasn't even sure if she wanted to live anymore. Ironically enough, her stay as the hostage of the Grimheart pirates made her feel safer than ever, and having a seastone cuff strapped on her felt better than staying on guard 24/7. Robin thought wistfully, I wish I was part of this crew. Leaving Rowan and Crocodile's battle, which was on a whole different scale, Enigmo and the Commodores readied themselves to clash against Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish, until Dan suddenly raised his hand, motioning for them to stop. Hold on. Give us a sec, okay? Dan shouted before turning back to Carmen and Cavendish, rendering Enigmo and the Commodores dumbfounded. I said, I am the one who's going to fight that Spider-Man. Cavendish growled as he waved his sword at Enigmo. Carmen too growled in response, bumping her head against Cavendish's. I, the Flame Empress, only fight against the ones worthy enough. Whoa guys, calm down, will you? Dan placed his hands on the shoulders of Carmen and Cavendish, pulling them off from one another. Why don't we settle this the old-fashioned way? Which is? Carmen raised her eyebrow. Rock, paper, scissors. Dan said dreamily as he lifted up his fist in the air. Cavendish grinned ferociously, while Carmen frowned in disapproval. They all knew that victory will go to the one with the best observation, hockey, and reflex. First time. This is the first time I've been mocked in such a manner. Enigma was seen growling at some distance away, his fists shaking in fury, all the way from captain to subordinates, scums who only know how to talk shit. Completely losing himself, Enigma used Saru to instantly dash towards Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish. Rock, Dan spoke out. Enigma was near them, about to strike at any moment. Paper. Enigma was now in front of them, with his fists targeting 3 of them at once. Scissor. The 2 fists and 1 open palm slammed onto Enigma's face, with armament hockey imbued on all of them. He was blasted backwards, before landing on his feet without a trouble. Ever since I came to this idiotic island, nothing but a stupidity like this. At this moment, although Enigma sustained no damage by protecting his face with armament hockey of his own, he was sent into the depth of absolute rage, boiling all the way from his feet to head. Ah damn, seems like Cavendish managed to beat us. Dan scratched his head. Cavendish grinned and grabbed onto his sword excitedly. Vice Admiral, this is going to be a great way to begin the rise of Cavendish, the charming prince. Hey! Carmen abruptly blasted off towards Enigma, disregarding the result from rock, paper, scissors they did previously. Cavendish shouted in anger before dashing off towards Enigma at a blinding speed, leaving Dan on his spot, alone. I sometimes wonder if they really are above 20s. Dan shook his head before facing off against 6 Commodores that stood in front of him with a smile on his face. Well, I guess 6 is better than 3. One Commodore gritted his teeth as he pointed his katana towards Dan. Better? Please, it would take us less than a minute to subdue someone like you, who only amounts to 10 million belly. Well, about that. Dan cracked his knuckles, getting himself serious for the fight. You will probably have to reconsider it. Personally, I think I deserve more than 200 million belly at least. Middle of nowhere. East Blue. Yo Zoro. Where are we? Luffy said with his tongue out, dehydrated and hungry. Me eat. I am so hungry. Zoro was seen scratching his head out of confusion. Strange. I just followed the map. It indicated to turn right, so I turned right. I don't understand. The boat they were riding on continued to sail at a slow speed. The sun was continuously shining intensely, causing them to get drenched in sweat. Meat? Huh. Luffy perked up, sighting a small ship passing by. Oi! Over here. He waved his hand frantically. Zoro too raised his head from the map as he heard Luffy scream. A ship? Out of nowhere. Whoever was on the ship seemed to have noticed the duo, as it changed the course and approached them. Said ship was quite unique in terms of design. Black sailing masts, black-colored ship with spikes standing out on both sides of the ship. Ha 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 ha. Look at these fools. On the deck of the ship, there was one man, who had a wild, semi-mohawk and green-colored hair, nose piercing, and sharp teeth with fangs sticking out. He was seen laughing uncontrollably with his finger pointed at Luffy and Zoro, crying tears out of sheer laughter. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. These idiots don't even know where they are going to. The man continued to laugh without a stop. Zoro lazily said, Fool? We were just heading to Syrup Village. What do you mean? Syrup? Syrup Village? The man momentarily stopped laughing as his eyes widened, before laughing out even harder. Ha 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 ha. Syrup Village. Ha 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 ha. You gotta be kidding me. Syrup Village? You are near the freaking Sixes, located on the opposite side of Syrup Village, you moron. Luffy didn't seem to mind the man's laugh. He just grinned and spoke out, Thanks for telling us, Nose Ring. You think we can get some food from you? In Nose Ring? The man's eyes widened hearing Luffy's words. I, the kingpin of Barto Club, called as Nose Ring? Oi, give us some food. Zoro casually called out, not reading the mood. The antics of these dumb pricks. The man growled angrily before waving his hand. Blast them off. However, he was immediately bumped on the head afterwards, crying him to yelp out in pain and grab his head. Let's just leave these guys and go, a red-haired woman said with irritation as she stepped out with her fist extended to the man. Seriously, Bardo, why bother to waste time on these idiots? Ow! The man groaned in pain as the ship sailed away from the small boat, having lost interest in Luffy and Zoro. Shishishi, Luffy laughed as he stared at the ship that was moving away from them. Zoro, follow after them. If we follow them, we are going to get meat. Zoro grinned, and some sake too. Chapter 73. At some distance away from the Grimheart pirates and marines, the Baroque Works agents, now reduced to around 500 or less, were standing on the sandy terrain. What is going on? 1 Million's agent whispered in disbelief, watching how Grimheart pirates began their battle against Crocodile and the marines. This is just on a whole different scale. What is boss thinking? Shut up, will you? A Billion's agent barked angrily. Do not doubt boss. We just gotta look for a right chance. Right chance? Yeah, right. We don't even know who the boss is. Another Billion's agent muttered nearby. The horde of agents was getting rowdy, arguing with one another and screaming in fear. Damn it! One of the frontier agents, Miss Father's Day, was seen to be attempting to aim her sniper gun at the scene, but to no avail. She didn't know who to target, and she couldn't aim properly with the pressure waves from the fights ahead. All of them were in a mix of confusion and horror. Not only did they just experience the most terrifying moments of their lives, but had no idea what they should do now. The same applied to the officer agents. What do we do now? Miss Merry Christmas, a short, middle-aged woman with red hair, said in a cold sweat. Mr. 3 was seen holding his chest, calming himself down from the intense battle that was happening ahead of them. Wiping his sweat, he shakily straightened his posture and pointed at Rowan and Crocodile, who were clashing against one another on a catastrophic scale. Grimheart, an infamous supernova who appeared out of nowhere. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. Although the former has a much higher bounty, the latter had his bounty frozen for a very long period of time. Mr. 3 said with a hint of fear in his voice. What's your point? Mr. 5 said with an annoyed tone, gritting his teeth as he helplessly stared at the destroyed Yuba. Mr. 3 gulped while clenching his fists tight. I'm saying that. If Mr. 0 is here, it has to be Crocodile. Mr. 2 squinted his eyes in confusion. How so? I deem that Mr. 0 must be someone of confidence and strength. One won't attempt to begin an organization as big as this. Baroque Works has been continuing for 5 years. 3 years ago, Grimheart wreaked havoc in the East Blue prior to entering the Grand Line. He can't be Mr. 0. On the other hand, Crocodile, who has been hailed as the hero of Alabasta for years, he fits perfectly. Adjusting his glasses, Mr. 3 explained. So what then? Go up to Crocodile and suck up to him? Miss Doublefinger spoke, with her eyes locked onto the Marine soldiers on the other side. He literally watched us getting destroyed by the Marines. Mr. 2 nodded in an agreement with a serious expression on his face full of makeup. Can't we just run? Miss Goldenweek tilted her head. Mr. 3 shook his head at her words. The Marines aren't idiots. They probably stationed additional forces to ensure that none of us escape successfully. Mr. 3 explained nervously, as his gaze shifted from Crocodile to the Marine troop, where the captains, Hina and Sho, were seen to be leading the soldiers in their direction. Believe it or not, it is the best for us that Grimheart wins, since he opposes the Marines. Crocodile is warlord, and he won't oppose against the Marines or admit that he's the boss of the organization, even if he was. Without regard for the others, Rowan and Crocodile, who was within the Sand Giant, were seen to be standing off against each other, within the ruins of what used to be Yuba. Rowan was seen to be flickering from one spot to the other, as the Sand Giant rapidly bombarded its fists towards him. A giant made out of sands. Pretty compact. The fist of Sand Giant struck on where Rowan was standing. However, Rowan, who could dodge the attack even without the use of observation hockey, was long gone from the position. But it's sand in the end. The sands are falling off and breaking down from the giant. However, Crocodile is quickly gushing in the new patches of sands to fill the gap. Rowan thought as he dodged another impact from the giant. Everything was going according to plan. Within the sand giant, Crocodile muttered with a shaky voice, barely containing his anger. The goal was near. I would have made it. Then you popped out of nowhere, Grimheart. Another fist struck, followed by a stomp, causing the whole desert to shake. Rowan effortlessly dodged by moving slightly away from the attack. The answer is simple, just attack its core. Subsequently, Rowan jumped on top of the arm of the sand giant and blasted off towards Crocodile, who was in the middle. Crocodile growled at Rowan's bold approach. At his will, the sand giant began to morph inwardly, slowly trapping Rowan within the sands. However, Rowan didn't mind as he continued to blast towards Crocodile, confronting the latter without any fear. Desert presses. Under Crocodile's control, the sands that hurled towards Rowan instantly sharpened and shot lethally. Now surrounded by the sharp sand-like spikes all around, with Crocodile in front of him, gritting his teeth, Rowan crossed his arms in front of his face. Impact blast. Suddenly, a huge bounce force blasted all around Rowan's body, causing Crocodile's sand constructs to crumble and blast away from Rowan. Crocodile coughed out blood as he too was blasted backward from Rowan's technique. Turning himself into the sand, Crocodile quickly regained composure, leaving the sand giant to crumble. However, they didn't fall to the ground but began to fly upwards. Rowan watched the view with a serious expression, not letting his guard down for a single second. Lowering his eyes to Crocodile, who now stood up on top of sands and held his hand up to the sky, where an insanely large volume of sand was floating. Immediately after, the floating abundance of sand began to swirl at a rapid rate, forming a large, disheveled sandstorm that began to rotate on top of Crocodile's palm. Rowan's eyes narrowed as he sighted Crocodile, who was about to prepare for his next attack, and quickly shifted his position in midair before propelling himself to Crocodile by bouncing off the air. However, the sandstorm of alarming size instantly shrunk in a mere second, lying on top of Crocodile's hand. Now, the insanely dense and minuscule-sized sandstorm spun like a drill, screeching loudly. Rowan recognized the danger within the attack and immediately used bounce in opposite direction to halt himself from approaching Crocodile any further. Landing on the sand, Rowan crouched down slightly, readying himself to face off against Crocodile's attack.
Sables, grande pesado.
The minuscule sandstorm left Crocodile's hand and blasted towards Rowan like a cannonball. Grinding all sands on its way, the dense sandstorm picked up the size and rotational velocity, spinning wildly towards Rowan. At the next moment, as the sandstorm was now right in front of Rowan, its core decompressed and suddenly amplified its size even further. The scenery looked absolutely chaotic. Try blocking this one, Grimheart. Crocodile growled with slight exhaustion on his face and his hand holding onto his stomach, where he previously sustained an injury from Rowan's entropic blast. Without any words, Rowan blasted off of the sand his feet were standing on, towards the disaster in front of him that continued to drill its way towards him. Taking a deep breath, he pulled both of his arms back, before his arms shot forward with the manifestations of armament hockey. 10-hit, blast rush. At the next moment, Rowan began to throw the blindingly fast successions of punches towards the gigantic sandstorm. Each of Rowan's strikes contained 10 insanely condensed bounce forces like Toricos nail punch, causing drill-like sounds to resonate with each punch and consecutively explode the air in front of him with extraordinarily high pressure. The pressures generated by Rowan's barrage of punches and Crocodile's gigantic sandstorm collided in the middle, struggling to overwhelm one another. The situation initially seemed to be in a stalemate, but Crocodile's gigantic sandstorm was quickly blasted away by Rowan's continuous blasts, causing the vast amount of sands to disperse and fall back down. Rowan was seen to be slightly winded and huffing, as he lifted up his right hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, his expression was still calm. Subsequently, Crocodile seemed to have calmed down, as his breathing slowed and the injury in his stomach was temporarily treated by filling the gap with sands. It seems that I've lost my sense for a moment, Crocodile stated coldly. Don't expect things to go your way from now on, Grimheart. Rowan glared at Crocodile with sharp eyes. We'll have to see about that. Rowan raised his left hand and pointed his index finger towards Crocodile, who floated the sand grains around him for an instant reaction. 25 hit, drill blast dash grimacing. Crocodile immediately condensed the sand into a form of a shield on his outstretched palm, which turned black, signaling that Crocodile managed to imbue armament hockey into the sand's Desert Grande Escudo. Crocodile held his shield up firmly as his body shook from the vibrations caused by the collisions of the consecutive bounce forces onto his black sand shield. Barrage. Rowan's index shot out the air blasts repeatedly, one after another, with each blast containing 25 consecutive bounces that kept on crashing over Crocodile's shield. Grunting, Crocodile dispersed himself into sands and swirled around to dodge Rowan's technique. Watching Crocodile intently, Rowan ceased his attack and crouched down. Sonic step. Rowan vanished from his spot, and before Crocodile realized, Rowan was standing behind him. The booming noise from Rowan's propulsion only managed to catch up as Crocodile's eyes widened, before quickly raising his golden hook and simultaneously imbuing it with armament hockey. 9 layers convergence. Focus blast. Crocodile's expression tightened as he was sent blasting backward from Rowan's potent blow. To think I would be pushed this far. I've stayed in paradise for too long. Crocodile thought to himself as he was flying parallel to the ground. No time, no guarantee, and potent enemy. I will have to finish this as quick as I can. Crocodile momentarily transformed into the sand to disperse the momentum and changed immediately back to his original body. At the same time, the sands below him swirled and attached to his body, covering him all the way from head to toe. As Crocodile landed back with his feet, the sand armor around him turned black, due to him applying armament hockey on top of it. Desert Ultimo. Armor of Horus. Crocodile now stood with full body armor, with only his eyes exposed. 10 minutes. I have to finish before I reach my time limit. Full body armament hockey. Resorting to such an inefficient usage of hockey, Rowan said callously as he narrowed his eyes. It seems that you are running out of time, telling false truths against the Marines and scheming against the whole kingdom. I can already tell where this is going. Judging by the technique and its extensive usage of hockey, Rowan could tell that Crocodile wasn't going to be able to maintain the armor for a long time. Full-body armament hockey is a very shortcoming method of using hockey, which is never to be used unless one disregards time and goes for a quick burst of strength. Additionally, Crocodile had to keep the sand intact on his body. He was pushing himself beyond his limit. Crocodile simply raised his hook, now imbued with armament hockey also, before the sand swirled around and formed a great sword, also turning into black.
Desert Ultimo, Deus Espada.
Crocodile blasted off from his spot, flying towards Rowan while holding his greatsword back, ready to slash. Watching as Crocodile flew towards him at a rapid speed, Rowan's stance changed as he placed one hand in front of the other and slouched slightly back, having his left leg to support most of his body weight. It resembled a stance of martial art. Iron Taekwondo, bounce variation. Chapter 74. A metallic noise was heard across the field as Cavendish's sword collided against the black-colored spider-like arm of Enigmo. Yes, I recognize you. Enigmo's eyes blazed as his gaze was locked onto Cavendish, the pirate prince. I'm surprisingly not flattered, Cavendish commented as he flipped backward and landed on the sandy ground. Of hearing from someone as ugly as you. On his right, Carmen landed just now as her body transformed back from flames, because she wasn't as fast as Cavendish. Cavendish glared at Carmen, who just turned her head away proudly. The game wasn't fair in the first place. Carmen snorted before her hands lit up in flames. Enigmo scowled and grabbed his justice coat, before throwing away to the side. He lifted up his 8 arms towards the duo, with each hand curled into a fist. He bent his legs slightly, getting himself into a particular martial arts stance. Tekai, Fukushin. Enigmo's fists hardened under the variation of Tekai, before they were encased within the black armor of armament hockey, amplifying the durability of his fists to an extreme degree. Cavendish and Carmen turned back to Enigmo, with their faces solemn. "Don't get in my way, Candle Flame," Cavendish said seriously as half of his face began to distort weirdly, bringing out the strengths of Hakuba. "That's my line to say," Carmen replied with an equally serious tone, her pink hair now floating above her head, as they were transformed into orange-colored flames that burned the air above. At the next moment, Cavendish vanished from his spot, leaving only a speck of dust on his position. Enigmo raised his hand up in the air, and his fist clashed against Cavendish's armament hockey-imbued sword, as Cavendish appeared out of thin air. That movement,
Soru.
Enigmo's facial expression darkened. "Ugh," Cavendish grunted slightly as he was pushed back by Enigmo, who raised his other 7 hands subsequently and opened his palms and blocked Carmen's wave of flames with them. Instantly vanishing once more, Cavendish began to strike Enigmo at an inconceivable speed, but the latter calmly blocked the slashes with his durable hands. Silent flame. Carmen sniped a condensed ball of flames towards Enigmo from the far distance whenever she saw an opportunity, but Enigmo's 8 hands granted him an absolute defense that left no opening. He parried Carmen's technique and occasionally deflected them towards where Cavendish would appear to strike, by using his observation hockey. Cavendish, realizing that his speed alone won't be able to bypass Enigmo's defense, retreated at some distance away from Enigmo. Carmen saw Cavendish's momentary retreat. She opened her palm, and a shape of a bow made out of the blue-colored flame sprouted on her hand, which she firmly grasped. Moving her other hand behind the bow, an arrow made out of blue flame burst into existence. Cavendish raised the level of the sword up next to his face, with the blade pointed towards Enigmo. Overblaze, /1 sword style, saber ecrescent. The flame arrow shot out of Carmen, flying towards Enigmo with the sheer heat emanating all around. Cavendish took a step forward and pushed his sword out, generating a sharp blast of air. 2 attacks merged together, creating a domineering storm of blue flame that furiously swirled as it approached Enigmo. Facing against the combined attack, Enigmo took a deep breath, Tekai, Gokiai Fukushin. He crossed his 8 arms together, before the usage of Tekai technique and armament hockey spread from his fists, quickly covering his entire body. Enigmo and the torrent of blue flame collided, with one trying to withstand and the other attempting to blast through the other. Enigmo gritted his teeth as Carmen and Cavendish's attacks were quite potent. However, in the end, it was unable to penetrate his defense. With his feet planted deep into the sand, Enigmo continued to withstand against the torrent of blue flame. HAA. With a roar, Enigmo pushed the violent attack away with his strength, causing the flame to disperse and eventually die down. Carmen and Cavendish stared at Enigmo with serious gleams within their eyes, trying to find his weak points. "Well," Enigmo growled as the armament hockey faded from his body, leaving onto his fists imbued, "I guess it's my turn, isn't it?" Enigmo's appearance began to alter slightly. His 8 arms originally consisted of 6 spider-like arms and 2 normal arms. However, now, his normal arms began to transform into spider-like manner, and the 6 arms behind him gained muscles, thickening up. Simultaneously, 6 more eyes, 3 on each side of his head, abruptly opened, giving Enigmo 8 eyes in total. The fangs grew from his cheeks, and his skin grew brown hairs all over. "Spider fruit, model, tarantula," Enigmo stated as his eyes flashed murderously towards Carmen and Cavendish in a predatory manner. "The likes of you won't be able to handle me in my full hybrid form." Tarantula, carnivore, and known for its great physical strengths, Cavendish, in which half of his face was still distorted by Hakuba, frowned as he lifted up his sword. His eyes were locked onto the fangs on Enigmo's face. "We must avoid getting caught, at all cost." With a hostile glare, Enigmo opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. "Let's see how long you last." Enigmo's spider-like arms intertwined together by a group of 4, forming 2 huge arms that extended all the way to the ground. Tekai, Fukushin. Two large fists were hardened by Tekai before being encased within the armament haki once more. Carmen frowned in irritation at witnessing Enigmo's impenetrable technique once again, as her body slightly levitated from the ground. Flame Empress, brilliant sun? The great volume of orange-colored flames burst out of her body, before condensing above her like a huge sun, heating up the surroundings to an extreme degree. So this is the rank of Vice Admiral, not as easy as how Captain made it seem. Cavendish took a deep breath and slouched forward, with the sword at his waist level, pointing to Enigmo. At the next moment, Enigmo blasted off from his position, propelling himself towards Carmen and Cavendish. Cavendish, who stood at the front, watched sternly as Enigmo cocked back his giant arm, about to unleash his attack. Cavendish vanished from his spot in an attempt to dodge, but found that Enigmo's giant fist was flying towards where he was traveling to. Observation haki. Cavendish's eyes widened and used his sword to block Enigmo's punch. The sheer force behind the punch sent Cavendish blasting backward, who crashed into the sand. Carmen angrily snarled seeing this scene and placed her palms forward. Flame Edictation, Dominance. The condensed flames in the sun-like figure shot forward to Enigmo in a huge beam of laser. Enigmo grimaced as he placed both of his giant hands in front of him with palms still open, blocking the beam from advancing any further. Subsequently, Cavendish appeared behind Enigmo. Enigmo's eyes widened as he saw this. One sword style, Vent Rose. With Enigmo unable to move, Cavendish slashed Enigmo horizontally. Cavendish frowned as the patch of armament haki appeared on Enigmo's back to block his attack, before spinning himself midair at a blinding speed. One sword style, Uragan Rose. Cavendish repeatedly slashed over and over to Enigmo as he spun rapidly. However, Enigmo's defense was very durable. He didn't manage to bypass it. The beam of flame ceased as well, with Carmen huffing on her spot while sweating. Although exhausted from defending against potent attacks, Enigmo stood firm, glaring at Cavendish, who swiftly retreated next to Carmen as soon as her attack ended. Lifting his giant arms up, Enigmo slammed them down on the sands around him. The sands around him erupted, covering Carmen and Cavendish's vision momentarily. Right after, Enigmo flew through the sand, with his armament haki-imbued fists outstretched toward Carmen. Cavendish immediately reacted by dashing under Enigmo, in order to prevent his advance by blocking with his sword. However, Enigmo already expected such movement from Cavendish. His hand was wide open with palm facing toward Cavendish. Sticky Blast. A huge threads of white-colored spiderwebs burst out of Enigmo's open palm and blasted into Cavendish, whose eyes were widened before he crashed into the sand once again, but with the thick spiderwebs immobilizing him. Enigmo continued to run towards Carmen, who gritted her teeth as she placed her palms downward, facing the sandy terrain. By expelling the flames out of her palms and soles of her feet, Carmen rocketed upwards, barely dodging Enigmo's fearsome punch. Sticky Clutch. A thick thread of spiderweb, with hand-like shape at the end, extended from Enigmo's palm and flew towards Carmen. While in midair, Carmen turned her whole body into flames, in order to burn the spiderwebs down. However, the white-colored spiderwebs turned black, indicating that Enigmo imbued it with armament haki. Arc of Flamboyance. Carmen quickly swiped her hand, generating an arc of flames that traveled to the black spiderweb. Surprisingly, the spiderweb suddenly changed its direction in the middle of its flight, as Enigmo predicted the attack through the use of his observation haki. Enigmo's spider web reached Carmen and instantly grabbed her flame-turned body before pulling her towards him, who cocked his other fist back. Carmen struggled to get out of Enigmo's spiderweb as she was rapidly being pulled. However, his potent armament haki prevented her from doing so. The fact that Enigmo seemed unfazed by the heat of her flames rendered her helpless. One blow should be enough to finish you off. Enigmo growled, before narrowing his eyes sideways. There was Cavendish, who was swaying from side to side, disheveled. That was quicker than I expected. My web tends to be very sticky. Cavendish didn't speak. His face was shadowed due to his head being lowered. Grabbing his sword with both hands, Cavendish lowered himself to an extreme degree, as if he was almost lying down. Two-sword style, Cavendish said quietly as the illusion-like figure, an exact replica of Cavendish, but with a devilish grin, replicated his action right next to him.
Les diables.
With a sound of gushing wind, Enigmo found himself dumbfounded, as right before Carmen entered his range, the spiderweb was abruptly cut. Decisive, Carmen clicked her tongue in cold sweat. I owe you one for this. Cavendish spoke out in a low and hoarse voice, as he coughed out some sand from his mouth. You rely on your fruit cough too much. He cut through my armament hockey. Enigmo thought within himself as he found himself getting tired. The real threat isn't Flame Empress, but Pirate Prince. How? Does this guy know Rokushiki? One Commodore shouted in disbelief as his gaze light upon Dan, who was standing impassively. Around Dan, all the Commodores were seen lying down, either unconscious or unable to stand back up. Captain taught me, Dan shrugged impassively while lifting up his finger. Sure gone? Puk. With a crunching sound, the one who spoke up fell on the ground with a small hold on his chest, unconscious. Well, I can only do Saru, Jeppo, and Shurgon though. Dan thought to himself as he shifted his eyes away from the retired Commodores. They weren't much of a hassle for him, and the fight ended in minutes. Looking around the battlefield, Dan sighted Rowan and Crocodile's intense fight, Carmen and Cavendish holding off against Enigmo, and the Marine troops beat down on the Baroque Works. What to do now? Dan placed a hand on his chin in contemplation. Definitely not Captain's fight.
Spider-Man.
Dan's eyes squinted as he tried to get better view of the ongoing fight. Since I finished mine too early, Dan blasted himself off of the ground, before using Jeppo to propel towards Carmen, Cavendish, and Enigmo, with a grin on his face. Chapter 75. In midair, Dan halted as he sighted an old-aged man, who seemed to be wearing typical clothes of Alabasta common folks, lying down on the sand. Dan scratched his head as he descended from the sky. Hello, are you awake? Leaning in, Dan could feel that the man's heart was beating, although weakly. The man seemed dehydrated and bruised. What a miracle, Dan muttered as he stared at the man. No special trait whatsoever. He's just an average man. Yet, he somehow survived. Hold on. Dan stopped for a moment, remembering when Rowan used his Juggernaut blast. I see. Dan smirked as he gazed at Rowan, who was confronting Crocodile. So that's why you didn't retreat during then. Dan leaned down and patted the man's head. Stay here for a second, will you? After the fights are over, I will make sure to get you treated. Propelling himself back up to the sky, Dan continued his way to Carmen and Cavendish. In the middle of the desert between Katoria and Tamarisk, Alabasta, with determined gazes, the rebel forces were seen to be marching with their leader, Koza, in the front. With a stoic expression, Koza continued to lead the rebellion to Tamarisk. Sir Crocodile told us that Grimheart's attack towards the spy was an attempt to fool us. Both pirates were hired by the king, and they attempted to have the former avoid our suspicion. This has to be true, right? Koza thought with uncertainty, but didn't let it out. Koza, one member of the rebellion, Eric, ran up from the back and called Koza in a stern manner. You have to come and see this. Hearing Eric, Koza raised his hand and signaled for the people to stop and followed Eric to the back line. Several rebels were seen to be pointing their weapons at a large man with blonde hair rolled into buns. Mr. 8. Mr. 8 was seen with deep bruises and dried blood all over his body, indicating how many injuries he's taken. He was lying down face first with his hands tied back by a rope. Igaram? Koza whispered in confusion. The captain of the Royal Guard. What are you doing here? Mr. 8, now revealed as Igaram, attempted to talk, but only the painful dry coughs came out of his mouth. Bring some water, Koza said seriously, and one member quickly placed a cup of water in front of Igaram. Igaram greedily gulped down the cup of water, before opening his mouth once more. Ma, everyone, you have to stop this right now. It will only bring our kingdom to ruins. The rebel forces instantly brought their weapons closer to Igaram in anger, but Koza raised his hand to prevent them from acting rashly. Go ahead. Koza's eyes locked onto Igaram as he signaled the latter to continue. After the large volume of dance powder was discovered, Princess Vivi and I infiltrated into an organization led by Crocodile called Baroque Works. All the conflicts between the royal force and the rebellion were the schemes of Crocodile. Igaram cried out with sincerity in his tone. He rolled up his sleeve and showed them the Jolly Roger of Baroque Works on his left arm, causing the rebels around him to gasp in shock, for they realized that they had already seen it before. Koza collapsed on his spot after witnessing Igaram's mark, unable to contain the shock within himself. After having caught many spies within the rank, most of them abruptly died on the spot with a poison needle on their back. They only managed to interrogate one spy who was responsible for assassinating the other spies, and that spy spilled that the organization he belonged to had no affiliation whatsoever with the royal force. However, Koza decided that Crocodile's words plus the years of their sufferings were more credible than the words of the spy, and hence began their march to Alabasta. Now, with Rowan's abrupt assault, the spy's fearful words, and Igaram's sincerity all overlapping within his mind, Koza had to admit that they were tricked by Crocodile. If our enemy is Sir Croco, no, Crocodile, what are we supposed to do now? Koza said helplessly. Crocodile's ability made him nigh invincible within the desert. Koza knew that even if the number of forces amounted up to 2 million, they won't be able to defeat him. As of the current moment, all members of Baroque Works were called to assemble. It was initially Rainbase, but the location changed to Yuba. Unfortunately, Princess Vivi and I were discovered beforehand, but I managed to sneak my way into the ship and reach here. Igaram spoke out with difficulty as he mentioned the name Vivi, also known as Miss Wednesday. Vivi? Koza exclaimed in surprise. Do not worry, Igaram said as he took out a small din mushy within his vest. I managed to contact Princess Vivi, Mama, a few days ago, and found that she was safe, sailing with the friendly pirate crew. Friendly pirate crew, whatever. Koza was not able to believe Igaram's words, but they did not have enough time to dispute whether a pirate can be friendly or not. Yuba, the Grimheart pirates went towards Nanohana. If this Baroque Works that you mentioned and the Grimheart pirates clash in Yuba, Koza's eyes widened in realization. No. Father. No, don't tell me. Grimheart pirates? On the other hand, Igaram froze. As in Grimheart who disappeared 3 years ago? Just thinking about the clash between Rowan and Crocodile made Igaram shiver. Along with the other members of the Grimheart pirates and all the members of the Baroque Works, Igaram felt that the situation has already gotten out of their control. Koza stood up shakily, with his fists clenched tight. Farafra, select few capable combatants among our ranks. We are going to Yuba right away. Lifting his sword up, Koza cut the ropes that tied Igaram's hands. Ma, I'm going with you. Igaram said with determined gazes. If a battle of such a scale broke out, our king would already be aware. Going to Alabasta comes after the fight in Yuba. Few members of the rebellion, along with Farafra, brought a small boat-like vehicle along with them, ready to leave immediately. Eric, you are in charge from now on. Head to Alabasta and clear up the misunderstandings with the royal army. Leaving his final words, Koza, Igaram, and the others left swiftly. In Taekwondo. It was said that the martial art originally belonged to the kingdom in alliance with Daifuku Kingdom. Excluding the improvements in hockey, devil fruit ability, and physical capabilities, this martial art was something Rowan was able to learn from the subordinates of Aoki Ichiro. Of course, learning such an advanced martial art in a short span of time would be impossible in normal cases. However, with Rowan's abnormal eyes, he was able to copy the movements and incorporate with 2 of the following: his devil fruit ability and the renewal taekwondo shown in the webtoon called God of High School. This is how Rowan prepared himself over 3 years, thinking of ways to counter all kinds of scenarios. Counter the large-scaled attacks by convergence of bounce. Counter heavy defenses by variations of nail punch. Counter fast small-scaled attacks by incorporation of martial art. Now, Rowan maintained his stance firm, awaiting at the utmost concentration as Crocodile was rocketing towards him, with a black-colored greatsword and armor intact. Within the proximity, Crocodile swung the greatsword in a wide motion, diagonally, causing a giant, sharp, and lethal arc of sand to slice through everything in its path. Bounce art, ground drawer. With propulsion on his foot provided by bounce force, Rowan's right leg drew an arc on the sandy terrain at an insane speed right before the arc of sand reached him. A shock wave of bounce blasted off from the terrain, causing the arc of sand to abruptly disperse in the air. Sonic step. Rowan instantly appeared in front of Crocodile with his leg outstretched. Crocodile gritted his teeth and immediately swung the greatsword towards Rowan, who vanished once again and appeared behind Crocodile, kicking Crocodile on the head 3 times at an inconceivable speed. Bounce art, third stance wedgehook. Crocodile grimaced as he felt the vibrations caused by Rowan's kicks that were reinforced by sharp bounces. The impacts managed to crumble the head part of his armor, since Rowan's armament hockey surpassed Crocodile's. Instantly repairing once more, he turned around while raising his free hand up, causing the huge waves of sands to instantly swarm towards Rowan. Rowan propelled himself up from the terrain and backflipped, before expelling the bounce forces all around his body to disperse the rushing sands. Crocodile used that time to jump up with his greatsword above his head. Desarte último, Deus greve. Crocodile slammed the greatsword with a domineering force. Rowan slightly twirled his body by bouncing off in midair, letting Crocodile's greatsword miss him. The whole section of desert ahead was severed into 2 by Crocodile's slash, causing the sands to erupt in a straightforward fashion. Rowan clenched his right fist and folded his arm as the elbow section turned black from the application of armament hockey. Bounce art, arung. Rowan's elbow slammed into the side of Crocodile's greatsword, shattering it apart. The heavy and dense volume of sands that constituted the greatsword blew apart, causing Rowan to be propelled backward by the force. Crocodile held out his hand, which caused the dispersed sands to immediately swirl back and form the greatsword once more.
Desert ultimo, julgamento.
With the greatsword floating atop of his head, Crocodile launched it towards Rowan at great strength.
Bounce art, backrock.
Right before the greatsword impacted upon him, Rowan lowered his body closer to the terrain and extended his right leg up, having the sole of his foot push up the greatsword in an instant moment. Rowan's technique abruptly changed the trajectory path of Crocodile's greatsword and made it blast up high in the sky, rendering Rowan unharmed. Crocodile, for the first time after his loss to Whitebeard, began to feel dread. He's thrown all kinds of attacks, of all that he was capable of. However, every single time, Rowan effortlessly countered his move by using the most efficient means to nullify his attack. Watching as Rowan instantly appeared in front of him once again, all Crocodile could do was to raise his arms and trust in the defense of his armor. At the same time, the sands were gushing towards him, but he knew that it was too slow to block Rowan. Bounce art, Rowan's leg crashed onto Crocodile's abdomen, causing the latter to cough blood out as his previous injury was impacted by it. Hanra. A booming noise resonated as the area of armor hit by Rowan's technique crumbled, revealing a bloody mess within. By using a sharp bounce force while in contact with Crocodile, Rowan's technique dealt internal damage upon Crocodile. Now, Crocodile's condition seemed very severe, with blood dripping down from his mouth and his eyes reddened from exhaustion.
Eva.
I've been doing this for 14 years. I've prepared 14 years for this. And, to think, this is how I would end up. Crocodile weakly spoke as the huge volume of sands began to swirl up in front of him, becoming denser and denser atop his palm. At the same time, each grain was encased by the armament hockey, amplifying the lethality of the technique by several folds. Witnessing the dense black-colored ball on Crocodile's palm, Rowan crouched down and blasted off towards Crocodile, not giving him any further time to develop his technique.
Desert ultimo.
With his eyes half-lidded, Crocodile released the dense black ball from his hand, Deus Alho. Afterward, Crocodile fell on the ground, having used every bit of his strength on the technique. Rowan clicked his tongue seeing how Crocodile's attack did not target him, but where Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish were located at. Rowan changed his direction midway, and flickered in front of the trajectory path of the dense black ball. Taking a deep breath, Rowan cocked his fist back once again, with his eyes closed. At his will, the black color of armament hockey spread all over his body. Rowan cocked his right fist back and crouched slightly. 9 layers convergence, 20 hit, blast drive. The combination of convergence and nail punch. The result was so destructive not only to the environment, but also to himself, that Rowan had to cover his whole body with armament hockey whenever he used it. At the next moment, Rowan blasted his fist forward in an uppercut motion. Upon Rowan's fist impacting the bottom part of the black ball at the exact timing, the whole earth below him quaked and formed large cracks, causing the sands around to erupt wildly. Subsequently, the trajectory path of the black ball unnaturally bent upwards, not being able to contest against Rowan's blow for a single second. The dense black ball blasted up as the earth-shaking noises filled the whole sky. With each propulsion provided by each succession of converged bounce forces, the black ball formed cracks. Eventually, with the impact from the final bounce force, the dense black ball exploded into a huge volume of sands, which crashed onto the sandy terrain, causing another wave of sands to erupt. Rowan huffed as the armament hockey faded from his body, with his right arm shaking slightly from the shock. He turned around and vanished once more, appearing at where Crocodile was seen sitting on the sand. The two were now in stalemate, with Rowan standing and Crocodile sitting down tiredly. "I wonder where a monster like you came from." While vomiting blood, Crocodile let out a hollow laugh. He could sense it. This was his end. Even in the new world. Even Bullet won't be your match. Crocodile took out a lighter and cigar from his pocket with shaky hands. He lit the cigar and placed it in his mouth, taking a puff with a hollow expression. Rowan raised his hand, with his extended index finger pointing to the forehead of Crocodile. "I suppose this is it." Crocodile closed his eyes as he puffed upon the cigar for the last time. Rowan stood on his spot silently. There was no more word to be spoken. With a booming sound, Crocodile's head was blasted by Rowan's bounce, and the former collapsed onto the ground powerlessly, dead. The sands around him were soaked red in blood. Staring at Crocodile for a moment in silence, Rowan turned around with a stoic expression on his face, before walking away. Within the vast desert and destroyed Yuba nearby, there lied one corpse, formerly known as Sir Crocodile the Desert King. Chapter 76. Little Garden. Near the shore of an island, where 2 gigantic skulls were shown from afar, the ship of twin cat pirates were seen to be anchored. What? Grimheart pirates against Baroque Works? Vivi, previously known as Miss Wednesday, shrieked loudly while sitting down with a dial of Din Din Mushy in her hand. "Yes, Princess Vivi. We don't know the exact details, but that seems to be the most probable case. We're heading to Yuba for confirmation." Igaram's serious voice was heard from Din Din Mushy. "Did you say that you are in Little Garden Dash? Wait, hold on for a second." Hearing Vivi's conversation with Igaram, Nami immediately intervened with her hand raised up. With a shocked expression on her face, she muttered, "Grimheart, you said? What about it?" Vivi turned to Nami in confusion, and Igaram's voice stopped upon interruption. "Rowan? Or precisely Uchiha Bob. He's our childhood friend. We grew up in the same village." Nojiko stated with a disbelief, "I can't believe it. He disappeared for 3 years, and suddenly appeared in the Alabasta? What?" Vivi and Igaram's voice and Din Din Mushy shouted out simultaneously. It was a shocking turn of event. Crocodile's abrupt order for an assembly, rise of the rebellion, Grimheart pirates' appearance out of nowhere, and somehow, the benefactors of Vivi turned out to be the friends of Grimheart himself. What is he doing there anyway? From what I recall, wasn't he at the 7th route? Nami crossed her arms with serious expression. Her right foot said otherwise, though, which tapped upon the deck excitedly. Ma. Igaram cleared his voice and spoke through Din Din Mushy. "Per se, if Grimheart was to encounter Crocodile, what would he do?" "Bob, no. Rowan? I'm not sure. We haven't seen him for almost 4 years." Nojiko stated as her eyes seemed to be in trance, still shocked by the mention of the Grimheart pirates. "But as far as I know," Nojiko recalled when Rowan screamed at his lung after Arlong's death, and when Rowan, without regarding the consequences, killed Nezumi after facing the injustice, he won't hesitate to fight to death. So he's an Alabasta. Nami's eyes flashed jovially, before anxiously turning her head to the log pose. Ugh. Just how long does it take for log pose to fully record this island? Nami turned to Vivi, who shrugged. Vivi never left Alabasta until she joined Baroque Works, and even then, she never reached upon Little Garden before, since the agents always used eternal poses to travel. Little Garden, from what I heard, it takes a year. Igaram's voice spoke out. Eh? Everyone in the ship cried out in surprise. The island is known to be unique in terms of its environment. We don't know what to expect there. Please do not leave the ship until the situation in Alabasta gets better. We will send you an escort afterward. Igaram stated, causing Nami to slump in disappointment. Vivi turned to Nojiko for approval, who nodded before speaking. If you encounter Rowan, tell him to wait for us. The Din Mushi stayed silent for a moment, before Igaram's voice was heard once again. I will try. If that's all, I will hang the call. Please stay safe, princess. Away's Bowery. Hina elongated long iron cages from each of her hands, stretching all around the Baroque Works members. Mr. 3 jumped up from his spot with a finger pointing at Hina. Candle lock. A large amount of liquid wax was expelled out of his finger and flew to Hina. Shu immediately appeared in front of Hina and parried wax by generating a gust of wind with his sword, causing the wax to fly towards the Baroque Works agents. At the same time, Hina slammed her iron cages together and succeeded in binding Mr. 4, Mr. 5, and Miss Goldenweek, who were too slow to react against her technique. Rest of them managed to evade. While up in the air, Miss Doublefinger curled up her body as the large spikes generated all around, forming a spiky ball. Stinger Hedgehog. Miss Doublefinger cried out as she began to roll rapidly towards Hina and Sho. The duo tried to jump up to dodge Miss Doublefinger's assault, but were forced to duck due to Mr. 2's sudden kick that swiped above their head. A metallic sound was heard as Shu blocked Miss Doublefinger from approaching any further, while Hina instantly dashed towards Mr. 2, attempting to bind the latter. Mr. 2 backflipped, and with incredible flexibility, evaded Hina's arm. The ground below Shu rumbled, and while blocking Miss Doublefinger, his eyes widened. Magura Banana. Miss Merry Christmas popped out of the ground below Sho, before slashing through him while immobilized. Sho! Hina gritted her teeth, but was occupied by Mr. 2. Simultaneously, she was forced to step aside to avoid Miss Valentine, who dropped from the sky and crashed into sandy terrain.
Ugh.
With a gash on his back, Shu was flown backward with a couple of spikes embedded on his body, as his defense weakened from Miss Merry Christmas. Miss Doublefinger, momentarily stopping her assault, looked around the battlefield with a solemn expression. Although they are able to match two captains in front of them, the clash between foot soldiers said otherwise. Most of the Baroque work agents were either caught or dead. Mr. 3-2 looked around, conflicted. At this rate, his trip to Impel Down was guaranteed. Taking a deep breath, Shu shakily stood back up with unyielding eyes, lifting up his sword. Don't worry about me, Hina. The situation is going in our favor. What favor? Suddenly, a voice was heard next to him, causing Shu to freeze. A hand was placed on his left shoulder casually. Turning to his left, Shu was met with the sight of Rowan right in front of him, nearly giving him a heart attack. Witnessing Rowan's sudden appearance, everyone froze on their spots, not knowing what to do. Gee, Grimheart, Mr. 3 muttered. Rowan being here meant one thing: Crocodile's defeat. Rowan momentarily turned his head toward where Carmen and Cavendish were seen to be fighting Enigmo, with Dan about to join them. They don't need me there, Rowan thought before looking around his surroundings, consisting of sandy terrain and a large number of soldiers, all frozen with their eyes heading toward him. Fight or whatever, I don't care. However, Rowan spoke up impassively, I think there's some clearing up to do here first. Enigmo frowned at Carmen and Cavendish, who kept on colliding against him without yielding. They were getting better and better at collaborating with one another. He felt the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Additionally, his overuse of hockey began to tire him out, especially since he was forced to block many potent attacks from Cavendish and Carmen. However, same applied to those two. As those who recently awakened hockey, Cavendish and Carmen weren't as adept as Enigma when it came to it. This was especially the case for Carmen, who was still having a trouble in using armament hockey properly. Facing Enigma, Carmen mustered all her strength, intending to end the fight with one final move. Cavendish, immediately noticing what she was about to do, backed away from her. As the temperature began to rise at an extreme rate around Carmen, the sands around Carmen began to gain a reddish glow as the intense heat scorched them. Her body began to shine brightly in white glow. Flame Empress, supernova. From all around her, a huge volume of intense white flame was gushed out, surrounding her whole body. Enigma stared at such scene with a cold sweat, feeling an entirely new level of heat emanating from Carmen. Well then, I suppose I should do the same, Cavendish remarked as he lowered his body while gripping his hockey-imbued sword in a reverse grip. His head abruptly slouched downward, and when he lifted it back up, his blue eyes were blazing like hollow flames, with Hakuba's devilish grin gone from half of his face. Enigma felt the great dangers coming from Carmen and Cavendish. Sticky guard. Lifting his giant arms up, the spiderwebs gushed out from his palms and enveloped his whole body. Subsequently, they were imbued by armament hockey. His strongest defense was now active, in which his Tekai, hockey, hybrid zoan form, and thick spiderwebs were all combined altogether. Flame Edition, Carmen declared as she held out her right palm forward. The white flames around her swirled into the middle, forming a shining white orb. One sword style. Cavendish's black sword flashed before a pale flame-like hue enveloped it, Hakuba. With an incredible speed, Cavendish blasted off of his position, flying towards Enigma like a phantom. Despair. At the next moment, the white flaming orb was sent propelling towards Enigma at an insane pace, while heating up the sands that lied below its trajectory path. Their attacks were in sync. When Cavendish's slash was about to reach Enigma, Carmen's attack also reached Enigma simultaneously. Hiya! Yelling at his lungs, Enigma firmly held his hands out as he watched two attacks in front of him. As Cavendish's sword and Carmen's white flaming orb collided to his hands, Enigma began to skid backward at a rapid speed from the tremendous amount of forces behind the strikes. He was unable to overcome the combination of their strongest attacks. Enigma's armors melted instantly, and at next moment, all he saw was Cavendish's sword making a deep gash on his chest diagonally, before he was blasted off from his spot to the nearby dune. The sands erupted from Enigma's crash, and those sands that Enigma was buried within instantly heated up from the sheer temperature of Carmen's flame. Not even having a strength to stand up, Carmen lied down on the sands below her as the white flames died down. Similarly, Cavendish was seen to be holding his head with one hand, while gripping on his sword, which was stabbed on the ground, with his other hand. What he just did was a temporary merging with Hakuba. After the use, he would be left defenseless due to an immense amount of headache he would feel from separating back. Wow. While they were trying to cope with their exhaustion, Dan landed next to them. I was just a second late. Talk about being unlucky. The sands ahead died down, revealing Enigma, who lied on the sands, dead without a doubt. His whole body was scorched to crisp, with a large gash from his right shoulder to his left waist, almost severing him. Arg! Cavendish thrashed his head in pain, causing Dan to sweat drop.
Hey, Dan.
From Dan's left, Carmen spoke out weakly. Help me up. Tamarisk, Alabasta. In the middle of the piles full of dead corpses, Karina was standing casually, completely unharmed. There was not even a single drop of blood on her. She was terrifyingly agile and fast, to an extent where no Marine soldiers were able to strike her. At the same time, she only targeted a vital point. One soldier would die every time she stabbed once. Looking around her with cold eyes for a moment, Karina retreated to Prominence without any word. So, Mademoiselle Karina, what shall we do now? Unfazed by the scene in front of him, Alfred asked while brushing Farrell's mane. In Rowan's absence, Karina, as the vice-captain of the ship, naturally had the right to fill in. Translocate Prominence up north. With Rowan's observation hockey, he will easily find us. Karina said impassively. Alfred nodded before going down to pull up the anchor. Robin was sitting down on a nearby chair with a sea stone cuff dangling on her foot. Aren't you worried for your crewmates? Crocodile, Baroque Works agents, and the Marines. They are all very formidable, Robin slowly asked. Hearing this, Karina snorted before turning back to Robin with confident eyes. Worried? Please, the fight should be over by now. Chapter 77. In the middle of the desert, Rowan was seen to be standing in between the Marines and the Baroque Works agents. Neither side dared to make a sound, knowing well enough that the man in front of them had a power to wipe them off with a single punch. What's your name again? Hina? Rowan squinted his eyes and scratched his head, gulping under Rowan's stare. Hina nodded slowly. Rowan turned his head around to the other side, facing Miss Doublefinger. And you are Zala. Miss Doublefinger, now identified as Zala, nodded in a strict posture, afraid of angering Rowan. You two seem to be the leaders of both groups here. So, Rowan crossed his arms as he said impassively, explain your side of story. Both women stood frozen, not knowing what to do. They kept looking at each other with uncertainty before Hina finally spoke out. All that Hina knows is that you are likely to be the boss of Baroque Works and that you are in the alliance with the corrupt royal armies. Hina said slowly while occasionally gazing at Rowan fearfully, completely dominated by his presence, regardless of her belief in justice. Rowan didn't react and turned his head other way, signaling Zala to speak. Zala stood there restless. All right. The purpose of our organization was to build an ideal nation. We were hired for that purpose. Few days ago, we were called by our unknown boss to gather here in Yuba. We did, and bam, the Marines and you showed up, and before we even knew, we were fuck after Zala's words ended, Rowan sighed, as he reached a conclusion by assembling the information from both sides. Basically, Crocodile is the boss of the Baroque Works. He made his subordinates to gather in Yuba and told Marines that I am their boss to escape from suspicion. Rowan thought in annoyance. He betrayed his own organization, but for what purpose? Apart from the unknown boss, Zala spoke out once again, as she got a sense that Rowan wasn't hostile. There was one woman who relayed his messages to us, known as Miss All Sunday. Miss All Sunday. I see. It didn't take long for Rowan to realize that Miss All Sunday was Nico Robin. I suppose I can hear the rest from her. One last thing, Rowan asked once more to Zala, out of pure curiosity. Is the king of Alabasta really corrupt? Zala hesitated for a bit, but under Rowan's gaze, remained truthful. No. Every rumors about him was devised by the Baroque Works. Rowan ceased to ask any more question after Zala's response. While he was busy thinking, the Marines and Baroque Works stood on their spots silently. Watching Rowan and the Marines back and forth, Mr. 3 gulped before slowly speaking out. Vroom suddenly. A sound of motor running was heard from some distance away, interrupting Mr. 3, who awkwardly froze in a weird posture. On the other hand, Rowan turned to the source of the sound, and was met with the sight of Koza, Igaram, and few others riding on top of a boat-like vehicle. They were seen to be shocked at the sight of what happened to Yuba, where the buildings and constructs were completely demolished and buried under the sands, leaving nothing for the view. The vehicle stopped near Rowan, before all of them jumped out of it. Koza immediately rushed out of the group, frantically searching for his father. Father! Koza cried out, looking to his left and right, but to no avail. The desert around him was too chaotic to get a good sight. Koza's expression became that of a sorrow, and he seemed to have lost himself as he rushed to Rowan with a furious expression without a regard for a consequence. What have you done to my father, Grimheart? Rowan watched Koza's angry outburst stoically. As Koza was about to grab him by the collar, Rowan's hand latched out instantly, tightly gripping onto Koza's outstretched arm. If you cared about your father so much, Rowan growled to Koza while leaning his face in, you shouldn't have left him alone here in the first place. Koza's desperate search reminded Rowan of how he lost his family. However, unlike him who was powerless back then, Koza could have prevented such a situation. Father. Kneeling with a shock on his face, Koza grieved over the death of his father, until, "Yo, is this him?" Dan suddenly approached with a skinny old man slouched on his back. "Captain, this is the one you saved, right?" Upon witnessing Dan, Sho's eyes widened, wondering what happened to the Commodores. "Yeah, what about him?" Rowan turned to Dan and cited the man, before widening his eyes in realization. "Don't tell me." Koza abruptly stood up with a disbelief written on his face. Slowly walking step by step, he reached to Dan and gently placed his hand on his unconscious father. "Father, you saved him?" Koza lifted his head up to Dan, who shook his head negatively and pointed at Rowan. Koza's eyes widened and slowly turned his head to Rowan, who was staring at Koza with a weird expression, with his hands in his pockets. Rushing back to Rowan, Koza knelt down immediately, with his head touching the ground. "I'm sorry for my rudeness just now. Pirate or not, you saved my father. Thank you." All Rowan could do was to stand on his spot, for the situation turned awkward. Seeing the chance, Mr. 3 attempted to speak up once again. "Oh, you guys." Trying to hide his awkwardness, Rowan turned around and faced Carmen and Cavendish, who were using a stick and sword to support themselves, completely ignoring Mr. 3, who froze in a weird posture. "How's Enigmo?" As a response, Carmen tiredly raised her hand with a V sign. The Marines were terror-stricken, after they realized that Vice Admiral Enigmo and the Commodores were all defeated. Hina and Shu looked at each other uneasily. Sighing, Rowan rubbed his back out of awkwardness and turned his gaze back to Koza, who was still kneeling in front of him. "Stand back up. If you are thankful about me saving your father, just help us get what we need." Koza stood back up and nodded with eagerness. Watching from nearby, Dan spoke up. "Hey, Captain, what happened to Crocodile?" Rowan pointed at the back with his thumb. "There. Go and you'll find him dead." Dead? Suddenly, Igaram, who was also nearby, expressed his shock. "In the desert?" Hearing Igaram's sudden outburst, Rowan turned to the man, whom he never met before. "Mr. 8? Mr. 2 said in a visible confusion on his face, but before he could speak any more, Mr. 3 hurriedly placed his hand on Mr. 2's mouth. "How the hell is he alive?" Mr. 5, who was still bound by the iron bars, muttered with broken sunglasses. "I thought I killed him. And you are?" Rowan raised his eyebrow. Igaram gulped at Rowan's caution, but nonetheless approached the latter and whispered, "I am the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, Igaram. I have received a message from the Twin Cat Pirates to wait for their arrival in Alabasta." Hearing this, it was Rowan's turn to be shocked. "Wah, Nojiko and Nami? Since when did they enter the Grand Line?" Rowan had an urge to rip his hairs off. From what he remembered, they weren't as strong to harbor and sea as dangerous as this. I don't even know anymore. Life surely is unpredictable. Eventually, Rowan simply stopped thinking before it gave him a headache. He simply gave a nod to thank Igaram for the information. Any friend of his friend was his friend? "So, Captain," Dan opened his mouth, with his finger pointing at the Marines, "what should we do with them?" "Hina hates this," Hina said in a grumpy tone as her, Shu and the other Marines, amounting up to 300s now, were all tied by the ropes. Hina, with her devil fruit granting her an endurance and strength, is able to break out of it, but did not dare, fearing what would happen if she did that. Ha 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 ha. A laugh was heard from the other side. Hina turned and glared at the source of the laugh, Zala. Similar to the Marines, Zala and the other former Baroque Works agents, only amounting up to 100 or fewer now, were seen tied to the ropes. The Marines, arrested by the pirates. "Hina advises you to shut your mouth." Hina growled, but Zala snorted and turned her head away, blatantly ignoring Hina's words. What's going to happen to us now?" Mr. 3 stuttered in worry, with his eyes full of concern. However, no one paid mind to him, as they grew used to his cowardly antics. "Hey," Dan grinned as he turned to exhausted Carmen and Cavendish. "They kind of remind me of you too, don't you think?" Cavendish grew a tick mark hearing that. "I am not a woman." I'm not as weak as them, Carmen said sluggishly. Koza and few others stood nearby, keeping a watch on two groups intently. Meanwhile, from some distance away from the rest of the group, Rowan and Igaram were seen to be standing in the middle of the desert with a din mushi on Igaram's hand. 3, 5, 1, there we go, Igaram said as he pressed the numbers on a din mushi, dialing for a call. Pururu, Alabasta exclusive call service here, Captain Igaram. A stern, low voice was heard. Igaram spoke into the dial. Connect me to the following number. 890. Connected. With a word of confirmation, the ringtone of din mushi was heard again. Igaram passed on the din mushi to Rowan, who grabbed it with his heart beating in anticipation and walked back to the rest of the group. Pururu, hello? A feminine voice, in which Rowan did not recognize, was heard.
I'm Rowan.
Whoever you may be Rowan was suddenly interrupted by the loud shriek from the din mushi, nearly making his ears bleed. Kaiawea. I'm Spadina, and I've heard a lot about you. Are you really the Grimheart Rowan? No way, I can't believe it. Wow a bone-crashing sound was heard from the din mushi, causing Rowan to raise his eyebrow in confusion. Haha, sorry about that, ignore her. Another voice, which sounded so familiar to Rowan, was heard from the din mushi. Nojiko? Rowan spoke up slowly, with his eyes gleaming in a joy. Hey Rowan, do you know how much we missed you? Before Nojiko could finish, Nami's voice intervened. Rowan, I thought you were dead. What? As Nami was speaking, her voice was cut off suddenly, rendering Rowan confused. It was me first, hey. What? Why? Take turns. Freaking stop. Various voices were heard from the din mushi. Rowan found himself dumbfounded. Fight. Then, many women's voices cheering on was heard. Rowan scratched his head, not knowing if he should just hang up the call or not. Hello, it's me again. Spadina, ow. Spadina's voice was heard momentarily before she yelped in pain, being yanked by someone from what Rowan could deduce. At this point, Rowan found the call hilarious. In his mind, he was imagining Nojiko and Nami angrily grabbing one another's hair, fighting for the din mushi. Geez, I don't remember myself being this popular. Rowan spoke into the dial with a chuckle, but the chaotic noises continued from the din mushi, ignoring his words. Rowan couldn't help but blush slightly from an embarrassment. Anyways, Nami's voice was heard once again, seemingly rushed. Don't you dare go anywhere else. Wait in Alabasta for us, okay? Then the call was hung up. Rowan dully stared at the din mushi with a tick mark on his forehead. The call left him speechless. Chapter 78. Outskirts of Nanohana, Alabasta. The marine battleships, amounting to 10 in total, were seen floating with their cannons facing toward the land. On the deck of the middle ship, a marine officer with a buzz-cut brown hair, large rectangular jaw, and justice coat draped over his shoulder was seen standing. He was Rear Admiral Kenzaki, waiting for the signals to arrive from the infantry divisions led by Enigmo and Akend. Rear Admiral Kenzaki. We still don't see any signal after 6 hours of waiting. One Marine soldier reported with a fear in his eyes, knowing how well reputed the Grimheart pirates are. The plan was to regularly send a signal every 4 hours through a special transmission device, but they have not received for over 6 hours at the current moment. In the worst-case scenario, Kenzaki muttered in a cold sweat, both troops were defeated. He turned to the Marine soldier with serious expression on his face. Wait for 2 more hours. If there still aren't any signal to sight, notify the headquarters immediately. Unknown to them, a ship discreetly sailed away from Alabasta, by sailing from Alabasta and avoiding the encounter with the Marines, by evading Nanohana. We will have to divide into 2 groups here. Rowan spoke up to Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish. One group will head to Rain Base and take Crocodile's valuables before anyone else does. Second group will head to Tamarisk and notify Karina, Alfred, and Farrell of the situation. We will meet up in Alabasta after 3 days. How are we going to divide into groups? Dan asked, having understood Rowan's plan. Well, Rowan looked at Carmen and Cavendish, who looked tired. It would be for the best that all three of you remain here. I can practically reach any part of Alabasta in an hour. It would be the most efficient for me to go to Tamarisk alone and leave us with these hordes of people. Be honest, Captain. Dan crossed his arms in suspicion. You don't know what to do with them, do you? Carmen and Cavendish followed suit, crossing their arms and staring at Rowan comically. To be truthful, yes. Rowan sighed, for Dan's claim was indeed true. While he had no qualm in terms of killing, he was no psychopath murderer who killed for no reason. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. This was a rule he always applied in any situation he encountered, but in this case, it was a bit more complicated. For the agents, they had no idea that Crocodile was their boss in the first place. It didn't matter, though, since Rowan was simply planning to hand them in to the royal forces. However, as for the Marines, he couldn't do the same, since the royal forces will simply release them. He couldn't let them go either. It would be like a common trope where a main character does not kill his enemy, and later the enemy returns with more strength. It all pointed to a fact that brutally killing them will be the most rational choice. Rowan was repelled of doing that. They behaved nicely so far. Rowan helplessly sighed once more. What do you think about killing all of them? Hearing Rowan's words, Carmen snorted. Are you really that afraid of them, Captain? Well, Dan spoke up, I can see why you would say that. But even if we killed a lot up until now, this doesn't seem right. In the past, we killed the wolves who tried to bite on us. Now, look at them. Remind me of little puppies. Grinning like Hakuba, Cavendish raised his sword and slowly licked it, causing Rowan, Carmen, and Dan to frown in disgust. Gosh, what is that taste? Cavendish spat out and fell on his knees, causing the others to sweat drop. Ugh, you know what? With his eyes on Cavendish, Rowan spoke up, Prominence is huge. If the Marines can put the pirates into their jails, why can't we? Cuff them with sea stones or whatever, and throw them in. Carmen shook her head, disagreeing Rowan's argument as well. No, that would simply focus the Marines' attentions on us even more. PFFF, you are afraid of the Marines? Cavendish wriggled his eyebrows, causing Carmen to growl in anger. Turning to Rowan, Cavendish spoke with sparkling eyes. I'm all in for that. Give me a day, and I will turn them into the fans of mine. Ha 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 ha. Dan disagreed. Karina will be angry for having to spend money on them. Well, I think otherwise. Rowan placed a hand on his chin. She would probably think of a way to milk money out of them. At this rate, the chat was going to be elongated. Rowan decided to end the conversation and opened up the map of Alabasta along with the compass, determining which direction he should go to reach Tamarisk. After deducing, he approached the Tide Marines. Rowan stopped in front of Hina and Shu with thoughtful eyes. Before speaking up, I'll take these two with me. Better keep the leaders away from the rest. Ashu. Shu exclaimed his surprise as he heard Rowan's words to his crew members. Subsequently, Rowan easily lifted up Hina and Shu by the ropes that they were tied within. Hung up in the air, Hina subconsciously turned her head and glared at Rowan, while Shu seemed helpless with his veil still intact on his face. All right, I'll see y'all at Alabasta then, Rowan said with a cheeky grin. Just remember, if you don't acquire enough in Rainbase, Karina will get mad. Dan and Cavendish's eyes looked horrified as they imagined angry Karina approaching them with a knife in her hand. Gulping, they nodded to Rowan. Carmen stood behind the two, staring at them with blank eyes. Rowan turned around with Hina and Shu still lifted up by his hands. You too might want to grab onto something, right? There is nothing to grab. Oh well, try not to vomit. Rowan instantly blasted off with Hina and Shu, leaving rest of the Marines, Baroque Works agents, and the others to open their jaws wide in a shock. Koza stared at the sky Rowan blasted away to for a while, before muttering, wow? Outskirt of Tamarisk, Alabasta, that's a lot. Karina remarked as she locked her eyes onto the guns and bullets that she collected from the dead Marines. They can be used in many ways, such as melting them with Carmen's flame and reinforcing Prominence, or using as weapons, for Rowan in particular. Welp, these go to storage. From afar, a faint booming noise was heard, causing Karina, who instantly recognized it as the noise generated from Rowan's ability, to perk up. At an instant moment, Rowan flickered on top of Prominence, grinning down on Karina with 2 Marine captains on his hands. Their faces were green, with their cheeks puffed out. They came close to vomiting. "Yo, Karina, how did your side go?" Rowan asked casually while waving Hina, causing the latter to try her hardest to prevent vomiting. Robin, whose blindfold was removed by Karina some time ago, was staring at Rowan up in the sky with a vivid shock on her face. "It was too boring," Karina shortly replied and tilted her head in confusion. "What happened on your side, though? Why did you bring those 2 Marines here?" Hearing the commotion, the door that leads to the staircase opened, revealing Alfred and Farrell. "Oh, Captain Rowan, you have returned? I assume that everything went well?" Alfred spoke up with a brightened expression. "Yep. Crocodile dead. Enigmo dead. Commodore's dead. We were left with these Marines and Baroque Works agents, so we just tied them up. And these 2 are the Marine officers, so unless I kill them, they need to be kept under watch." Rowan shrugged casually, ignoring the pale looks that Hina and Shu gave him. "We got 2 more Seastone cuffs, right?" Karina sighed and shook her head at Rowan's antics. "Prominence is not a prison ship, you know." Alfred heard Rowan and went back to grab the Seastone cuffs. "Hina embarrassed," Hina muttered in a small voice. "Hina ate bind fruit, and now bound instead of binding. And mine had to be rust fruit." Shu said in depression under Rowan's grip. "It was practically useless here, especially since almost everyone had devil fruit ability." Ignoring the 2, Rowan descended and waited as Alfred brought the cuffs and strapped them onto Hina and Shu, instantly making them slouch in powerlessness. Rowan placed them on the chairs next to Robin. As Rowan left the scene, the 3 of them were seen to be sitting around a round table with an awkwardness. "Hi," Shu weakly muttered, but heard no response from Robin, who stared at Alfred with dissatisfied eyes. Alfred shrugged. "I'm sorry, but that's Captain Rowan's decision. Unfortunately, you will have to endure the awkwardness." With Alfred and Farrell now on the deck, Rowan and Karina entered the inside of Prominence to talk in secrecy, not taking any chance of the hostages eavesdropping. "So what now?" Now in the Commons room, Karina asked Rowan with a curiosity. "Carmen, Dan, and Cavendish will go to Rain Base and take Crocodile's possessions for our own," Rowan stated, causing Karina's eyes to turn into belly sign as her lips morphed into a wide smile. "We will meet them in Alabasta. Hand in those Baroque Works nuisances and don't know about the Marines. Also, there's someone to meet up there." "Someone?" Karina tilted her head in confusion. Rowan chuckled. "You remember when I told you about my home village and how my childhood friends from there became the pirates too? Apparently, they're near right now. Told me to meet up with them in Alabasta." "Childhood friends?" Karina's eyes narrowed as she leaned towards Rowan with suspicion. "You mean those 2 girls you talked about?" "Yeah, Nojiko and Nami." Rowan nodded his head. "They are the captains of the Twin Cats pirates. I think you'll hit off well with them. I already met this Nami that you were so fond of in the past." Karina turned her head away with a pout. "And I think I am superior than her in every way possible. Probably the same with this Nojiko." "Haha, of course you are." Rowan laughed and patted Karina's head gently before getting serious. "But apart from that, Alabasta, as the capital of the large kingdom, is the best place for us to find eternal poses and gather information regarding the Sky Island. Theoretically, they could already reach the Sky Island through the combination of Rowan's bounce and Carmen's flame. However, they did not know the direction. If they are unable to gain anything related to the Sky Island, they would have no choice but to follow the log pose. Let's think about that when we get there." Karina stretched her arms and yawned, and peeked her eyes to Rowan as a tear drop came out from the corner of her eyes. "Right." Rowan moved his body to pull up the anchor and set sail. Chapter 79. Rain Base Alabasta. Dan stood with a horrified expression on his face, watching Carmen's crazed behaviors that unfolded in front of him. On his right, Cavendish was seen standing with visible jealousy on his face. "Kayahaha, move. Move faster or burn." With crazed eyes, Carmen ordered the Marine soldiers and Baroque Works agents to transport the goods from Crocodile's private casino to many numbers of the carriers situated on the outside. As for those carriers, They found them within the casino, which were probably used to transport the dance powder. Carmen was seen holding a whip on her hand and a mask on her eyes. She was standing on top of a platform, whipping whoever was nearby her.
Yo Cavendish.
I think. Dan winced as Carmen whipped one Baroque Works agent. Ah, Empress Carmen, whip me more. The agent cried in bliss, causing Dan's expression to turn into disgust. I think we just awakened something from Carmen, something that should have been locked forever. Judging by the jovial expressions on the Marines and agents who were getting whipped, he could see that Carmen was a genius in this department. TC, how dare she steal the spotlight from me? Cavendish complained with his arms crossed, completely ignoring Dan's words. I can be a sadist 1,000 times better than her. Isn't this practically slavery? Dan thought within himself as he continued to stare at the scene that just felt so wrong. What freaked him out even more is how the Marine soldiers and agents, who were repelled by Carmen's whips at the beginning, grew to love those.
Commander Dan.
All of a sudden, a voice calling Dan in a formal manner was heard. Dan turned around with a dumbfounded expression on his face and was met with one Baroque Works agent saluting at him. We moved all the valuables onto the carriers. Please give us an order. Hearing this, Dan's eyes widened, before he had to cover his mouth, which was trying to curl up into a smile, with his hand.
Commander Dan.
I like it. Well done, my henchman. Relax and take a break for 3 hours. Afterward, we will move out with the help of Yasa camels. Dan said in a deep voice and his arms crossed, with his face full of seriousness. I think I was kinda cool right now. The Baroque Works agent saluted before walking back towards Carmen, who was keep whipping towards the Marines and agents who purposely lied down, showing their backs.
Es-tu, Brutus?
Cavendish's face darkened and fists clenched hard, as he couldn't believe that Dan, the plainest guy in their crew apart from Rowan, managed to hoard attention before he did. Dan immediately noticed Cavendish's distress and spoke out with a grin. Hey, what's wrong with you, Commander Cavendish? Cavendish lifted his head back up with a surprise, before he raised his head haughtily. Ha! Yes, I am Cavendish, the greatest commander of the Grimheart Pirates. Yeah. Dan waved his hand at Cavendish, who was back to his usual self, and thought within himself, Commander Dan, how do I make this come true? Overall, the scene in Rainbase was chaotic. The Baroque Works officer agents were all gathered in one corner, cowering at crazed Carmen and similarly crazed Marines and other agents. Shit, is this the Impel Down?
Zola whispered fearfully.
They were caught, they were forced in a labor, and they were whipped. If this wasn't a prison already, then what could it be? Mr. 3 was frantically looking left and right, still trying to look for a way to escape. However, whenever he would attempt to sneak out, he would find Cavendish intensely glaring at him. The only way for me to survive? Mr. 3 gulped as he looked at Carmen. Wax and F-flame can be combined for torture. If I don't latch onto her, I have no chance. I can help you out if you want. Miss Goldenweek spoke up to Mr. 3 with a monotone, holding up a brush in her hand. She was the only one who looked unscathed. Dan allowed her to be exempted from the labor, with her small body frame and underaged appearance. The rest of the officer agents were too tired to speak. They simply slouched down on the wall behind. Mr. 2 seemed to be the only one away from the other officer agents, as he was together with his Nukama friends, dancing together from some distance away. Disregarding the scene in front of him, Koza and his group, along with Igaram, were seen to be leaning on the other building, with Toto, his father, now awoke and treated by Dan. Koza? What happened? Why are you here? This isn't Yuba. Watching how Koza and the others were around him, Toto looked around in confusion. I remember the heavy sandstorms crashing upon Yuba, and now, I'm here. Koza sighed in relief as his father seemed fine. Everything is over. Crocodile was the one behind all the troubles, but he died. Hearing this, Toto raised his hand up and pointed at Koza with joy. I told you that King had nothing to do with all this. What did I say? Toto, I'm glad to see that you are fine. Behind Koza, Igaram spoke up. Toto's eyes widened as he immediately noticed Igaram. Captain Igaram, what a pleasant surprise. It's an honor to see you again. Alyabarna, Alabasta, a miracle. Within the throne, Cobra muttered in disbelief, with his two head guards, Shaka and Pell, kneeling in front of him. The abnormal turns of events that kept defiling my public image and led the kingdom into chaos. All of them were resolved at once. He had just received Igaram's report, who, along with Vivi, infiltrated into the Baroque Works couple of years ago, which was an organization unknown to him up until now. He originally viewed the Grimheart pirates as the threat, and was worried that Crocodile may fail to defend Alabasta against the former, for having the Grimheart pirates run a rampage on Alabasta during this period of time will surely result in an unrecoverable situation. However, it turned out that the defeat of Crocodile solved all problems that revolved around the kingdom. Similar to the rebels, the royal armies found the spies within their rank, who turned out to be the agents from the Baroque Works. Sighing in relief, Cobra asked the head guards, "Are the Grimheart pirates a threat to us?" According to Captain Igaram, the Grimheart pirates are found neutral. However, he pleaded not to offend them, for their strengths are not something that we can dare to oppose against. Shaka responded respectfully, with his head crouched down, and as per the request of Captain Igaram, we swiftly sent a ship toward Little Garden in order to retrieve Princess Vivi and her benefactors. Vivi, yes, well done. Cobra nodded. She did call me before. She was with the pirates from what I recall. With the Marines surrounding Nanohana, it was indeed a wise decision to make. My king, if I may speak, Pell spoke up with a stern voice. The hard times seemed to be over, however. I advised the king to minimize the interactions with the Grimheart pirates. Regardless of whether they were of a big help or not, we cannot afford to strain ourselves politically. Cobra shook his head with a smile on his face. Your advice is indeed plausible, Pell. However, since when was the Alabasta kingdom so petty? Pirates or not, don't you think they deserve some degree of hospitality from us? At the next moment, Cobra stood up from the throne in a serious manner. But let us think about such matter later. What's more important is to completely resolve the conflicts with the rebels. Cobra closed his eyes momentarily before opening once again. Pell, I will send you as a messenger. Go to Tamarisk and inform them that I won't issue any punishment, and that I simply ask them to return and take part in rebuilding the kingdom. Prominence was seen to be sailing calmly, following the edge of the sandy island up north to Alyabarna. Before Rowan realized, the night has arrived. It felt strange to him, for just a night before, he had a life-to-death battle against Crocodile. Karina brought a lamp from the inside and placed it on the table, where two hostages, Hina and Shu, were seen to be sitting on the chairs. Robin was sitting at some distance away from the two. For the past hours, Rowan was trying to get Hina and Shu to talk, to acquire the information regarding the Marines. However, they shut their mouths tight, refusing to let out a slightest sound. Eventually, Rowan had no choice but to resort to the series of Alfred's torturing techniques. How are you guys feeling? Rowan spoke up with an evil smile, facing Hina and Shu. Do you feel like talking now? Shu didn't seem to be listening properly, closing his legs with sweat all over his body. I need to go. To washroom, please. They were currently going under a new torturing method of Alfred. No access to washroom after lots of water. It was a horrifying experience. Hina and Shu were wondering what they did to deserve this. Robin was seen perfectly fine, however, since she did not receive the same treatment. With the situation with Crocodile resolved, Rowan found no reason to force the same treatment on her. Have I told you about Alfred's level 2? When Rowan mentioned Alfred's feral dung treatment, Robin's face turned pale immediately. Watching Robin's frightened expression, Hina became increasingly nervous, while Shu couldn't be bothered with it. Just kill me. Shu's whole body was trembling. Having reached his limit, Rowan nodded towards Alfred, who lifted Shu up and instantly placed a large bowl under him. Karina immediately passed masks to Rowan, Alfred, and Feral, before putting one on herself. Unable to contain any longer, Shu completely soaked his pants, and the stench of ammonia engulfed the proximity, causing Hina and Robin to frown. Shu looked as if he lost the world. As he looked up with hollow eyes, the tears were streaming down and soaking his veil. Hina was absolutely horrified. She thought when they said the word torture, she expected painful procedures such as cutting off the fingers, not this. The worst thing was, unlike the physical tortures involving pain, this kind of methods didn't allow her to fall unconscious, and since very little effort was required from the Grimheart pirates, she was forced to endure for half the day without a stop. Additionally, the situation will simply become increasingly torturous as time goes on. Now, trying her hardest to prevent herself from ending up in the same situation as Shu, who was in a mix of shame and depression, Hina gritted her teeth while speaking up. "What do you want?" "Thought we went over this," Rowan said with serious eyes, while wearing a mask on his face. "Information. Ins and outs of the Marines. Who's in the rank, what's their strengths and weaknesses, everything that you know of." Hina's eyes wavered. She too was nearing her limit. She was trained for pain endurance, but not something like this. "By the way, nothing will change even after you soak yourself," Rowan informed while staring at Shu. "Until you spill everything, you are stuck with the clothes that you are currently wearing." Hina knew that once she began to speak up, there was no coming back. She would be betraying her own organization. Even if she were to soak herself, it sounded better than betraying the Marines. Then, Alfred stepped up from behind, holding a large brown dung on his gloved hands. "Fuck," Hina swore within herself, watching whatever lied on Alfred's hands in a fright. "Just saying," Karina spoke from Rowan's right. "That's only level 2. There's level 3, 4, and a lot more." As of the current moment, Hina found herself facing the hardest choice in her life. Chapter 80. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 3 admirals, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan, and most famous vice admirals being Garp and Tsuru, Rowan stated, speaking out about what he and his crew already knew of. If there is one thing the Marines are very good at, it's to conceal their abilities and relative strengths, especially when the news is the most prominent source of information. Talking casually, Rowan shifted his gaze to Hina, who was biting on her lips, trying her best to hold in Buddha, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Are those titles, granted to the likes of them, completely unrelated to their abilities?
Zoan des Villefruits?
Hockey? Tell me, Hina, just how strong are they? Hina doesn't know. Hina managed to speak up while tensing up her whole body. Hina is just a captain, and never witnessed them involving themselves in a battle. You should have left Vice Admiral Enigmo alive if you wanted to know that. Hearing this, Rowan grimaced. The thing is, he couldn't identify if she was lying or not. Assessing the strengths of the marine powerhouses was very important at the current moment, especially when they will eventually have to pass through Sabaody Archipelago, which is very close to Marineford. Now that Rowan experienced the strength of Vice Admiral Enigmo, whose strength did not manage to falter him, he had confidence. What he needed was assurance. "Should I?" Alfred, still holding the vomit-inducing matter in his hands, asked Rowan. Rowan shook his head in disapproval. "We have plenty of time. Let's continue this later." While Hina and Shu sighed in relief, with the former still struggling to prevent a flood, Rowan walked over to where Robin was sitting by. While walking, Rowan looked at Karina, who nodded and grabbed Hina and Shu's arms, teleporting them onto the donut-shaped tubes that floated on top of the water, with their ropes tied to Prominence. "There, natural washroom for you guys," Karina remarked without care, before teleporting back onto the deck. Meanwhile, Robin stared at Rowan with some wariness in her eyes as the latter took a seat in front of her, with a table between them. Karina and Alfred, whose hands were no longer lifting anything up, sat on the adjacent table, silently watching Rowan. Farrell was lying down on the deck next to their table, already gone to sleep. "You probably figured out ages ago, but," Rowan stated as he locked his eyes onto Robin, "Crocodile died. By my own hands." Robin's eyes lowered. She did know that that was the only plausible explanation, ever since Rowan casually returned to Prominence. Nonetheless, she found this hard to believe. For the past 4 years that she worked as Miss All Sunday of the Baroque Works, she never cited any sign of weakness within Crocodile. To hear that someone she recently met managed to defeat him without sustaining many injuries shocked her. "If I say that I want to know what Crocodile's motive was, are you willing to tell me?" Rowan asked. It was not necessarily important, however. He was curious to find out why Crocodile dared to plot against everyone. "Ha ha." Robin couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. "What's the point of concealing anymore?" "Sure, I'll tell you." There was nothing left for her. For the past 4 years, she hid behind Crocodile's warlord status. Now, the protection was gone. Even aside from that, she was already preparing for the worst from the Grimheart pirates. Whether to spill or not spill did not matter anymore, and she decided to entertain herself by revealing Crocodile's secret. Some time ago, Crocodile somehow found out the existence of a poneglyph, a record written with an ancient language that sits under this kingdom. I required protection from the pursuits of the world government, and he required my ability to read the ancient language for him, so I joined the Baroque Works. Robin spoke, void of any emotion. The reason why he wanted to know what's written on a poneglyph. It was all for an ancient weapon named Pluton. Ultimately, that was the motive behind all of his schemes. Ancient language. Poneglyph. Hearing the words from Robin's mouth, Rowan froze momentarily. One above, one below, one isolated. Learn the truth. Can it be associated with the so-called poneglyphs? Rowan thought as his heart beat rapidly. For the past 3 years, he cannot count just how many times he reread the hidden section within the tale of Uchiha Medusa, just to ensure that what he saw was not based on his imagination. Rowan used to feel helpless about this matter. With just one very vague clue, he did not even know what he should be looking for. Now, he believed that poneglyph was something worth inspecting. "You said that you can read poneglyph? Is it only you?" Waking up from his thought, Rowan asked Robin with complete seriousness. Robin nodded without a word. With the sea stone cuff and the mental distress she was experiencing, she was extremely tired. "And you need protection from the world government." Rowan tapped his fingers on the table, while intently observing Robin. Something's off. Why would she be so desperate to run away from the world government? According to Alfred, her bounty was placed on her at an age of 8. Her strength isn't noteworthy either. Rowan narrowed his eyes, being able to read the ancient language. Is that why? Running away from the world governments for a very long time, caring for her survival above anything else, sounds about right. A few days ago, Rowan was skeptical of accepting her into his crew due to her easily betraying the Baroque Works. Afterward, he personally experienced Crocodile betraying his whole organization. Rowan too would have felt insecure if he were to be Robin. Nico. Robin. Hearing Rowan's stern voice, Robin lifted her head up. "I can give you the protection that you need." Rowan leaned in, staring at Robin without any hint of foolishness. Robin weakly snorted. "It's been like that for my whole life. Running and hiding without an end. I'd rather die now than to suffer more." "I figured you'd say that." Rowan nodded his head slightly, averting his eyes and turning his head above. "Don't you feel angry? Having been labeled as a criminal since 8, I can't imagine just how torturous your life must have been. Don't you wish to try a different life, instead of dying without a moment of happiness? It doesn't matter in the end. It will be the same repeat over and over until I die." Robin muttered while thinking within herself grimly, "Just like any others, they will betray me." After 20 years of running and coping with betrayals, Robin could not dare to trust anyone. When she first encountered the Grimheart pirates, she was shocked by their strengths. Judging by Crocodile's demeanor and their discreet distrust of one another, she knew that her relationship with him was not going to end well. Due to this, she announced her desire to join Rowan's crew, which was quickly rejected. As time passed on, she could not help but grow more and more depressed, as it seemed that nothing but a bleak future awaited her. The Grimheart pirates are very strong, and she felt that there was nothing that she could offer to prevent them from betraying her. Now, she just wanted peace, free of any deception, hostility, and betrayal. She wanted to rest. Hearing Robin's words, Rowan felt himself getting emotional. To some extent, he could sympathize with her. His life in this world was not easy to live by. With his family murdered, it was hard to cope with. He would often train nonstop with nothing but a hatred filling him from deep within. Much later, when his subordinates, the Nile pirates, died due to his idiocy, he felt devastated and hopeless. Within the small jail, he cursed at how harsh his life has been and how naive he was. Yet, his life continued to flow, leading him to where he was now, with trustworthy crewmates that he considered as his family. Wasn't life so unpredictable? Life is as beautiful as one makes it out to be. Even when the situation seems hopeless, it is possible for one to be happy, as long as he or she is willing. Rowan said as he recalled upon a movie Life is Beautiful, which he watched in his previous life. Calming himself down, Rowan turned and signaled to Alfred. Nodding, Alfred stood up and walked up to Robin, before taking the sea stone cuff off of her. "You are free now," Rowan stated calmly. "I'd prefer to have you as my crew member, but I won't stop you if you were to leave." He can coax and persuade, but he will never force someone to join his crew. This was his principle as the captain of the Grimheart Pirates. Even if he were to remain oblivious of the Poneglyph for the remainder of his whole life, he will never go against this rule. Robin did not respond, and remained seated with her head lowered. Ironically enough, when the sea stone cuff was removed from her, she felt insecure, as if protection has disappeared. She could not afford to stand back up from the chair she was sitting on. After all these thoughts about wanting to die, in the end, it seems that I still want to live. Robin's hands clenched tightly. I want to read all poneglyphs of this world and unveil the history of Void Century, something that caused the world government to wipe out the whole O'Hara. I still have a purpose to live for. Let me in your crew. Robin lifted her head back up, with a forced smile on her face. Captain, welcome to our crew, Robin. Rowan's expression softened as he said sincerely, reaching his hand out. Robin grabbed Rowan's hand and shook lightly. Marineford, Pururu, Pururu. Within the huge office where the darkness of the night veiled its features, the din-din mushy abruptly rang, signaling for a call. In front of the din-din mushy, a muscular man with broad shoulders was seen to be sitting on a large chair, smoking a cigar. He was wearing a standard marine cap and a red suit, with his justice coat hanged on his chair. Lifting up his huge hand, the man grabbed the dial of the din-din mushy and lifted it up, bringing it close to his face. Rear Admiral Kanzaki, reporting from the outskirt of Alabasta. Admiral Sakazuki, we have not sighted any signal from Vice Admiral Enigmo and Rear Admiral Akend. Simultaneously, Crocodile is not responding to our contact. We are afraid that Grimheart pirates may have managed to weave their ways through our plan. The man, now identified as Admiral Sakazuki, stayed silent without any response. He slowly creaked his head to the window, where the moon was shining through. Upon the moonlight, his wrinkled visage was shown, which was in a deep frown. The cigar between Sakazuki's teeth cracked before falling down onto the ground. Enigmo lost? Sakazuki's eyes blazed in fury as he voiced out in a grumpy voice. I refuse to believe in your bullshit. Rear Admiral Kanzaki, head to the site of the battlefield yourself and make a proper report. Why, yes, sir. The voice in Din-Din Mushy replied with evident fear. Without further ado, Sakazuki hanged up the call and stood up, before walking up to the board on the wall, where the bounty posters of Rowan, Carmen, and surprisingly, Baton, were pinned. It read, Baton.
Bounty, 95,000,000 beli.
Wanted only alive. Spandine ensured that no title was given to Baton and placed a relatively low amount of bounty in order to prevent him from gaining any attention. At the same time, he made Baton as wanted only alive. Grimheart, Flame Empress, the complete destruction of the marine-based G-11, and traitor, letting the justice fall against the hands of those despicable scums. Sakazuki growled, and the slight heat emanated around him. I will ensure to have all of you dead. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.